He didn't know how to say, I can live without that whale on my back.
And what happened? I don't have to live with a whale on my back.
I could sit here and read live commercials and just make tons of money for the company. I could tell you the same thing over and over again.
I can't be tagged as the guy who's a dick.
They must be so jealous of me. I'm so successful, and they're just kind of not. You know what I mean? I feel the jealousy. That's why I don't leave my house. Don't you also sort of harbor some resentment, even though it's not logical, but you resent your baby for being in the way of your career?
Because we don't want the Japs anymore, man.
Because I want respect.
Some people say our show was the first reality show. I don't think there's one thing I've ever said on the radio that would have been found indecent or obscene. The secret to my show is honesty, reality, that I will say the truth.
Random.
Now the world don't move to the beat of just one drum. What might be right for you may not be right for some. A man is born, he's a man of means. Then along came two, they've got nothing but their genes. But they've got different strokes. It takes different strokes. It takes different strokes to move the world. Welcome, everyone. Anyway, I'm here. I don't know how long we have him for with BonJovial. I have a new one for Davyd. We have BonJovial here. Where is this freaking theme music?
After the leaves, we are magic.
Australia is a wonderful island with a treasure trove of unique plants, animals, and people.
That's a lie. It has to be protected.
Australia is free of many pests and diseases that are commonplace around the world.
That's a sign of aggression. You can see how she's got her mouth slightly ajar. She's got her teeth showing.
Declare everything when you enter Australia.
Got to let you know you're one of my kind.
Great job, Sarah. And I want to compliment you, Bon. Those Lotus Note shorties you've been slaving over were brilliant. You really have a fantastic filmmaker's comedic touch, a vision that falls in line with the Robert Smigels of the world. Like a place like SNL would be privileged to have you making digital short movies. There's some weird, savant skill you have that you can't teach in any school. Sarah's got this too. The interstitials and the cutaways, like, something like what Family Guy does, where they have like the interstitials.
Right.
And I'm not a huge watcher of that, but again, the short movies, and Sarah's got the same kind of touch. It really is. You don't get enough credit, and those shorts are just so well made and so tight and fantastically edited, and you're adding your own touch.
6,000 views for the whale. So
Who knows what that would have been?
I'm counting them all up. They get much lower views than I was expecting, but I was expecting 1,000 or more for some of them because they're, big things.
It's amazing you and Sarah have similar filmmaking proclivities, because what you just watched, the video about you, is kind of something you would do, right? It's a lot of the same
That's
rhythms.
what I was very impressed, because that was years ago she made that too.
Yeah.
She must have pushed. I've been listening to early Deafening, and she was putting a lot of time into the editing process.
Oh, she's so tortured. We said do another Deppy Awards. she cannot avoid it more. And I don't play it's a lot goes into it. That what she did with the crowd during the Deppy monologue is about as good as it gets. I couldn't believe Grieco smoking and the crowd. I mean, it's so lined up.
I just picture a kangaroo with a gun on Johnny and Amber in that one video. They were so tortured and put upon.
And speaking of Davyd, she also did one for Davyd. So I took the music out. This is just very much a rough draft, and I'm sure she's probably gonna just rip me a new one. This is a rough draft. I just tried to do something on my own.
Here we go.
Just as long as the river finds its way to the sea, as long as the robin sings his song from a tree, that's how long I will love you until eternity.
Kind of something like that, you got to line it up, and I just did it really quick before we went on here. But it's,
Wow,
I mean,
that's lovely.
With the Jackie laugh in the back, yeah.
Copyright from Mark Harris, I would love that. I would gleefully love to pay a copyright to Mark Harris,
or from the actual Davyd the violinist. Where I've tried to look him up. The only place I can find him is in that one Stern appearance. So
poor guy's like a talented musician, and he just gets lumped in with Mark Harris and stuff. And
in whatever country he came from, he still thinks Martha Ray is a big star. So
where's Boris from again? Is it Germany?
I think so. Yeah.
Okay. I just found that Vinnie Favali thing. I was looking for more I looked stuff for this and Chauncey stuff. The Chauncey stuff. I got to thank Chauncey Hayden, not just for all the great stuff he's done, and with the Chauncey last night, Chancerly Hills 90210, but looking for Chauncey stuff makes me stumble onto this, and this was wrought because of looking for Chauncey stuff. So I found the Dana Plato. This is now called. So now we have a new show that's called Randarm, and Davyd ripped me a new one before this. I go, how do you like the new name? He's like, I don't know. It's the most pompous between this and what was the one on Patreon and this. It's the most pompous, self-aggrandizing shit I've ever heard.
21 Arm Street,
Armfeld. Arm Street, right? Try to show us a scintilla of humility. Davyd really ripped me a new one, you pompous ass. Randarm. So it's what this is in line with what I just said. So when I'm going looking for stuff, I find a clip and I'm like, this just doesn't fit into any theme of any kind. And maybe we could just turn it into, before the moment passes, before I lose this idea, I'm going to take this and we're going to do it. So next week's going to be Amanda Peet. Like, nice. She doesn't really fit into a full-blown super show or multiple shows, but she does fit into a Randarm. So I found another Amanda Peet thing of Howard white knighting for Beth on that fucking movie they were in, Whipped, right, with the fight over Brian Von Holt, Love Train, and so that'll be next week. Hopefully you both can sit in for that. There's not a ton of audio for it, but it's enough to constitute this.
That should be the title of the Lifetime original movie about their fights, like Whipped, the fight over Brian Van Holt.
The battle for Von Holt. So Dana Plato, it's the 25th anniversary of her death.
Jesus.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah.
Really disturbing. I was going through this. It's really sad. It is beyond. It really kind of hits you. Look at Plato's place. This is like from the earlier on, I guess. This is like a Dana Plato super fan, right? I mean, who would have thought? I'm a Todd Bridges super fan. Yeah. I'm a Charlotte Ray super fan. I like Dana Plato. So she says there's a lot of the general public doesn't know, even though they think they do. It's a shame stuff like this continues to be made. She was a wonderful woman and wore her heart on her sleeve. I agree with
I believe it.
All of that. I believe it. and we're here to give, like Chauncey, to give her vindication. Lots of people took advantage of it. I know that, Plato's Place. Why do you think we're doing this? I don't claim to be an expert as you, but this is through the prism of the Stern Show. We are here to pummel Howard with this, and we're going to. She also had an addictive personality and manic depression. That makes two of us, Plato's Place, neither of which she got treated for. Stern had nothing to do. Oh, we'll see about that. We will see about that. Not if Todd Bridges has something to say about that. It's also slow demise that many saw coming before she did pass. I don't know about that at that age. You should talk about the positive she did in life. We will, Plato's Place. I swear to you. The ice skating, the charities she did, we will talk about it. You know, she was like a major figure skater. Did you know that? She was like a great... I'm friends and acquaintances with her. Nice brag, Plato's Place. With her families and real friends. Name dropper. It would be nice if we're going to show her respect. We're going to show her respect. Believe me. Tendrils. Poor Dana. I agree with this. I agree with much of what Tendril says. The Howard Stern Show effed her over. Agreed 100%, Tendrils. Casey Derula, we're going to have you on soon and talk Jay Thomas. I swear to you, sir. Good to see you in there. Deepening. Yes, live. That's me. Oh, what is this? Xavier's mugshot.
Oh no!
What is? I cannot deny or confirm that's real. I don't know what that is. If that picture is, good Lord, who's that? Dave Concepcion in there, for Christ's sake.
For once, I'm speechless.
It looks like, remember Jose Cruz? I know you're a huge Hector Cruz from the Chicago White Sox in the 80s with the goggles on. There's Brendan. This guy sounds like he'd be late to his own funeral. That's a great joke, Brendan. Not good, great joke. And I know you wrote that before you went on. And then
I like the Andy Kindler-esque ellipsis to say funeral again to make sure the audience heard it.
Ellipsis. Did you get that?
Yeah, that's a good one.
Oh my God. It's this show that you'll find changes in vicissitudes based on moods. If we could punch some humor in.
We're not we're gonna be kind to Dana Plato. We're not running a
absolutely. I'm not here to. I'm not. You think I'm gonna pile on the Stern Show before I forget? Right? What do I say all the time? All the way back to. By the way, we did that first show. Shane Bugbee was her friend who wrote a book about her, and that the Radio Gunk version we did was from. You realize it was fun? You can 6 years ago. Can you believe that?
That's crazy.
Does
and
it seem like 6 years? Crazy,
I remember how long I spent remastering that episode, and that was about
you did a great job on that.
It took. Not really, but
you did. I remember listening to that about 4 years ago in full, and I'm like, damn. It was really, you enhanced the audio and stuff. You did a really good job on that.
The guy you interviewed, his voice was really low. So I had to go through and bring him up. But anyway.
Yeah, that was Shane Bugbee. And we did a lot. We covered a lot on that.
Great, though.
It was a good episode.
Great episode. You did a really good job.
A very special Radio Gunk, I might add. Which this is. So I'm sure we'll revisit some of what we did, but there's a lot of new stuff, and this warrants kind of going down. From what I found, some new stuff, and it really warrants revisiting. It really does. It comes up a lot. This assisted suicide from Howard. Francesco Juarez. This is so disturbing. I guess whatever you're talking about, I agree with you. Autobot, welcome, sir. I had a comic book question for you. I forget what it was. What happened to Zoriel from DC Comics, who is a Hawkman replacement? Do you know what happened to him? I thought it was a good character.
To ask that too.
It's a question that's on all of our minds.
Right. That's going to be the next Randarm. Chubby Pickle, salutations to you as well, kind sir. There's Dr. Sarah. Come on, hello, fine Chug, my man. Hope the marriage is going well, and that is one of the great fathers. And go Eagles, as a matter of fact. Go Eagles, fly, Eagles, fly. I am going to be the Wilbert Montgomery for the next 2 weeks. Fine Chug.
I want to start randomly saying that to married friends, like, hope the marriage is going well. Goodbye.
Yes.
Well, he just got married. He just got married like a month
got it.
ago, or
Okay,
a month and a
fair
half ago, or something. Welcome, Melvin. Welcome, Melvin. Chicken cutlet. Chicken cutlet. Hello, hello. PC 23. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Clips don't do what I don't care what does. A little Depphead. You talk about. I'm sure you're well aware of this, guys, right? Little Depphead is the ultimate Irish exit. She comes in, says how close she is to the real Johnny Depp, and then ults in 10 minutes. She will not post again for the rest of. I guarantee we will not see another post.
Well,
It's
she's
like
got
drive-by.
she's got
drive-by.
She's got a table read of The Idol season 2 to go to. So
table read, table dance. Speaking of table dances, Davyd, how is Toronto? Everybody's been asking me about.
I don't know how that connects, but yes, it was very cold. It was good. I was I was doing a concert up. I wasn't performing, but I was assisting with a concert in Toronto. So, and G Canada reached out to me, and I think he was working during the time that I was there. So next time I'm there, I will hopefully we'll be able to do a Toronto Depp related tour. So
what I heard that you both converted G Canada and Danny DeVito to homosexuality. That's what I heard.
At the age of 77.
At the age of 77, Danny DeVito finally came out of the closet. It's Always Sunny in Toronto is going to be the new. Screw Amber. Dr. Sarah, I'm only tortured by my business partner's habits and proclivities. What a wise ass. What a sitcom. Why is that B. Arthur in there? Jesus Christ. It's like Jaja, the goulash bitch, right? Right, guys?
You get a lot of pushback in the beginning of the chat that it's like taking off in a plane. There's a lot of turbulence.
Sarah she makes Lorne Michaels look like
What do you think of that?
Oh my god, look at that. Look at how intimidating she is.
That's horrifying.
Look at that. She makes Lorne Michaels look ebullient. She is tough. She is tough.
It's kind of entrancing, isn't it?
If I would change the SNL auditions, instead of Lorne Michaels, I would have Sarah watch. And if you can perform in front of her, you got the job. Yeah. If you can execute your act in front of her, if you can get even a chuckle, half smile out of her, you got the job. Sarah, those are called peccadillos. Is that what you're trying to say, Melvin? Did you pull a peccadillo out on me?
That's my job, Melvin.
Autobot says Randarm sounds like a fucking He-Man character. That's really good. That's really good. That's good. He died by accidental. It's not accident. It's not accidental, Francesca. Not in my book. Not when you hear this. I wouldn't say there's Marta. Marta's all over this stuff. Marta loves old school celebrity gossip. Like she lives for this shit. She loves fucking Punky Brewster, right? Soleil Moon Frye and the shit like this. She is all over this. Casey, she goes, yeah, long time you guys have old balls now. Old balls, except for Davyd. Have you ever been called old balls?
I mean, maybe by Crazy Robin, but no.
I call it long in the tooth balls, is what I call it. All right. Bon, I believe you have a film you want to debut here.
I'm about to, but I've got a food delivery that's like the truck is about to go, my doorbell's about to ring, and it's going to happen the moment I try and do that. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
right.
Yeah.
And I'm going to have to go to the door. It's showing me that so I'm scared, so I might just wait.
How long are you going to wait, though? How long are you gonna play chicken with DoorDash?
Okay, I'll try and do it now and wait. You hear this big doorbell. Ready? Okay, and then you'll hear my dog go.
Okay.
So it's very quick because I'm not talking about this TV show. I'm not reviewing it. But this is a show that I enjoy watching, The Agency, with Michael Fassbender, and it's got Richard Gere in it. And so I'm watching it the other day, 3 weeks ago, and this part comes up, and I'm going to just bring up the video. I'm going to explain to you before it plays So
Nobody cares about Oslo, do they? Well, he's not in Europe long. It's
Becomes a whale.
I know. Well, see that the girl on the right asked that girl on the left a question, and all I want you to see is just what the girl on the left replies about the guy being overseas.
Nobody cares about Oslo, do they? Well, he's not in Europe long. It's a boondoggle.
How did you do it? How did you
That was
do it?
3 weeks ago that episode aired. Now, John, I know.
What we got was an expensive boondoggle and the makings of a...
That happened when you and I are the only two guys who know in this world what the feeling is to hear it happen live. I sat up, I shot up like a lightning bolt went through me. And I went, oh my God. And then I was just like, all I thought about was Davyd for the next 3 weeks.
Do you know what the odds are of catching that word in anything? We could have a contest right now and give away, I don't know, every single deafening swag to the winner or whatever. I'll come over and cut your grass for the whole summer. You could, and give you guinea lines. You could do, I don't think anybody could find that word but you and I, and that was completely accident. I look for these words. It wasn't even just Davyd saying it. Davyd saying it made me more hypersensitive to it. But gee, I've never heard that word other than Chris Hayes, what you just played, and Davyd. And I listen. And
so I'm starting to think that it's not that an obscure word now. Maybe
I don't
it's just
know.
us. Because I mean,
know.
it's on a big time American drama TV show there. But I just sat there and went, oh my God. I was like, I can't wait to play this.
I think
to
it
you
is.
guys.
I think it is obscure. I think it's some crazy coincidence we both happen to hear it. Play it again.
Oh, okay. I was so happy as you could tell. Like, I just,
Fine.
Nobody cares about Oslo, do they? Well, he's not in Europe long. It's a boondoggle.
What we got was an expensive boondoggle and the makings of a...
That is the Depening's Baba Booey. We'll have fans like singing it in the background on news shows now.
An expensive boondoggle and the...
This is the way you learn words, right? You beat it to death.
Oh, there's the button. Did you?
Okay, go ahead.
I'll be back.
All right.
Go ahead.
I think big words sometimes make their way into the drinking water, and then you hear it like regularly on different TV shows. It's like buying a new car, and then you keep seeing the car that you just bought everywhere on the road.
Yeah, that's a fantastic analogy, actually, as you tend to have all the time. Punky had master memories. I knew someone was going to say that. Jason LS too. Punky. There's a great at Marta's recommendation. There was a great documentary called Kid 90, and we kind of covered it on here. If to crowbar Johnny Depp into it, they went to a charity for Ryan White, who died of AIDS, who was a very actually not gay, and they did a 21 Jump Street episode based on him.
Yeah.
And so Depp, Charlie Sheen, Soleil Moon Frye went to this charity for him, and then in this Kid 90, apparently, Soleil Moon Frye ran around with a video recorder, recording everything she had done, and then had her answering machine tapes saved from the time, and she wrote a message to herself that Charlie Sheen calls her on the answer machine, and then she made a message to herself that she had a crush on Depp at the time.
Yeah.
I don't know if Depp never called her on the he was with Jennifer Grey at the time.
And probably she indicates that she lost her virginity to Charlie Sheen.
Yeah, Marta's all over it. Right. Charlie Sheen was dating her, and she was very much a minor.
Yeah.
Very, very Seinfeld and Shoshana Charlie Sheen edition, actually,
Right.
as a matter of fact. It's a really good document. Very sad. A lot of kids had passed away from that, and it's just, you just sort of, I cannot believe what she had recorded.
The Sequest kid, Jonathan, whatever his name is.
Jonathan, God, what's his last name again? I forget. He had a good. I remember the AIDS kid on Jump Street was going to beat AIDS by committing unaliveness while doing a daredevil mode. That was Harley. Poolish. Harley Poolish is based on the Ryan White character, Jason. That's a good catch by you. That was an award-winning episode, by the way. Big
with a
Disease
special,
with a Little Name. That's the title of the episode.
with a
Jonathan
special-
Brandis. Thank you, Autobot.
with a special guest appearance by C. Everett Koop.
That's right, at the end. That's right. That's right. Attorney General C. Everett Koop. Do we have anything else? Little thing. Okay, let's get into this. So Dana Plato. Let me just read you a quick bio on her. American actress, born in 1964, passed away May 8th, 1999. American actress, she rose to fame from like Kimberly Drummond on the sitcom Different Strokes, which established her as a teen idol in the late 70s and early 80s. Her personal struggles with substance abuse is well documented by the media. It led to her premature death at age 34. Her life has been retrospectively been called a tragedy. Plato was born to a teen mom and adopted infant. She was raised in San Fernando Valley, was an accomplished figure skater. Before acting, her acting career began with numerous commercial appearances, and her television debut came at the age of 10 with a brief appearance in the television series $6 Million Man. She then appeared in the God, I love that show. And the horror film Return to Boggy Creek and the Oscar-winning California Suite, 1978. In recognition of her tenure, Different Strokes, she received nominations for a Young Artist Award, 2 TV Land Awards. Following the show, she worked sporadically in independent films and B movies and appeared in the video game Night Trap in 1992. It's not exactly Grand Theft Auto. I have no idea what that is. And I know my video games.
Yeah.
Plato was married twice. She had a child in 1984 who passed away. It had such a sad story. Her name was Tyler, I think. During her marriage to guitarist Lanny Lambert. She struggled with substance abuse for the most of her life. She was arrested in 1991 for robbing a video store, and again the following year for forging a drug prescription. In May 8th, you knew that was for Ozempic, right? You know, I mean, today that would be for Ozempic.
Right.
How many people doing that? Plato was found dead in her motorhome from an overdose of prescription drugs or sleeping pills. Her death, while initially considered an accident, was ruled a suicide. Okay, that's just a quick biographical sketch on her. And so as the Stern Show, you know, I say this about the Stern Show, Davyd, and I think you'll appreciate this. And Bob Costas, of all people, said this after it had me thinking he listened to our show. I don't know why, because there's no way he'd use the same word I would use. The Stern Show is, I say, if there's two things to, and especially these years, punching down and schadenfreude is the order of the day when they can't do something. So Dana Plato meets both of those in the criteria, right? She's punching down, and there's nothing more depressing than, you know, back then we were all guilty of it, is this pile on, this punching down of the child stars who, God forbid, don't become huge movie stars after, like Hollywood's merit-based, Davyd, like Hollywood's fair to everybody.
Right.
Like, there's some skill set involved where everybody gets what they're supposed to get. You could be the most talented fucking actor in the world, and you can't get arrested. It's got nothing to do with anything but marketing yourself the right way, luck, nepotism, cronyism. And she just didn't have any of those things. She got typecasted, as tend to happen back then, to everybody, right? If you were on TV, we all did it. We're like, oh my God, Jesus Christ, what a loser. You can't get, you're not Tom Cruise after Different Strokes. You said it about everybody on TV.
Or you know, especially at that time, probably comparing child stars, comparing themselves to like Michael J. Fox, who was able to transition from TV to film. You know, it's like you have people that kind of did it, and you know, what does that say about you? You think to yourself, what does that say about me that I couldn't do it if Michael J. Fox could do it, or, you know, whoever.
And it's as if the television star doesn't know this, that this is like, they don't want, like, it's something they did, like they're not aware, like they sabotage themselves. It's funny you said that about Michael J. Fox. For a while, there was a really short list of actors who made successfully the transition to movie star television actors, and the list went like this. It's changed since, but I just remember originally the list went Michael J. Fox, Tom Hanks, George Clooney, Johnny Depp, and Bruce Willis.
Right.
Those guys thought, oh my God, you couldn't make the transition to movies any, you know, number one on the call sheet, A-list movie star. Now, Michael J. Fox is no longer on that list,
Right.
but it was really tough to do. Tom Hanks was in, Bosom Buddies, and he had a ton of like one-shot guest roles, and he was always kind of stealing the show when he was on. He guest starred on anything, whether it's Uncle Ned drinking vanilla extract, or he was Fonzie's bully. Oh, he got bullied by Fonzie in Happy Days, and they had like a showdown in the new Arnold's, and he did this like kung fu kick to Fonzie through those. But he was, that's a Gary Marshall production, so he was in the Gary Marshall kind of stable.
The Milwaukee, Brooklyn, Gary Marshall universe.
Yes. Yes, Jason. Lanny Poffo is, in fact, the best Lanny. No doubt about it. It'll always be the poet. Horatius says, Wiggy was talking about liking casting couch porn years ago. I remember that. Was probably thinking about that Weinstein thing and others that he knows and the stories they told. Howard had a really close relationship with Harvey Weinstein. Not only did people have heard the interview when he came in 2014. Unfortunately, that was after Howard TV. There is a show from 1998 that I cannot find. There's a huge gap in 1998 for available shows. And in the show that I was looking for, Howard uses Harvey Weinstein to get his kids into a movie premiere. And Harvey Weinstein calls into the show and talks about their close relationship. And I can't find the show, but it gives you more of an insight into like exactly what like Weinstein was doing favors for Howard to get so he can rub it in Allison's face.
Right. Getting the kids into a screening of Shakespeare in Love or whatever boring movie they were getting into.
Yeah, that was the Shakespeare in Love cast. And I think the Kevin Smith movie Dogma, that's the famous story at Nobu when Howard and Beth walked in there and the whole table snubbed them, and it was Chris Rock, Gwyneth Paltrow, Ben Affleck, and some and Chris Rock was the only one to get up and hug him. So that was that gaggle of Weinstein people during that whole thing.
Was that year or it must have been later if Beth?
It was
around.
like 01 or something.
Okay,
2001. Welcome, JC. They also showed Howard in the P. Diddy documentary. Did they really? Oh, I haven't seen that yet. I got a ton of. We did a whole P. Diddy Howard thing, as the great Chubby Pickle said. There's not a doubt in my mind. Howard knows full well what went on in those freak parties. There's not a doubt in my mind that he could be questioned, and he knows shit. There's no doubt about it. Yes, hello, I just finished the latest deafening. Welcome, Diane D. Thank you, Diane. Dr. Sarah, do you have a contact for ARM or the show? Yes, thedeafening@gmail.com, KC Derula. All right, here we go. So I have these good. This is, okay, Diane. So at this point, they're trying to think about turbocharging, trying to jumpstart Dana Plato's career, and they're trying all sorts of stuff. The Stern Show is, for all the wrong reasons, is trying to get her booked. Why are they getting her booked, David? Why are they getting her booked? To goof on the washed-up actress and make her grovel and do demeaning things.
Well,
not to help her.
Oh, sorry. I was just going to say, I wonder if they felt like they had another potential whack packer in her.
Yeah. Think about all like the Corey. It was a very Corey Feldman aura.
These celebrity whack packers,
yes.
Like your who's the what's his name on the show now?
Rappaport.
Michael Rappaport.
Right.
Yeah, thank you.
Who actually has a great film career. Like it's his fault for falling into their stupid trap, right? To becoming that guy. It's his attention-starved, moronic wigger fault for falling into their stupid trap. And you should be ashamed of yourself. And shame on his friggin' agent and manager for letting him do that.
Same with Sam Simon. He's a bajillionaire, and he just was so attention starved that he had to get involved with the being picked apart on the Howard Stern show. It's like you don't fucking need that. You're wealthy enough to not need that, you know.
Do you people get a gay vibe from Sam Simon?
Only because of the Ralph stuff.
Okay. When what happened? Just him on his own though. Do you get a gay vibe off him?
You know, to be quite honest, I haven't seen him enough. I don't really get any vibe from him. He seemed kind of like he's not flamboyant, but he's not like performatively alpha masculine or anything like that. He just seems like kind of a schlubby, kind of nebbish, writer.
He's got a weird personality. He's not funny when he's on the air.
Right.
Like, he's a funny writer, but it doesn't translate when he's in dialogue or riffing. It just doesn't. You know, these people are really funny writers, and it just doesn't. You go, wow, is that really the same guy? Just such a boring mook. When I speak to him.
Their wit has to come through notation. It can't come out verbally.
Yes.
It's so strange. He was married to Jennifer Tilly, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, and she would know. Does Jennifer Tilly come off as a beard to you?
Well, she's a huge like gay icon, fag hag kind of actress.
Yeah,
so I'm sure.
Right.
I'm sure she knows things.
So this is the progression of things, right? So as she's trying to get on, the Stern Show is trying to get after, and they're getting help from people on the outside and callers and stuff. And so this caller calls in February and says he spotted Dana Plato in the East Village in a place called the St. Mark's Hotel. I know New York pretty well. I don't know everything about every place. I don't know if this hotel has some kind of prostitution mantra to it, or is it a drug hangout? Is it just some kind of flop house? I don't know if is it a nice hotel. I have no idea. I just don't know any, for whatever reason, it just sounds shady as shit.
Yeah.
So Dana Plato is spotted by this caller.
John, what is it quickly?
What's up, my nigger?
Hey.
I just wanted.
Yeah, Howard loves the N-word, by the way. So all the callers to kiss Howard's ass, Shuli included, Shuli's first appearance on the show was an N-word joke. He loves the N-word. Howard loves the N-word, and I'm going to get in Howard's good graces by using the N-word in some stupid joke.
I saw Dana Plato.
Yeah.
This is Little Joe. We were down, my friend and I, down at the St. Mark's Hotel on 8th Street, down by 2nd Avenue. And she was down there hanging out with 2 other girls. We walked up to her. We couldn't believe it. We asked her for.
Now, I want your opinion on this, Davy, and the chat, obviously. Marta says Howard sounds like he's 2 weeks away from breaking the closet door open. I agree with that. The last clips I heard of Howard, the lisp is getting stronger. He can't suppress it anymore. And Davyd, I mean, you're not someone that just wants the whole world to be gay. You fully think Howard's gay, and I trust your gaydar even more than
I have a whole explanation as to why, but I just think that I think he's trying to recreate Camp Wellmet his whole career. The radio show is a clubhouse of guys.
Yeah.
And the purpose of having
erotic guys.
Right. And the purpose, well, and even your Garys and your Grillos and whoever, the purpose of having porn stars and having, strippers and all of that was not for his benefit. It was for him to watch his male staff be turned on by the proceedings. And so I think that his sexuality is sort of expressed through his voyeurism. I think that's what he's most into, is just watching.
But you saw that Crazy Days and Nights story on him, right?
Yeah, right.
About him. I think that's 100%. That he's ordering, gay porn, is his weapon of choice at home, and that's the only thing he's got at that point. Now, somebody, I believe every word of it.
And I think that he also, I think that the voyeurism sort of transcends whether he's into men or women, because I think that whether it is a man or a woman, I don't think he's comfortable being found, he's allowed to exploit people sexually or look at people sexually, but he doesn't want it done to him, because it means he would have to relinquish control. You have to be vulnerable. You have to be, open to people perceiving you that way. And I think he is such a control freak. And I think he wants to feel a sense of supremacy over people. So, he's not going to have himself be put in that position,
At this stage in life, and who knows at these Sterns, right? I mean, he could live this guy has a colonoscopy every 3 weeks. I mean, they're clearly like 3-figure lifespans, right? Like you say he's 71. He literally could have, Beth could die before he does. This is how, so he's 71 and who knows, but he ain't coming out of the closet now. If he hasn't done it yet, like you got Danny DeVito to do a few days ago.
I think that, yes, exactly. I think that, I really think that he, you know, I know people always say like, God, if I had his money, I would be traveling. I would be doing all this. I think he just wants to live in Groundhog Day for the rest of his life, where it's like, I got my life just the way I want it. I show up to a place to do no work where I can sort of like, you know, poke my staff to be slightly sexual or to get them to talk about being horny or Cocktober or whatever it is. And I don't want to interrupt that. I want that to be the majority of how my time is spent, because as much as I'm delusional about, because I think he thinks he's going to live forever.
Yeah, Jimmy Kimmel said that to him.
Right.
It wasn't said as a joke. It was said as, you don't live your life. I know you think you're going to live forever, but you're not. It wasn't said as, it wasn't said, you know what I mean? It wasn't said.
It wasn't said affectionately. Yeah. Right. Yeah. So yes, I do think he is gay.
Yeah, Marta said, yeah, so he's talking about tranny porn now, and it's like very vigorous, and it's not done ironically. And he said, this is eventually he's just going to have to, he doesn't. And so what you said before, tying into that is, so what we said about Dan Schneider, how the whole Nickelodeon compound was set up as his little playhouse.
Right.
And, you know, my cousin said that they would ridiculous hours till 10. You're never going to go home because the whole place is set up for you to be a play. It's a playhouse for you. Why would you go home if everything you obsess over is in this one place? Why would you go home to fucking Hungry Girl bitching at you when this isn't work? And the way he has it set up is Castle Gay Skull or whatever. It's all set up that he's just, the definition of work is not that, it's just his proclivities and fetishes foisted on this audience under the fake auspices that this is a show, this is an entertainment show, or this is a comedy show. This is all his personal proclivities that he's monetizing. It is a show for him. It is nothing. There's nothing resembling a show that he does. And so you can't
We made Billy Corgan relatable to our audience.
And so that's, you know, how he has it. So Castle Gay Skull is set up in the same way. He has it where, oh, why don't you go to Italy or go to France or go that he always looks at it like my house is more impressive than anything they could give me in these places. I can't beat what I have at my fingertips.
That's a disease, almost a mental condition, and it's very sad for him. It's the one thing I'm sad about for him.
I'm not.
Well, also,
he's been too overindulged that he can do all that stuff.
Yeah, I don't feel bad for him, but I think it's also. I don't think it's. I think that it's partly, yes, the properties that I own are more impressive than any, you know, cathedral in Italy that I could go visit. But I also think it's like the history and culture of the worlds that any normal person would want to experience and just broaden their horizons. He's just not interested in that.
He's not intellectually curious about anything. I think we lose sight in that. He doesn't have any intellectual curiosity about learning new things or having new experiences. When you don't have that, you're not going to go to these places. You're not going to strive to make new friends. You're not going to, and I don't feel sorry for him because he's so overindulged. They come to him. He has it where people are just, you know, whether it's Jon Favreau in the Iron Man mask or Kimmel pilgrimaging across the country to, you know, he's not one. There's so many better people to feel sorry for.
Can you imagine like a man who on the radio brags about not being intellectually curious?
And he loves it. He loves it. You know, and the Chris Rock thing, David, N-words, love to not know. And that's him. That's why he loves that bit so much, because he's describing himself.
Well, but also that he's dubbed the world's greatest interviewer, being the least intellectually like your job as an interviewer is to be curious about people.
Yep.
You know, but I mean, we're rehashing stuff we've said before, but like it's every celebrity interview is a self-portrait of Howard.
Projection, right? 101, right? pop sci 101, projection 101. You could, and everybody know, even the dumbest among us know the questions are coming. You can write out his interview before it happens. The stupidest among us can do it now.
Yeah.
Marta says his ex-wife, and his ex-wife is in Housewives of Beverly Hills, and she gives me beard vibes. I didn't know that. Jennifer Tilly is a beard, says Marta. Confirmed. Okay, all right. I believe that, and she does come off as a beard, right?
Yeah.
Very much into lady boys. Fine Chug. Howard is a complete voyeur. Yes, perfect word. Fine Chug. Him going to scores all the time was definitely about just watching men get turned on. 100%. Fine Chug. 100%. Chauncey will verify that too. 100%. It's a great cover too. Oh, look at it. I say he just overdoes it. The kids say try hard now.
Yeah.
He overdid it so much with scores, and when we do that, we're going to be doing a Case and Chaplin and Will Murray show, and that's going to be this Sunday in the evening, shall we say? I think it's going to be 6 o'clock Eastern time. Is that good for you too?
I think so. Yeah.
Okay, good. And one of the clips, Will Murray doesn't. Jason probably outnumbers Will in the clips. I'd say. I'm not completely done yet. Of course, it's just probably 5-1 for every 5 Jason clips. There's like 1 Will Murray, and one of the big ones is when they went to Vegas and Howard saw Casey at the pool. It was the only thing he cared about.
Yeah, that's right.
All right, so back to this.
Her autograph. She was a little snotty. We gave her, my friend had $5. We gave her $5. She signed this ratty ass picture that she had.
I want to ask you guys this while I'm playing this. Does this, to you, the St. Mark's Hotel and the way this caller is describing this, and I do believe this is true, does this come off as prostitution vibes or drug dealing vibes? I'll play it again. Ready?
Okay.
8th Street down by 2nd Avenue. And she was down there hanging out with 2 other girls. We walked up to her. We couldn't believe it. We asked her for her autograph. She was a little snotty. We gave her, my friend had $5. We gave her $5. She signed this ratty-ass picture that she had. That was about it. But she looked down, man, like the dirty St. Mark's punk.
Why didn't you bring her in here?
It was really quick, and as I said, we weren't sure it was her.
Okay, remember that. Remember what he just said. Howard goes, why don't you bring her in here? Why do you want to bring her in here if she's on that? You want to pile on her. You want to punch down. You love that she's not doing well. That's why you want her in there, Mr. What's his name? Mr. Plato's Place. Did you hear what Howard just said? Why would he want her in there if she's in such bad shape? To pile on, to shit on her, to give her the Schadenfreude treatment. There's nothing noble about this.
I didn't think of that, her being in prostitution until you just said that, and that sounds what he described, like she's on the corner with some chicks. Yes, it does, and it's
the only thing missing is he didn't say prostitution, right?
He left that out. But you're right. I would say she was doing that, maybe, probably.
Oh, good call, Joe. Bound. Remember Jennifer Tilly and Gina Gershon and Bound?
Oh, yeah.
Wow. Right. Good call, Joe.
Yeah, but Howard's interest in her is not because she was on a sitcom. It's not because she's a celebrity. It's 100%. That her behavior, it's the same as like that Zenaida Perez chick that they had up there that went crazy. It's like
glorified whack packer. What can we goof on with this? She's crazy. She'll do anything we want. She's on. What did Gary? Remember Gary's big mantra of the Stern Show? They don't do their goal was to become accepted by the A-list, but Gary's mantra was, "We'll get you on the way down or on the way up, but never when you're maximized as a celebrity." So she's obviously couldn't be down, right? So that now she can get it. But the Seinfeld was the big example of on the way up, and then he dropped the show. So this fits right into, again, this is 1999, and this is really the mantra of the show was this. They weren't getting great guests all the time, and this was someone that is completely on Howard's radar to shit on.
What is this?
Please?
When was it?
This was about a week and a half ago.
Because according to the Inquirer, her lesbian girlfriend is looking for her, and she's nervous that Dana Plato can't be found.
Yeah, I heard you say that yesterday.
She's that whacked-out chick from Different Strokes, the one who was on Gary Coleman and Todd.
She's that whacked-out chick from Different Strokes. That sounds like a real empathetic guy. I said Peyton's place. That's Plato's place. That's a guy who really wants the best for Dana Plato.
Yeah.
Todd Bridges show. That show's cursed because Todd Bridges got in trouble. Gary Coleman's in trouble. Now she's like homeless.
Yeah, those niggers can't even keep a job. But
did you just drop the N-word?
Yeah.
You see, this is what Sonny Hawson's talking about. Right?
Oh,
She's
yeah.
every
We're
race.
shocked, John. You use the N-word a lot.
It's the casual calling it out that for me that she does that so well. That's great. I wanted to also say, by this point too, I feel like Dana Plato was a punchline she was the punchline of like, delinquent ex-child star. Like,
yeah, what not to do, right? Danny Bonaducci. There's a whole litany. Remember Saturday Night Live did a sketch where the ex-child stars became bank robbers, and they all founded, like, it was just like, Danny Bonaducci and Adam Rich, and just there's this whole list of 70s and 80s washed up child
This
stars.
one's a lot like Margot Kidder. Remember how she was.
Right.
Yeah,
another
really
one
bad.
who, I mean, again, it's all these people like Dana Plato or Margot Kidder where they, because of the time, they weren't diagnosed with the proper mental health condition that they had. And so the media just like makes fun of them because it's like, well, you were on TV, so you must be a millionaire. So we don't care about what you might be going through. So
like, you're supposed to be this CPA master at 12, 14 years old with your finances.
Right.
Like who wouldn't get burned by their parents in that situation? Right?
But,
who wouldn't?
Right. And I think what I was saying about, like, I can see the writers on every sitcom in the mid 90s just passing around from writer's room to writer's room, like, a Dana Plato's the go-to reference if you're going to reference a child star that's lost their minds.
Right.
It's such a lazy kind of thing that Howard would glom onto,
It is. Like, it's the way B. Arthur is a lazy reference now as a punchline, or Abe Vigoda.
Right.
Those two references, they're very Conan O'Brien references, where they're always used as a punchline for, we can't get Russell Crowe, but we're going to get B. Arthur.
Yeah, we're going to get someone peripheral in show business because it's ironic. Like, they're not famous anymore, but we're treating them like they're famous.
The cast of Different Strokes as a whole are the punchlines for washed up kid stars. I mean, there's just there's like a master list, and the list goes on. Whatever you want to. Marta says Howard doesn't care about anybody but himself. He's not capable of loving. He has no taste, no intellect. He's an empty, broken person. 100%. Bravo. Perfect post.
Can we put that post in Dan's papers when he goes?
Dan's papers. There's nothing better than a Dan's papers joke.
Oh, it's the best.
KC Derula says it will happen coming out of the closet when he finally croaks because he's still powerful to destroy a person's career. Not so anymore, KC Derula. Not so anymore. We have these conversations with Chauncey anymore. Those days are over. Howard's not destroying anyone's career. He does not have the juice for that anymore.
Well, also he doesn't. There's so many ways that, like, that Olsen twins clip could go viral. And I know you all have tried to make things go viral, but I just think the avalanche of his past sins would come back to haunt him if he tried to fuck with anyone anymore, is my opinion.
No, there's no doubt. And I think he has a team of retainer lawyers telling him that stay away from that, stay away from this. This is how it's going to go. That coupled with Marcy, right, is the whole job is get to the finish line, which surprises me that he still signs even. It's such an easy job. Like, it's not work. So, who wouldn't sign? Why? By the way, why is it always 5 years with him? Why is it always 5 years? Why isn't it 2? Or why
it's
isn't
the
it
numerologist in him? It was like 112 and 5. Like, he's obsessed with, like, numbers and numbers having meaning and stuff. I guarantee you that's part of it.
100%. Melvin goes, same reason Melvin, Dana Plato and Artie have a lot of the same, not just mental illness, but Howard's interest in Artie is 75% mental illness.
I agree.
And goofing on fat shaming, right? His favorite sport is fat shaming.
Yeah.
100%.
What's the deal?
But, she was with 2 other women. I don't know if they were lesbians, but she looked ratty. She looked like, bitch had a needle sticking out of her arm almost. But we gave her $5, and she gave us this ratty-ass picture. My friend had...
Well, let's just say she didn't have a needle sticking out of her arm. You're saying she looked like she did. But,
right.
It's a
I
big
don't
difference.
want to insinuate her to say she's a heroin addict.
How did you recognize her?
My friend was actually the one that recognized her. You know how she had the way she has her hair parted inside and pulled over into the ponytail?
Yeah.
That's the way she still had her hair. I mean, still the same way. She's still frecklish looking. The same.
You could tell you could tell that's a real, you could tell he definitely saw her. There's too much detail. It doesn't sound at all like, which is fine.
I love Howard trying to avoid getting sued. Like, well, let's say it looked like there was a needle sticking out of her arm. Like he's correcting the caller, so that he doesn't bear any liability for, claiming she's on drugs or something.
Really, too, and which almost leads me to believe that this caller's fake.
I was about to say that where it's like there is a moment where it's like it feels like he went off script and Howard had to like pull him back to, what he was supposed to say. But I don't know. I could see either case being made.
No, you're right. You're right. It's 100% everything you just said. But we're gonna find at the end of this. Hopefully, we'll get to it. Is the fake caller of fake callers was set up when he? I was just drawing a comparison to when Howard tries to apologize. I was out of my mind back then. We always make that same joke. I'm going to show you what he says about Donald Trump Jr. outing him in the blackface and everything.
Right.
So I got that from 2020. That's for the end of this when Howard has to apologize for stuff, and what he uses as an excuse for this behavior is really interesting. Yeah, that's Gordon Jump, Jason, who played that was the Dudley episode where Gordon Jump played a pedo bike owner. Everyone knows that episode. That some reason Dudley's dad. Dudley, I don't hit you. I only want to hug you. Me too, Melvin.
it's just like I think
not enough Dudleys in the world. By the way, there's not enough Dudleys in the world.
I think the pedo episode is just like that has no place on a sitcom. Like what are we doing here? This is for easy setup punchline jokes. Like it's so jarring.
They're trying to do PSA, I guess.
I mean, that was the style of the time, right? They're trying to do very special episodes, but
they run out of ideas sometimes. And every episode, every sitcom, every show has clip shows and the very special episode where they can't keep the comedy going. So let's just make a left turn here and get really heavy.
I think it's also that they're doing this like on a videotaped, like cheap set looking. It just looks like a snuff film. Like it looks gross. I don't know.
Yeah.
Okay, so Gordon. Yeah,
reminds me of that episode of Punky Brewster when her friend got stuck in the fridge. Remember the freezer?
Yeah.
That was really creepy too. That episode.
Soleil Moon Frye coming up a lot tonight.
Yeah,
right?
We should try to get her on.
You gotta get her on. Jennifer Aniston with Obama-stan. Yes, Smart. I saw that rumor. I hope it's true. The obsession with numbers is very pagan. Pagan, says Marta Debbie. Take that.
Wow.
Take that, boondoggle. Allegedly. The starter of Downhill, we could start having allegedly. Well, yeah, you got to say allegedly over and over. PC23 is right. You got to say allegedly. It's like just let's see if we can make a joke out of it. Just say allegedly at all the wrong times tonight. You said allegedly.
Bologna sandwich, allegedly.
Same old. Just looks like he's gotten slapped around a few more times.
All right, thank you.
Have a good day, my nigga.
All right. Got caught up in the whole nigga.
Allegedly, that
Howard
caller said the N-word a lot, and allegedly Howard's obsessed with it.
Same old. Just looks like he's gotten slapped around a few more times.
All right, thank you.
Have a good day, my nigga.
All right.
Oh, you played it again.
Now Howard can dump it. There's like a 2-minute delay, not 7 seconds. There's like a 2-minute delay. He could dump it. He needs it. He needs the N-word.
Well, also. He could have dumped a needle was sticking out of her arm thing too, where it's like if it was a real caller and he can't control him, then dump it. But the fact that he's trying to like work with him to quote get him back on script gives some credence to the idea that maybe it's a setup caller.
I agree. I'm even more convinced of it now. And the lead actor gives speech before the show. You knew shit was about before the show they would do like a this
In
episode.
tonight's episode, we're going to be focusing on
So this call hips Howard to that. So after this, he's curious that she's supposedly like in a lesbian relationship with an extra from some shitty movie she did. And this broad hears it and she calls in. Her name is Jennifer.
Here's a girl on the phone claims that she is Jennifer, Dana Plato's lesbian lover that's looking for her.
Oh, really?
Jennifer?
Hello.
Hi. So how do I know this is really you?
Oh, it's me. Trust me.
Really?
Yeah.
All right,
What do you do for a living?
I'm sorry?
What do you do for a living?
I'm a stagehand.
Okay.
All right, that is her. So you're looking for Dana, huh?
Oh, yeah. She's off doing her thing.
She's here in New York, according to some guy who ran into her.
No, he said she was in L.A.
No, he said New York.
It was New York? He was
Yeah.
talking about? Greenwich Village.
He said he saw her down in St. Mark's Place.
Greenwich Village?
Yep.
When was this?
With 2 other chicks. Yesterday.
About a week ago.
Yesterday.
Yesterday, he said. Did he say a week ago?
No,
or
he said
yesterday?
a week ago.
Oh. I don't know if you got that right, but...
Yeah, it wasn't recent. It was about a week ago. He was calling because we were talking about her yesterday.
Yeah.
What
I mean, basically, the article's pretty straightforward and to the point.
Let me look at the picture of you. You look pretty good.
This picture I have here is so I told you I have the Different Strokes movie that made me go after this. So I found the actual movie and they have a Howard scene in this movie. And so this is her, the way the actress portrayed her with her lesbian girlfriend at the time. So this is like a still from the movie.
Thanks, Howard.
Yeah, I bet you. You wouldn't be a lesbian after I got done with you.
How long have you been a lesbian?
Oh, yeah, here's Jennifer.
I've never been attracted to men ever.
Really?
Spell your last name real quick.
I'm sorry?
Spell your last
Don't tell Emily Stern that. She's like, I wouldn't be a lesbian. You can when I get done with you. Don't tell
You are the dream I never knew I had.
last name real quick.
W-E-J-B-E.
Right, okay. Oh, what kind of name is that? Wedgeby.
It's Arab. Actually, one of my grandparents.
That's interesting. Her name's Bugbee. So you remember the guy we had on the Shane Bugbee who wrote the book on Dana Plato?
Yeah.
It's very oddly similar to that name, Bugbee and Bugbee.
And what's Howard's deal with getting a surname out on the air? Like,
Yeah.
Isn't this
What? Right. Why do you need to know her government, as my black friends say?
Yeah.
Moved here from Damascus, Syria.
I like that picture of the two of you kissing, like making out.
That?
Yeah.
I did that myself, Howard. I held the camera out.
So you were probably excited because you had a celebrity girlfriend.
No, not really. I mean, I grew up in L.A., so I'm not really starstruck ever.
Right.
I'm in the industry. She was she's a sweet person. I mean, she wakes.
Mm-hmm.
John, are you there?
I think we've had a
Oh, do we have a
little,
Beanie Mac? Hey, black guy?
She's a tree hugger, pretty much.
What's a tree hugger?
A tree hugger. She'll go out and tell a tree how pretty it is and
Like, I got a tree you can hug, honey.
sit there and talk to it and hug it.
Oh, that's very LA.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She good in the sack?
I'm sorry?
She good in the sack?
Well, I enjoyed it.
Yeah. You did everything to her?
Oh, well, all depends on,
Any vaginosis? I bet you've got a tongue like a serpent.
Nah, that's Dana.
Really? All right, so
There's a sensitive man, Plato's Place, that line of questioning, right? Yeah. That sounds like he really has Dana's best interest at heart. It really does.
Dude, looking for Dana. If anybody hears us, that Dana should call Jennifer. Is that right?
That's right.
Why do you want her back? She was sounding like bad news there at the end.
Well, her son's been calling me looking for his mom. You know, have you heard from her, whatever?
How old's the son? I didn't even know she had a son.
Remember, she left the show because she got pregnant.
All right.
Yeah, they fired her. What's her name from Designing Women pretty much didn't like her either, so that had a lot to do with it.
Hey, what movie were you working on that she was in that you met her?
Silent Scream.
Never heard of that.
It's an independent film.
Right.
Oh, Dixie Carter.
Oh, okay.
Dixie Carter eventually marries Philip Drummond, Conrad Bain, in the kind of the Jump the Sharks, and they have a son, Sam.
Okay.
And Dixie Carter was on. I know you people like designing women, right?
Of course.
Okay. my Meshock Taylor over here. And so, yeah, a lot of people forget that she was Philip Drummond's wife towards the end of the show.
I have to say these two phone calls feel slightly staged to just between I saw her with some women outside of a hotel and she's a tree hugger, and it's a lot of like
talking points.
It's also like sort of hacky references that make people sound crazy. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no doubt. Yeah, right. I mean, all these things line up to this is what we're going to have as a guest because she's these things. And it's almost like in a television show, they say exposition when I don't know if anyone, this is like TV nerd stuff where a character explains the plot while it's going on. Like it's very forced.
Yeah. And just like everything that has been mentioned about her is very like, again, just sitcom shorthand, like, oh, he's a tree hugger. Oh, that means that he's crazy, or he's a hippie, or he's a this, or he's a,
Yep.
They're not even done editing it, pretty much, and he wants to do some pickups of her, and she doesn't even look the same at all.
Right.
But
so you want her back? Do you want to go get in the sack with her again?
No, I just want to.
I don't know if Howard's planning on trying to do for the E! Show. He's basically a glorified pornographer in a lot of ways. Yeah. So he would have her in with Dana, and they would do lesbian stuff for the E! Show,
right?
Or CBS. He actually is the CBS show at this point too. So he has that horrible Saturday night CBS show, which is basically the E! Show with this bad attention span, ADHD, power edit cut.
So during this era where the CBS show was on, the E! Show was also still going on. So you had a choice of how to watch the Howard Stern show on TV. Like you could watch
But the CBS show, you couldn't count on that for stuff that you might have heard during the week. It was a short attention span version of what the E! And the E! Show could have been better too. Like I thought originally it was better because it would air an hour of what was on the radio. And it was lined up with the day. Then then as time went on, it lost the sequence of the radio show, and then you had no idea what they were going to show. I think it got a lot shittier as time went on.
Yeah,
that they just the wrong people were picking it, and it was like the worst material, and there's so much stuff that they should have. Like you can't find the Dana Plato interview in video. Why would they obviously burned? They obviously don't want anybody looking at the video of it,
right?
Because it's more damning evidence if you could see her. How is that not a video?
Was that ever on Howard TV, the Dana Plato interview?
No, I looked and looked and looked and looked. As far as I know, the E! Show never showed it. She died the Monday after she did the show. Yeah. So they obviously were never going to air it because they're burning the evidence.
Right. I mean, well, I was about to say, like, it sounds like a guilty conscience if by the time you get to Howard TV, it's like, well, if Howard had nothing to do with her death, then why not
air it? Then, right.
Why not air it? Right.
Yep. And that's the quintessential thing they would have shown on the E! Show.
Yeah.
Her full interview. I think it's 32 minutes, the whole interview. I have it here, the audio, obviously.
That's a historical document. That's her last sort of, televised appearance.
100%.
I want to know she's all right and what's going on with her because she's doing some foolish things right now.
If Dana has a tongue like a serpent, I'm looking for her too.
You know who's writing for Howard right at this point, right?
Benji.
No, it's
Jackie.
Yep,
okay.
99.
Well, good luck to you.
Does her kid look like Gary Coleman?
That's Jackie. That's
there you go.
The serpent tongue is Howard.
That's cold.
I'm not saying it's cold. I'm just asking.
No, actually, it looks like his father and his mother combined. So very Caucasian.
All right, cool. Thanks.
All right.
It's actually kind of a sad story.
Yeah, you sound broken up.
Thank God Howard slipped that in there at the end.
So sensitive.
Yeah, right at the end.
Oh, sorry, Sarah. You're right. You're right, Sarah. I'm sorry. I got carried away. I got sad. What a tight ship. She's so fucking intimidating. It's ridiculous. Where is it?
Vinny, it's Mark. Dearest viewers, a new month and a new show. If able, please donate to the Arm Fund, which is how your host gets paid. Super Chat, Venmo, Cash App, or memberships. It all counts. We'll all go. Now put your face in the buttermilk and take a sip. Oh, I love the knee.
So you heard Mark Harris. Anyone, if you can, help us meet our goal. Keep the pirate.
Sarah is going to have to become a rapist.
Match the gas tank. Boom, boom.
We're gonna have a good old-fashioned hang.
Anyway, this girl Sarah has the most amazing body.
Good theory, Dr. Sarah.
How you doing?
There's Sarah.
Sarah. Sissy, pause.
Dr. Katz's office.
Sarah.
I'm gonna burn you.
That's incredible. That's
great.
incredible.
Wow, I've never seen that.
It's scary too. I can name most of those. There's one I didn't get. There's like the fourth one. Ian Ziering, which I love that clip. He goes, Sarah's got an amazing body.
The
Johnny
guy that
Depp
goes,
and
hey,
Gilbert
it's
Grape.
Sarah is Melton from
Yes.
the Onions show she likes. Is that the one you're missing?
No, it was a woman screaming. I didn't know who that was.
Oh, that's Amber Heard laughing.
Oh, I thought I heard Sarah in it. That's Amber laughing. Okay, so Johnny Depp and Gilbert Grape, and he goes, match in the gas tank, boom, boom. Then you hear Melton, and then you hear John Travolta, and this. I guess that Amber Heard was the one I didn't quite get.
I'm throwing in you all the time, going, Sarah.
Yes.
They're just jumping in and out. Look at this. Look, is Sarah a beard?
What an odd question. What happened to Danny Cooksey? Who am I? Danny Cooksey over here? That's the kid who played Sam on the Sam McKay. I don't know, JC. That's a great question. He doesn't come up in the washed up child. Probably like a whole new life and career. Probably left the business. Mr. D. That's a good one, Mr. D.
Happened to
Do you remember him, Sam? He had the bowl cut. He had the red bowl cut.
Vaguely, yeah. What happened to Brandon Cruz from Courtship of Eddie's Father?
You have no right knowing what that show is.
I have no idea.
Zersky says Howard's the epitome, apotheosis of
Apotheosis.
Apotheosis.
Oh, correction.
Apotheosis. That sounds like it could be like the next great supervillain. Apotheosis.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
You will feel the wrath of apotheosis. Casey Derulo, Dead Air Dave. Okay, next one. So now, miraculously, they track down Dana Plato. She agrees to come on the show for this interview. I'm going to play the beginning of this, and then I'm going to jump to the horrible callers who harass the shit out of her and terrorize her. And okay, Dana Plato comes in. She's in the studio. Why do I not? I directly.
They also codified male nudity as comedy.
Is it codify or codify?
I've heard both. I probably said it wrong.
Okay.
Codify. I think he's right. He's
It's
codify. You rarely hear someone say that either. I love it. I love that different strokes background though. I'm loving that.
Yeah, that's right.
That's
the main set.
It's so iconic and kind of creepy as well. Does anyone else feel that it's a bit creepy? It's all perfect, too perfect.
Yeah, it's very right. It's the uncanny valley aspect of it.
Yes. Oh, even better.
I had a theory that that's what Howard's penthouse looks like at the very stages. That Howard would make you think that he has this like Rupert Pumpkin apartment, but this is really what it looks like.
Oh, famous num joke. Dana Plato appeared on the show Different Strokes.
Came into our living rooms every week as a little girl. We watched her grow up.
As a child, she was in hundreds of commercials. She was also a champion ice skater before Different Strokes. She almost went to the Olympics.
Is that right? I didn't know that.
She didn't go because of Different Strokes. She was busy working. She even won the...
Look at fucking Autobot with this crazy cartoon knowledge. He's the voice of Montana Max on Tiny Toons. Is that true?
Rich, the rich kid, yeah.
I always said that David's like perfect job is to be the musical score for those Spielberg comedy cartoons that came out like in the 90s. What were the other ones? Animaniacs? No, seriously, like they'd be lucky to have you actually. Quite honestly.
Or even like Batman the Animated Series.
Yeah.
Or any of those. Yeah.
Yeah.
They all had like 35-piece orchestras, and it was a good time to be in this profession.
I know, right? Isn't that like the mother
lead in the film The Exorcist? Her mom wouldn't let her do it. She was discovered.
I think she's a lesbian, Marta. Emily Stern. I mean, she looks like she's playing third base for the Maryland Muggers right now. I think she's got to be, right. I mean, if you're gaydar for lesbians ever,
Sexual, spiritual.
I won't play it all. It's just mind blowing.
we know what it is, right?
By the producers of Different Strokes when she did the Gong Show, and was reported to be making up to $100,000.
Wait, the Gong Show, America's Got Talent? Is that what we're talking about? Actually, the Gong Show is far more noble and respectable and more entertaining and way better.
By the way, it's funny, he mentions in that little bio that she wanted to go out for The Exorcist, but her mom wouldn't allow her. But Dana Plato is in The Exorcist 2.
I didn't know that.
She has a scene with Linda Blair, like at the beginning of it.
We love Emily Stern. These videos are wild when you're on LSD. That's a Hunter S. Thompson. Sweet Lou Cineas says that with his Amber Vision, Hunter S. Thompson.
Yeah.
Amber Heard Vision, Hunter S. Thompson glass. I think that's Burt Reynolds, right?
It's Burt Reynolds, yeah.
An episode on Different Strokes toward the end.
Wow.
And somehow she, I don't know.
Well, she got pregnant at a young age.
Tree huckers are environmentalists, Zersky.
Yeah.
You're right.
Ed Begley
Got thrown off the show.
Got thrown off the show.
David says he wants to have a tandem bicycle with Ed Begley Jr.
A tantric bicycle is what I said.
Tantric. Wow, he's talking about one up. No pun intended.
Take the seat off.
Take the seat off. Look at this. He's got an armada of gay jokes, this David.
Struggle ever since.
His germophobia is classic.
Now, the last time we spoke on the phone to her lesbian lover, the lesbian lover was reporting her missing.
And she said she looked terrible and she was near death.
And now she's here. Appearing May 21st.
That's a good call, Peace. That was another very special Different Strokes, and Sam got kidnapped. Shit, that's a good memory.
First and 22nd in Chicago at the Expo of the...
Marta goes, I love designing women. I might be a gay man, for all I know.
Oh, that show's
You seeing anyone?
Dream.
What's that?
It's a mega concert. It includes Motorhead and Fang. So here is Dana Plato. Looking good.
So she's, do you know Fang, BonJovial?
Never heard of it,
but you know Motorhead, obviously, right?
Of course, yeah. Fang. I'll look it up. It must be.
I wonder if we can find press on that concert she was supposed to appear at. Like if there was a press release that came out, like, oh my God, Dana Plato was supposed to appear here, but she's.
Great question. That's a great question. That's
like she's near death.
Hi Dana, how you doing? You don't look near death. I look near death, actually.
Right, we looked in worse shape.
How are you, Dana?
I'm welcome.
Good to see.
That's incredible that Howard said you don't look near death.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
I don't remember that.
And so cavalier about it, right?
Right.
Like it's a compliment.
Yeah.
More cavalier than Donovan Mitchell and Darius Garland. They used to sell T-shirts in Seattle that said "Wipe your ass with a spotted owl." What the hell?
Here, get the microphone.
Thanks for having me back.
I heard you were nervous to come in.
Well, hell yeah.
Yeah, everyone would be nervous. Julia Roberts was nervous.
But why would Dana be nervous? She's been with us before.
Julia Roberts came in, I think, the same year.
Yeah.
This is May of '99 for everyone. This is May of '99. I believe Julia Roberts came in right around the same time. The callers before that first dude who called started at St. Mark's Hotel, that was February. Believe it or not.
I would love to do a Julia Roberts an autopsy on that interview.
Oh, 100%. We have a whole video for that too. It's like a big saga. She dated fucking Pat Menachia, Howard's trainer. I swear to God. I didn't know that until I was thumbing through the
she has weird from Lyle Lovett to Pat Menachia.
Yeah,
to,
that's
like,
pretty good.
Just weird.
She's
taste,
not dating A-list. Yeah, that's pretty good.
I mean, right? It's not. It's conventional guys, right?
A lot of backpedaling, PC. You're absolutely right. More backpedaling than Klay Thompson.
Right. So, yeah, you've been on the show before, right?
Listen, I remember that quite well.
Yes, you do. So what happened? Have you become a full-blown out lesbian? Or
Well, heck no.
You haven't?
No. This was just a good friend of mine. It's a total misunderstanding.
You guys are not sexual lovers?
No.
Oh, really?
No, I don't know what I don't know what's going on with her.
The cringe is going to get worse, Chubby Pickle, believe me. Dana Suicidal. We're going to get to that. Is Sarah. Be with us. Fine. Thank you, Fine Chug. Thank you, Fine Chug. Thank you, Marta. Appreciate it, guys. Thank you. I'm gonna keep going with this.
Really, I don't. I feel bad for her. You know, I do.
You're not into lesbianism?
No.
Have you ever tried it?
Well, we've all tried everything, but no.
Yes, that is true.
I've squatted the
Oh, thank you, Piso. So Sam was also in Terminator 2. That's a pretty good gig. I mean, you think you could parlay it $60 away, says Sarah. Good
It's a few
update.
times, you know, but
Right. But you've never, so why is this girl?
I'm engaged to be married.
Are you really?
Yes, I
To
am.
who?
To a man named Mr. Robert Menchaca, a wonderful man.
And where did you meet him? Here in Manhattan?
Oh, my Bobby Menchaca over here. What the fuck is that? What? Doesn't even come up in the Wikipedia. Bobby Menchaca.
No, I met him in Oklahoma City.
White guy?
Yeah.
Was that the dude from fucking Land of the Lost, Chaka? Remember they had that sidekick?
Yeah,
the monkey sidekick?
Okay.
Well, no, my weight comes as Hispanic.
Oh, he's Hispanic?
Yes.
I see. So you are engaged.
Yes.
Well, this might be the answer to all your problems, actually.
What do you mean?
Well, she could have a man supporting her. You sit home, get fat.
Then he could call in.
He can call in and scream at you.
In 30 seconds, it's down to money and weight. Right to
Right.
it. Like, right. You cannot go 30 seconds without.
And also that she's a lost cause in terms of supporting herself or keeping herself healthy. Like,
Oh, totally.
yeah.
She's been pegged as a lost cause years ago, but now it's even more off the chart.
And he's just playing into it. He's not being encouraging. He's not being supportive. Right?
No.
Yeah.
You take half his money. Is it true you made over $100,000 an episode on Different Strokes?
At one time, yes.
Wow, that's a lot of money.
Yeah.
That is a lot of money.
That
I can't tell if anyone doesn't remember. I mean, Davyd, I know you were like in your 60s when this show came out, but
that show came on.
you know, it's a huge show on a Friday night. And this is when Friday night and Saturday night showed great shows. Like they did not care about that. They don't do that anymore.
Right.
This is a massive show. If she really got $100,000 an episode, Johnny Depp got $45,000 an episode on Jump Street from season 2 on. Shannon Doherty, who we just talked about, Sarah and I on the 90210 hashtag Justice for Scott Scanlon. We just did the season finale of 90210. Shannon Doherty got $17,000 an episode for that massive show. Only $17,000 an episode. And
Wait. If we use inflation calculator, US inflation calculator, before anyone says anything, if in 1985, let's say 1985 for Different Strokes, she was getting $100,000 in today's money, $291,000 an episode.
It's pretty good.
Yeah, that's like a massive. That's one of the
that's
highest
great.
paid. Yeah, it's massive. I don't know. You know, I'm sure she got completely.
Yeah, really.
Where did all that money go?
Yeah, is it gone?
Yeah, well, I had after my mother passed away and my husband left all in the same week.
Right.
And I had no clue what to do with myself. You know, I didn't know everyone ran everything for me.
Right.
I didn't realize what I was doing, but I had signed over a power of attorney.
Yes, thank you, Sweet Lou. Everybody, hit the like and subscribe button. Wow, man, I forgot about that. Thank you, Sweet Lou.
Use bums.
To who?
An accountant.
And what did the accountant spend all your money?
He somehow.
Yeah, you had me as Use Bums. Use Bums is a great old school New Yorker.
Use guys.
So we got a Johnny Depp-like story coming out of Dana Plato here. That, I don't know if people know. Supposedly Depp lost $650 million because of managers and accountants and all that shit. We've heard. Al Pacino actually went through that as well. And you got to meet a Prince MBS to. She did not meet her Prince MBS. So this is, I believe,
liquidated it to himself. He took it.
Oh,
really?
Yeah.
And did you sue him?
My mother passed away and my husband left all in the same week.
Right.
And I had no clue what to do with myself. You know, I didn't know everyone ran everything for me.
Right.
I didn't realize what I was doing, but I had signed over a power of attorney.
To who?
An accountant.
And what did the accountant spend all your money?
He somehow liquidated it to himself. He took it.
Oh.
Really?
Yeah.
Man.
And did you sue him?
We couldn't find him. He left with about $11 million $11 million of other people's money also.
Wow.
And we looked for him for a long time, and, well, he
just disappeared.
The authorities cannot find this man.
Well, not so far. It's been years.
I don't believe this.
Yeah.
How is that possible? The authorities can find anybody. That's a lot of money.
No, but people do erase themselves.
Yes.
Yeah, and he did.
I'm looking to do that to myself.
Oh, how I wish Howard would lose $11 million. Why can't this happen to Howard? That's my dream.
That's also the first time in the interview he becomes at all empathetic. It's like, money? You lost money? Like that's something
he's projecting it through himself, like what would happen. Right. By the way, right around this time, there's contract negotiations going on, and it's not for this show, but it was, again, one of those great things you find on the way to Chauncey, and his contract got leaked, and he's denying it, and he's about to make something like $30 million a year in the 2000 signing for another 5. His last contract before they go to Sirius. So I think it's 30. I think the reported that I saw was like $37 million a year or something like that.
Right.
He's denying.
Howard is flashing the Buchwald signal, like, check our accountants. Are they doing it?
But it's all projection through himself. You're absolutely right.
Right.
That's what he's.
So others.
Xavier's mugshot. I like watching ladies do yoga in their Lulumons. Am I saying that right, David?
Lululemons.
Okay. You people like Lululemons, all right?
Celebrities lost over $11 million combined.
No, I don't know about celebrities, but
all of his clients.
Yeah.
And all of your money was gone.
Yeah, but that's how I lost it all. Yes, and then I had a small stash. I had about $125,000 stashed, which I still have stashed, and I will not touch.
Right. Now, when you were the last time I saw you were, I'm trying to think, when you did the Playboy spread.
Yeah.
All right. The Different Strokes thing ended. Did the Playboy spread. And then then the last thing I read was that you'd robbed a video store or something, right?
You went to jail for a little while.
Right.
Oh, well, Haley, I'm a bad criminal. Heck, I turned myself in.
Right. You did.
I'm not good at that criminal thing.
It really shocked me because you could have gotten away with it. You turned yourself in.
Turned myself in. I can't live with that kind of thing. I'm not about that.
You're not.
What's more embarrassing, robbing a video store or renting private resort when you're 15 years old and slapping it on the table for the video guy to see? What's more embarrassing?
I'm interested in jerking off to Andrew Dice Clay, so I'm getting private resort, please.
Dice is gonna come up. Dice is in my avatar. He played Crazy Larry on Different Strokes. He makes Gabrielle Carteris look like Punky Brewster in that high school hallway. You've got to see Dice on fucking Different Strokes.
Beautiful.
You just got crazed from the drugs? Is that it?
No. Really what it was just being very lost. I was lost.
You were lost?
Completely. I had no.
I mean, it was just videos, wasn't it?
You stole videos. You didn't even steal cash, did you? Did you steal any cash?
That is great. It's the videos, man. It's the videos.
Right. Did you steal any cash?
No, well, yes, I did. It was funny, too.
Thank you, Brendan. Chuck McGee's alias was Bobby Menchaca. Thank you, Brendan. That's a sable, right?
Because when I walked into the store, I was very calm about it. And, she was on the phone with her boyfriend in jail.
Right.
Welcome, Steve Benningfield. I remember back in the day and knew Howard was a douchebag. Yeah, we get a lot of this, like, you guys hear this on Gunk a lot, too. Oh, you were laughing like everybody else back then, and now you have this hindsight 2020. No, I wasn't laughing at this. I never got off on Shadran piling on and punching down on the likes of Dana Plato. I never got off on this. I'm not yelling at you, Steve.
The Stern Show is a buffet. I chose the clips and the types of content that I wanted to listen to.
That's
a lot
right.
of it I did not like. Yeah.
Don't tell us what we liked. We're not talking. I know Steve Benningfield. You agree with us. I'm not yelling. I think he thinks I'm yelling at him.
We're shooting the messenger here on the Deafening today.
So yeah, PC23 says Julie Roberts on May of '99.
Wow.
This is right. This is like literally the same week and month. Holy shit.
God, that's a
She
crazy
came
month.
on. Yeah, the Robin store with the charity, and that's definitely constitutes the show without a doubt.
You're not going to believe who was in my store robbing me. Dana Plato from Different Strokes.
Wow.
It was so
It's exciting.
I mean, when I look back on it, it's funny. It really is.
They have beautiful breasts, by the way. Have I ever told you that? They're nice.
Thank you.
They're very nice.
You've embarrassed her.
No, that's not embarrassing. Women love to hear that.
So what?
They love to know they have nice cans.
So what?
Don't you think? That's a nice thing to say, isn't it?
Thank you.
Of course. I remember.
Okay, I told myself I was gonna jump to 13 minutes now. So there's a lot of irrelevant banter here, and this is when the horrible callers. So Mr. Plato's Plate. What is it? Plato? What is his name? Plato's Place. So you want to know what I'm talking. So the way the Stern Show works, if you don't know, Howard has a huge board with callers on it, and Stuttering John answers the phones at the time, and then Gary sets up, and they say, "I want to talk to Howard about this huge thing." It isn't just, oh, I'll say anything. When I've been on the show probably about a half dozen times, and you are interrogated. You have to give almost like like you're a talk show guest and you're rehearsing your phone call with Will or Stuttering John. It's that detailed. And so he has it in front of him. Howard can go to any caller he wants. These callers are what he wants. He knows what they're going to say. It is written out in front of them. That we have caught them using fake callers over and over again. This is not a coincidence. They are out to humiliate her. And go ahead, Davyd. I can hear you.
I'm picturing Janine Garofalo's character on Larry Sanders, like prepping callers, like, okay, you're going to do this bit, but then transition to this story, and like it's like a talk show guest.
It's a great. It's not quite that bad, but it's the next level of that. Like if it's sort of like like Janine Garofalo light on Larry Sanders. Like you're getting into it's a good 5 minutes of like. And then if you don't say exactly, they'll guide you to, hey, why don't you go this way and talk about this because this is what we're doing. Which I guess, this is the job of the producers. But don't think these callers are organic and can do whatever they want. They don't. Right. So here they come, the horrible callers all in a row. And he can take this. By the way, it was so tough to get through to the show. There's so many people on hold right now. He's choosing to go to these people because he wants to rattle her. He wants to, through the prism of, he's trying to play good cop, bad cop with the callers.
Sure. I really wonder how many people. How many people called in support of Dana that he didn't take. They're probably huge fans of the show that wanted to just wish her well.
He just doesn't go to him.
What you're going to be doing there?
Not quite, but I'm there.
Right, you're just going to go there paying you, and why not?
I really love this man, Shane. He's wonderful. He's been very good to me.
He's the promoter?
Yes, he is.
I see.
Yes.
He asked you to appear there. All right.
And I guess I'll be signing autographs and introducing,
some of the bands. Okay. Yes,
Todd.
Todd.
I get to sing with them.
Todd, you're on the...
Oddly, the first caller's name is Todd, which you think, Todd Bridges. Why? That's an odd name, that first, right? It's also they're making it up. Right. It's almost like they're back. It's interns or whatever, and they're making it up.
Here. This is not Todd Bridges, is it? Todd?
Yeah.
Are you Todd Bridges?
No.
Oh, okay. Go ahead, ask your question of Dana.
Hi, Todd.
Get this girl out of here. She's a has-been.
Oh, please.
Come on. She just needs to admit that she's an ex-druggie, ex-con, lesbian with mental health problems.
So that's your impression of her?
Yeah.
Well, she denies that she's a lesbian.
I don't deny anything.
She's trying to resurrect her career.
Well, what's wrong with that?
Right out of the gate, she has the worst things imaginable to her. She couldn't be more susceptible and on the precipice of suicide. She's what we'll come to find out is taking sleeping pills. When you take sleeping pills and you OD on them, what is that code for? You want to go to sleep because you don't want to wake up, right? Let's face it. It's one step away from I don't want to. You want to go to sleep because you hate life, right? Why do you take sleeping pills? It's not I'm not sleeping. It's I can't deal with anything. I want to basically not wake up. Hopefully I don't wake up. It's a great way to die.
Yeah.
To make some money again.
No, excuse me.
There's nothing wrong with that if you're honest.
I'm honest. I am a drug addict, alcoholic. I am always in recovering. Okay, I am recovering. Alcoholic,
you're an
drug
alcoholic, ex-con, lesbian with mental health problems.
Have you ever done...
do you know this for sure, sir?
Absolutely not.
Okay, then how can you make those accusations?
Like.
Yeah, really, that's a little tough, isn't it, don't you think?
Why is everybody...
Howard's playing a very unconvincing good cop, bad cop with the call.
Right.
Did you catch that, Davyd? I mean, how
lame and also the list of descriptors the caller gave to Dana was the same the second time. Like, you're a druggie ex-con.
Oh, right, verbatim, right. Like he's reading off the list. Yes.
Again,
totally.
I don't know. Maybe it's because I'm so used to scripted callers calling in that I'm retroactively assuming everybody is scripted now, but
No,
there
we were
does seem
fooled
to...
back then. You should be tuned in.
I'm
to what
kind of
the
wary
trickery.
of it.
We've proven it. That we have Johnny Meyer, right? He told he
Right.
was a paid caller for them. It was a 10-minute
Right.
phone call. It's fake. If you heard it, you would think it was back then. Anybody would think it was real. He was very convincing. When that was fake, I'm like, holy shit! Anything's on the table to be fake. Anything.
Right, and the caller doesn't really have a good point, even if they're just calling to be a hater. It's like,
right,
because she is
stating the
admitting
obvious.
Right, he's stating the obvious, and then like when Howard gives him pushback, it's like, well, I guess you're right, Howard. There is nothing wrong with her trying to resurrect her career, and then it's like, well, okay, then where do you go from here? So the call,
he's trying to play good cop, bad cop, so he doesn't get the blame.
Right, I understand. I'm just saying the caller is ill prepared if he is trying to just like dunk on Dana Plato, you know.
Hey, I didn't think you people like sports. Dunk on, huh? There's a little basketball reference. Very
That has
nice,
seeped into
Davyd.
popular culture. Right.
Congratulations to your Cavaliers this year, by the way.
Basketball is the one. Basketball is the one with the 40-yard line, right? Is that
Yes,
correct? Yeah.
yes. Casey Derulo says that's the norm for child stars. Is the accountant, the manager, their parents steal their money. I know it's like 80% of them have this.
He's so tough.
I am
done.
I am very, very honest about who I am, who I've been, who I will be, who I am now.
Doesn't sound like.
G Canada's so right. If Howard lost 11 million, he'd be mad, but it wouldn't change his life. And it'd be like you losing $20 at a bus stop.
It's a bucket in the ocean. Who cares?
Yep.
Yeah.
100%.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm sorry to offend you,
All right,
sir. I'm
well,
really
Todd-
very sorry. Have a nice day.
Todd and you have a problem, I think.
Yeesh.
Probably take that up off
Really,
the air.
Todd, I'm sorry if I've offended you at all.
Joe.
She's very class handling it. She could get she's a really sweet woman.
She's
and
lovely. Yeah.
she's lovely. I know you people like to say lovely a lot. I don't say lovely
Lovely.
that often. Watch the person. Yeah, Zersky's right. All these cases now of people losing money, I'm surprised this happens anymore. Like, watch the person that's watching your money. You can't trust anyone, right? You think after like 1,000 cases of this that this would never happen again.
You're on the air. Go ahead with Dana Plato. Yes.
Hi, Dana.
Hey.
I was just wondering, I mean, you sound a little wired on the radio. I don't know if it's just being 8 o'clock.
Does she sound wired to you?
No, not at all. I mean,
Bond, does she sound wired to you?
No, not really. She's chilled out. She seems chilled, but she could be high.
She has kind of a baby voice. I mean, she has like
Yeah.
and maybe she's just. I mean, some people just have a nervous energy when they're sober, and that's okay. You know, it's not.
You're supposed to, first of all, when you go on this show, you're supposed to amplify yourself. You're supposed to bring an energy. You're not, if you're too soporific, that's not okay. She doesn't sound wired in the slightest. She sounds very
not at
normal.
all.
I sound more wired than she does right now, probably.
Yeah.
But you amplify yourself to bring an energy to a fucking morning radio show. And they probably told her that to come before they came on.
And also,
Sorry,
she
Davyd,
said at
you were
the,
saying.
no, you're fine. She said at the top of the interview that she was nervous to be on the Howard Stern show. So,
Right.
you know.
That's a nervous. She doesn't sound wired at all. But this is what they're instructed to say to her. So like right in a row, right out of the gate, they're coming after her, pummeling her with insults that are just out of bounds and dumbfounded. This is so. Howard knows exactly what's going to happen. He is fucking P.T. Barnum pulling those strings right now. Make no mistake about it. Horatio says, I wonder why Howard didn't become a serial killer. He does have all the traits.
Narcissist, yep, sociopath.
We could make a leap that like Dana Plato, Hank the Angry Dwarf, that the comedian Jason Kaplan killed, like
Richard Jennings.
Richard Jennings.
That's going to be on the show this Sunday, Davyd. That's a good good plug for the show.
There is sort of an indirect path of bodies that the Stern show leaves, you know.
Yeah, as long as it's not Howard's goal, and I say it to this day, is everybody's dead but him. He has all the money. Who dies with the most toys, and that's his goal.
In the morning and all, but I know you say you're recovering for 10 years and all, but it just sounds like you're really speedy.
Why don't you ask everyone around here, do I look high?
Let me look. You You do? She does, Jackie?
Her eyes are the size of
Oh, they are?
Oh.
no.
I can't see it. And obviously, now we never get to see this on the E! Show.
Yeah.
When you everyone's eyes are red at 7:30 in the morning.
Yeah.
My contact lenses, one of the things I'm jealous of people who don't wear, because when you drink, you look hungover because the contact lenses dry your eyes out. And that's one of the things I'm bitter about for having such shitty vision, is that I have to wear lenses. Sarah says, this is the private resort. You slapped it on the table to Depp's hairy ass in private resort. What a wise ass!
I don't know. I you know what? I'm bad at telling if somebody's high. I'm not copping out here.
Right.
You don't really look high to me. But
is that not exactly what he said about Artie?
I was gonna say that he threw his voice from 1999 to 2009.
Oh, that is scary similar to his Artie bullshit. I don't know.
Then again, Jackie doesn't. Yeah, I know he is. Yeah. Do you think Dana looks high?
The guy who had Sam Kinison on his show 3 days a week doesn't know what high looks like.
Right. By the way, now it's going beyond the callers. Now Jackie's piling on and Gary's getting a consensus from so the people in her physical space are now ganging up on her. You know, it's not just the callers.
100%.
Out here. I don't know that she's high, but she does seem a little wired. Maybe that's just her personality.
I think she's excited.
I'm very nervous.
She's excited. I don't think you look high. I really don't. You seem pretty clear.
Yeah, just from the radio, it sounds like she's just really, really speedy.
Yeah, I mean, I'm always naive about this stuff. People, like I'll meet Jimi Hendrix, and I think he looks pretty good.
Yeah, but everybody thinks we're on drugs.
Yeah, that's true too.
You guys aren't.
I've been accused of being on heroin. Yeah. That's true. You ever done heroin, Dana?
Hell no.
What'd you do? Coke?
Nope.
Anything
speedy.
Dropped a couple drops.
Anything speedy is not my choice of drugs.
That's anything.
Because I'm too hyper.
Right. Drinking was nice.
Yes.
Do you miss the drinking?
I think about it.
You do, yeah.
Yes, I do. Well, instead, I'll go to the gym and work out.
Oh, that's good. Well, there you go. Yeah,
stop.
Sersky, that's pretty brilliant. Howard's callers were the 90s version of internet trolls.
Yeah, right.
That's really good. Welcome, Jose Villataro, as well. What's he? Someone slipped something in here. What was that?
Speedy is not my choice of drugs.
That's anything.
Because I'm too hyper.
Right. Drinking was nice.
Yes.
Do you miss the drinking?
I think about it.
You do, yeah.
Yes, I do. Well, instead, I'll go to the gym and work out.
Oh, that's good. Well, there you go. Yeah,
stop. Okay, so Fred played a drinking sound drop. Bonds are better, by the way, and that's nice. That's not going to push her over the edge. That's okay. Once again, we know how fragile she is. We know the state. She's on the precipice of God knows what. They've did nothing but goof on her. They know what she's at. And we're playing drinking sound effects, and we're putting these callers through, knowing how fragile she is. There's nothing innocent, no matter how much he tries to play good cop. Any idiot can see through this.
Yeah.
Would you like a drink? I'll give you one. I'm an enabler. I don't know if you know that about me.
Now he's offering her a drink as a joke.
Yeah,
what if she said yes?
All right, let's see if...
thank you, sir, for telling me that. I do need to slow down. Thank you.
John, go ahead. You're on the air.
According to Crystalopolis, according to Todd Bridges, which you'll hear, I think it was sleeping pills. And we have a Todd Bridges. That's the most current update on this from Todd Bridges. Good friend of mine, by the way.
My nigga. I want to say to Dana.
So there's that same jerk off from the day before. Yep.
Right.
John, go ahead. You're on the air.
What up, my nigga? I want to say to Dana. I'm the one that saw her a while back when she was on St. Mark's a while back. I was wondering if she was still sleeping with that black guy that she was with a couple whiles ago, and if she's still cracked up on all those pills. She definitely sounds like a washout.
Well, no. She says she's not high anymore.
He says he saw her on St. Mark's.
Hey, you want a UA? I'll do a UA right now.
As a I'm not going to say I'm a New York nerd as far as the streets and locales. I do take pride in knowing what's what and stuff, but
yeah,
no worse show. New York couldn't be wasted on more than the Stern Show. Howard and Robin both have no idea where that is. They don't know streets. They don't know places. They don't know. Right. You could be more, especially Howard, but even Robin, they know nothing about the nuances and the idiosyncrasies of New York. It's Northwest Suffolk. What?
now.
What's a UA?
A urine test.
Urine analysis. Yeah, really?
I'll do it right now.
Oh, knock your head off. You knock your headphones off.
I will do
You will do urine test?
I will do it right
All
now.
right, Gary, get me a cup, please.
Do you think this caller's just coming up with this on his own? They're going to do a urine test. They take a hair sample from him. You really think this is some spontaneous bullshit on the phone? Honestly? How naive were we at the time?
But that's where it gets really bad. She shouldn't have mentioned it. She shouldn't have mentioned urine tests. But...
Well, she's just trying to
she's trying to play
too hard. Yeah, to please.
It's the girl from Smallville again, trying to play ball, and even
Erica
though she's
Durant.
Erica Durant.
Yes.
Right? She went through that whole interview and kept on she kept a smile on her face the whole time, and then was weeping in the elevator after.
And that's exactly what happens to Dana Plato, as Todd Bridges will tell you. But so much so, Davyd, that Dana Plato could be Canadian.
Really? I believe you.
Stop.
I mean, she looks really bad. I mean, besides the bags under her eyes.
No, she looks
You
good.
didn't see Dana Plato. You haven't been living in New York, have you?
No.
She was living on the street.
Leave
That's
Gary
not
in here
living
with
in
the
New
club.
York.
How are you going to do a urine analysis?
I got your Armageddon right here, buddy. This just gets me every time.
Also, Robin pulling the curtain back, you're not living in New York, are you? And Howard doesn't want to draw attention. Again, I just think, are these callers fake, or are they? I don't know.
It's too coincidental. It's too familiar. It's too for them to set this up. It's too, now that we know how the show works, I don't buy anything. I know the arm is just a mess.
That's Sarah going, geez, Sarah's busting you. But it's what you were saying, John. Like if you called in and got stuttering John would be saying, so what are you going to say? Are you going to, and then if for example, you said, I want to ask her to get a urine test, and he'd be like, okay, great. What else are you going to say? Are you going to say that she should do it today or tomorrow, right now? Are you going to do this? So it is kind of, it's probably sort of set up, but the guy's calling in a smart asses, so they're up for it. They're good with that. They'll know where to go once they get on, like get the urinary test and then say, tell her to do it now, Howard. Get some of her hair, which is coming up.
If
all that kind
there's
of
a
thing.
formula for going to hell, this is it. Everyone
It's
involved,
amazing.
everyone
It's just
involved in this
amazing.
is going to hell.
And after this show, they would have been all high-fiving, going, that was a great show.
Yeah,
We
they're
fucked
proud of
her.
it.
We
Right.
fucked her.
Reveling in it.
And also the callers, this is an era of the show where if the callers are real, they feel like they're co-producers on the Howard Stern show. Like that their call-ins are,
That's great.
It gives them a sense of power.
This is just about the meanest era of the show. By the way, his
It's
divorce,
like when-
Howard's going to announce his separation very, very soon. As this is going on.
Yeah,
It's like
I
when
believe he
Angry
was separated.
Black and them.
Yeah, I believe he was separated way before this, but he's going to announce it very soon. Go ahead, Bon. I'm sorry, I interrupted you.
No, it's like when, like what Davyd was saying, when Angry Black and those guys call in, they kind of take over. They're actually kind of hosting it for like a minute, like they're good enough to go for it.
In the Julia Roberts interview, Sal calls in at some point and says that he, saw that Julia Roberts had like hairy armpits or something, and he's.
Oh yeah, they used him all the time with that stuff. Yeah.
No, Sal had a relationship with Stuttering John before he was ever on the show. He would call him with stock, the whole boiler room bullshit,
right?
Stock tips and shit. So Sal had a line into the show. People don't realize that. Morning radio is the worst, says Casey Drew. I had to get up at 2:00 to be there at 3:30. Horrible. That's the worst. I don't know why anybody takes that shift. It's so antiquated. It just ruins your whole way of life. I don't get it. I'm not competitive enough to care about it. And Rush Limbaugh, who I can't stand, tore that limb from limb. His show was on at noon. He couldn't be more popular. He couldn't have had better ratings. So that's just
You don't get up at 3 a.m. because you don't have to.
Sarah.
Most relevant drop ever. That's great.
Where are you going to send it to?
We'll drink it.
What is this?
Welcome, Hooper. ARM is a sheltered boondoggle common vernacular on Long Island.
Tons of people, we do, those DNA tests, because when people sleep with each other.
Right.
So I have a lab.
Hey, Dana, maybe that would put all these rumors to rest if you took a urine test.
You know what? I shouldn't have to do that for people, but I will.
You will do it? Wow.
I will.
Dana,
yes.
are you still sleeping with the...
Thank you, Jose. Thank you, Jose. So Gary conveniently just happens to have urine tests and hair tests waiting for her.
He'll do it. Wow.
I will.
Dana,
yes.
are you still sleeping with the black guy that you were sleeping with, or?
I don't even know who you're talking about.
Were you even
sir.
sleeping with?
No, could you please explain that to me?
What do you mean, Todd Bridges or Gary Coleman?
Well, that was a rumor for a long time that she was double teaming the both of those.
Oh, get out of here. That's absurd. Yeah, go ahead.
No, well, that guy on the phone was saying that Dana took cash from him for an autograph.
Oh, I don't believe that. Do I believe that?
No.
Man, there's so many rumors swirling. I've never met anybody so controversial.
You know how hard it is for me to go through life? You don't even know.
Oh, I bet you I do know. It seems to me like everybody's attacking you.
That is why I moved out of the city.
You got out.
I'm gone. I'm done with that. See, I'm tired of defending my character.
I know.
I am who I am. What you see is what you get. What you say is what I mean. This is it.
If anyone is that whole black guy thing, so this is like where the Stern show is, clearly racist. Like the whole joke was, oh, you had sex with a black guy. Ha 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 ha.
Right.
So the caller would call in, and that was one of the regular, as we say, troll callers, tropes and jokes is whoever it is. Oh, did you have sex with a black guy? Every single time.
And I think the callers are only like, titillated by that because they know Howard is titillated by that. I think Howard is the reason that the callers even give a shit about that. Otherwise,
you're only saying that to appeal to him.
Right.
Right. 80% of them are going to kiss his ass in that same way to bring up tropes and lines that only he would love.
And have been listening since 1988 and know what to do. Right.
Pellel's right. Looking back, this is so sad and funny. And we're not even done yet, Pell. We're not even close to that.
This is it.
I'm about peace, man. That's about,
Really?
treat your neighbor right or recycle,
You're into recycling?
Mm-hmm.
I don't do that.
I'm trying to get into that myself.
All I'm trying to say is that, and I do a lot of community service,
Right.
I'm
What kind of community service?
Anything. When I was in LA, I fed the homeless.
You did?
Oh, yes. Yes, 3 times a week.
I never did that.
Now, I believe her because she has receipts. How it goes, I never did that. And he's kind of bragging about it. We had, remember that clip I played of Kathy Griffin cornered Howard about the charities he did.
Oh, the charity thing, yeah, right.
And he's like, how many? She's like, you make how much money? You don't what? And he couldn't. And clearly, there was nothing. So Gary ran in to do damage control for him to try to rattle off fake charities. I don't know if you remember that.
Well, I remember that he said what he did in that Kathy Griffin clip. He said he donates junk, like a drawing of himself or something, like something that takes absolutely no effort for him to do, and he just gives it.
That Laura shoves out. Sky Spectre says, "Yep, I always wondered about this saga. I wish this girl had just stood up and walked out. She's just too nice, Sky.
Yeah,
she needs the promotion. She thinks that somehow this is going to help her. It's some last minute Hail Mary to her career that somehow everything Howard touches dies." Certainly any child star. Go ahead, Debbie. I'm sorry.
I also think that, and this affects everybody, is that if you can't hang on the Stern show, that it means that you're not hip. Like you don't understand hip contemporary humor. And I think that is a fear for people, that they are seen as like too self-serious or too, out of touch with what people, I think it is a likability thing, that if I can't hang here on the Stern show and take it, it means that my audience will find me unlikable or out of touch.
Well, she just read the riot act before she went in. She swore to herself. She probably had a pact. I'm not going to fucking walk out. I'm taking this. Yeah. I know what I'm up. Todd Bridges had been on the show. She had probably, with her manager, they probably had gotten together and had a meeting like, okay, this is, no matter what he does, do this. You got to make it through. This is a big shot interview that shows however million people they claim to be listening at this time. You got to make it through. And when you do, it's going to be a great promotion for the thing we're doing with, who is it, Bon? What was the band again? Lemmy from Motorhead. And this could, so she had it in her mind that she's going to hang in there and she's going to kill him with kindness, but it doesn't work on this show.
Right.
Marta says the Howard Stern show will always go down as the biggest gotcha beesh of all time. We all got bamboozled. That's right. 100%.
I'm about peace, man. That's about,
Really?
treat your neighbor right or recycle,
You're into recycling?
Mm-hmm.
I don't do that.
I'm trying to get into that myself.
All I'm trying to say is that, and I do a lot of community service,
Right.
I'm
what kind of community service?
Anything. When I was in LA, I fed the homeless.
You did?
Oh, yes. Yes, 3 times a week.
I never did that.
You're a good person.
Better than us.
I'm a nice girl. I'm a nice girl. I really am. And, you know, these people can think what they want, and I do understand it's always been bad. It's okay. I understand. And I really apologize if I really offended anybody.
Steve Benningfield's got a good point here. As bad as this is, at least he seems engaged. Unlike today, where he's talking to a lady. I know it's such a different person.
He's very sharp back then.
Speaks a lot quicker. Yeah, you're right.
You didn't offend me.
Yeah, there were ratings to go.
I'm sorry that y'all get the wrong impression, but I hope one day.
You guys hear what Davyd said? The clip kind of punched it. Howard still has ratings to get, and he still has to bring it. He has a performance. Has to be. You know, there's a. You can't. The way they're at Sirius, where you just have no accountability whatsoever. There's no ratings. There's no nothing. There's no accountability at all. Here, you know, there's a performance clause. He is not. You're not going to. I mean, they lie all the time, but Davyd's absolutely right.
Get to meeting.
Julie, hi. You're on the air.
Hi. I just want to tell you that, first of all, everyone always calls in to insult the famous people who are on the show, and I totally think that.
So this is them trying to be even-handed, and they're trying to have like a positive caller for her. Just one, you know, one against 10, and just to say they did.
Oh, but they crush her, that caller after the call. They'll just double down on everything. It makes it even worse.
Yep, it does. It does. Johnny, bye-bye. Good to see you, Johnny. Do you have the Barisi book? Any luck on that? I would love for you to track down the Paul Barisi book. I got to do something with that on the deafening. You always hear people. You always hear people feeding the homeless. Unless you're cooking for them, sit the fuck down.
I think they just want to hear themselves speak. Dana, I think that you sound great, and I think that it's fantastic that you're feeling so good about yourself, because I know somebody who actually was.
That's an interesting thought, Pello. Pello says, I wish Dana was alive to see the joke that Howard became now. That's really prophetic and poetic.
A star on about 15 years ago as a teenager, and.
So you support Dana, and you.
Excuse me?
You seem very.
Well, you know, Davyd, we say this all the time, Johnny, bye-bye, about like you wish Dana could have been part of this new podcast generation where every celebrity has a podcast. You could sit down with Todd Bridges and Gary Coleman, and they could do like a different.
That would be great.
It would be great
to do a podcast about like the tragic child stars that are still alive and able to kind of tell their stories interactively. That would have been
therapy for
amazing.
Everyone involved.
Absolutely. Yeah.
There's a Boy Meets World podcast with the cast of Boy Meets, and it does very well. And I could tell you, even though they were on the same night, actually, Different Strokes and Boy Meets World were both on a Friday night. And I think Different Strokes is bigger than that. I think it was way bigger.
Yeah, I think that's true.
And I totally think I think they just want to hear themselves speak. Dana, I think that you sound great, and I think that it's fantastic that you're feeling so good about yourself, because I know somebody who actually was a star on about 15 years ago as a teenager, and.
So you support Dana, and you.
Excuse me?
You seem very upset.
You have touched her.
You have touched her. You're crying, I see.
This is the nicest thing, really. Thank you so much.
Oh, wow.
Thank you.
You've really taken a lot of crap, haven't you?
Oh, yeah.
Well, I'll console you.
Well, I think you sound fabulous. I don't understand why people are all attacking you.
I don't either. I really don't, but that's okay.
You might need to smoke a little weed.
You know what's funny about that is when I did.
The sociopath he is, she's crying, and he's making weed jokes to her, and she's not having it. She's on the verge of something right here already. We got it.
It's Howard, you know, making Gary cry with that Elton John song about his brother, and he's like, I love to see people cry. He had some very specific quote in that moment about like, I can't cry, so I need to watch other people in order to see it or something. I mean, he's completely devoid of humanity.
Crystal
comment on the screen during the Kathy Griffin challenge, Howard would say that he gave money to hospitals but not name which one. He was just making it up. That might be true, but he may have given money to one hospital where his daughter overdosed on ecstasy. He might have been telling the truth about that one.
Crystalopolis. Well, good comment. But he couldn't even say hospitals, Chris. I mean, I'm trying to remember this. I had Monique play it on Gunk, and it was tough to even get it played. And I remember I like 10 times I tried to get that on, and it was where Howard couldn't even say the word hospital. It took Gary to come in and urge, and she just had him pinned, on his heels. And he sounded ridiculous. He was stammering through saying the word hospital. It was so bad. I have that saved in a folder. We'll definitely revisit that.
Yeah.
I'm not really addicted to anybody because I don't care about you that much.
What was that, Monique? I'm sorry, Monique. I didn't send you the link. Oh, she's clearing her throat.
Let me ask you a question.
No joke.
Ma'am, on the phone, are you a lesbian?
Me?
Yeah.
Absolutely not. No.
It doesn't matter either way. But thank you so much.
Oh, you're welcome. And you know what?
That was very touching.
The person who I know, who was a star, he is so screwed up right now. And he used to be a very good friend of mine, but I can't even be friends with him because he's all in love with me and he won't stop harassing me. So I can't even talk to him.
She sounds really familiar with this call. It's like someone who's done the show. I can't quite get it. The voice is so familiar. The speech cadence.
Some of the women who call the Stern Show, they have a very sort of concerned cadence to their voice. And it reminds me of several callers I've heard before. Yeah.
Howard is protected by the deviants, able to get away. It's Horatius, I know. he just steps in. You could not have a bigger deal with the devil. He has a fucking horseshoe up his ass that you can't. He literally signed a deal with the devil, so he wouldn't be accountable for anything. And this is why,
this is ridiculous. Thank you. All right.
No, thank you very, very, very much.
That really touched you. I see you're really crying real tears.
Wiping away tears.
Yeah. Oh, my goodness.
God bless you.
We have very few moments like that on this show.
Yeah, nothing touching happens here.
Yeah.
Only when you miss Jackie's plug.
Hey, she got an onion.
Thank you.
No, there's no.
Yeah, Tendrils is right. Like, she really needed someone in a corner at this point.
Yeah.
So fucking sad the way he did her wrong. Howard has an evil streak, and this interview just proves it. I know, it's just going to get worse, too.
What I don't know if it's because it's a radio show, but that's a thing that Howard and Robin do all the time is they over comment on oh, they're crying. Oh, there's tears.
A human emotion. Oh my God, a human being.
It's just weird that they make 10 comments on it rather than just saying it once,
And Marta says the only reason celebrities hang with Howard is because Hollywood is dead. And they're all has-beens. Yeah. Well, and now it's that line is blurred as to what celebrity power even is anymore. I'm not even sure. That line has been completely torn limb from limb.
Onions, he's really crying. Yeah.
There's such jaded people in there.
She got an onion. Would you like to sit on my lap and have me console you?
Not without an onion. No.
All right, let's take a couple more calls. It's fascinating. Rich, you're on the air. Dana Plato is with us, appearing May 21st and 22nd in Chicago at the Expo of the Exchange.
He's sick and demented, Horatius says, but to monetize that is the key, Horatius. He's only that to monetize it for himself. It's just, can I monetize being sick and demented?
Go ahead, Rich.
Howard, I got 2 points to make. First of all, somebody that doesn't do drugs does not marry somebody they only known for 6 months. Number 2, why don't you
That's not true.
Why don't you get a urine sample from her, Howard?
We're going to get one.
Take a little
what, sir? I'm not going to do
that.
You're
unloaded. You're messed up. You're still doing drugs.
We're sure about that now.
Why would it be important to this caller that she takes a urine test?
Right.
Why would you care? Why would it be so? Why?
Exactly.
Why would you be so invested in her urine test?
Because
He's not a politician.
Well, the reason the caller's invested is because if something comes of it where she actually does take the urine test, that caller's on speed dial now for to be on the Stern Show,
and it's going to take credit for it. Right. This is what Johnny Meyer's talking about. This is a script. These callers are meant to do. It is to let Howard play good cop, bad cop. Stuttering John's involved in this too behind the scenes. This is not organic whatsoever. Why would someone be that passionately invested in her fucking taking a urine? Why? The female lead of Different Strokes. Why? Why would you care if she's who? And isn't marijuana supposed to be nothing? So she came up pop. So what? What are you gonna do with it?
Right. And so these calls are auditions. It's almost like the world's worst caller auditions. You know.
Are you sure about that?
Through that masquerade that you're putting on, you're lying.
I like that you're going to take a urine test. I think it's terrific.
I'll do it. I'll do it, but I won't do it for him.
Negative, all right?
All right, well, let's bet on it. Would you bet him on it?
I'll put money on it.
You will?
How much?
How much?
See, this is what I talk about. I shouldn't have to defend my character all the time.
You shouldn't have to, but why not? Once you take the urine test, you'll never have to again. This will shut everyone up.
Exactly.
That is so wrong.
Take it, Dana.
Oh.
Because of people like you, sir.
Howard's trying to do that thing where he's trying to, playing having this horrible fake bedside manner and playing the good cop is going to cajole her to agree to take the urine test that he set up in the Tuesday meeting before she came on.
Right.
He knows full well.
You, Dana, need to earn your dignity. It's the caller deserves you proving something to him. You don't have dignity already and can just ignore this asshole.
Pat Cooper would love your use of dignity, by the way. He would have loved it. If you were alive. Yes.
John, just on this comment from Johnny Bye Bye on the screen, what we need
Johnny
to do,
Bye Bye is instrumental in a lot of materials we use in the deepening.
Yeah, but I don't think
I still use them.
I don't think that's going to happen, Johnny, after this.
To join Armin Bond. Yes. And yes. So they can, do mean things and
Bond, pause for a second.
Troll and do shows that are not too dissimilar, but whatever.
Was she doing Mark the Bagger right there? Was that what that was?
Is that
yes. So they can, do mean and
that's Mark. That's Mark.
So they can, do mean things and troll and do shows that are not too dissimilar, but
She's wearing an I Care shirt. This is I Care on it. That's ironic. Davyd, you haven't seen this, have you?
Look at this goldfish brain swag all over the place, right? Look at this.
David's just falling off his chair now, trying to work out what he just saw on the screen.
Hold on a second.
Like me.
God bless you.
No, because you're full of.
You sound very religious, Dana. Have you had a religious conversion?
Because you know you're going to bail it. You're going to sin. Go right ahead. I'll send. The check is in the mail if you come up.
Check is in the mail. $50,000. You got it.
50,000.
You got $50,000?
I'm sorry. I can't. I don't know.
You're backing down.
In the bank for you.
50,000.
Hey.
All right, 50. No. I'll put $100 on it.
No.
100.
200.
Nope.
Weasel.
I thought you really believed.
Somebody hardworking.
I'll give you $200 just to watch your peanut cup.
You know what? You think you're going to scare? You're back and making me back down because of that.
No, honey, I'm not trying to make you back down.
I'll give her $200 just to watch her peanut. Good joke, Jackie. Howard Melvin says, Howard uses callers to speak out his many, many mouths. He plays good cop and uses callers with an X opinion to play the other side. Hey, while I think you did great on Letterman, Bob thinks you kind of shit the bed. That's so true, Melvin. That's so fucking true. Especially like when he's like kind of jealous of Artie killed it on Letterman. Yeah. He's not rooting for him. You know that.
And that's what Andy Cohen does to his reality stars on reunions. He gets questions from the audience that are quote the audience, that are super insulting, but it's really just him and the producers trying to stick it to the reality stars.
Yep.
I just don't think that I should defend my character with you.
Come clean. You're doing drugs. Take the test.
Thank you. She said she's going to pee in the cup. She's a monster. Wow. Wow, you have more controversy than me.
Oh, it's horrifying. It's horrifying. It's
unbelievable. I didn't know all
That's
this.
why I moved to a small town out of Tulsa. I live in a population of maybe 600 people.
Smart. Do they know that you're Dana Plato, or you just changed your name?
They don't care.
They don't even care who you are.
And I love that.
What is a Baba-Boo High?
I just, Benji just ran down to Dwayne Reed. They sell a test.
A urine test?
No, unfortunately, I still would like her.
Benji just ran down to Dwayne Reed to get a test. This is how they have. Can you imagine the pandemonium going on in the hallways with this, right? Gary, oh my God, Benji, run out to Dwayne Reed, give it, and it's completely unnecessary. Why do they need, if they think they know it already, why do you need this information? Who does this benefit but you?
There's also something so primally disgusting and depressing about we're going to make you urinate for our show. You know, there's just something so utterly heinous about.
Well, it's so lowbrow. I mean, the show can be the biggest, like, lowbrow, white trash shit fest, right?
Yeah.
And those are the times that it is. It's a weird thing. Like I always say, the Stern Show's like a Chinese buffet, and you take and pick what you like. But there are times I'm just embarrassing segments that I just want nothing to do with, and will not associate with myself with listening or finding entertaining on any level. This is in line with lie detector tests and all that shit they're obsessed with. But everybody's got IQ tests. Everybody's gonna do it but Howard.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
And I wonder if Howard would have done this with Scott Weiland. I don't think so, because Scott would have told him to F off. Like,
you know what? He brings Scott Weiland up on.
Yeah. Oh, right.
One of the clips I have, I can't remember why. It's like later, or I know that he got brought up at some point.
Oh,
before he passed away.
He loved Scott when he got him in. He was all about Scott's addiction and how much money Scott has.
Yep.
And it was probing interviews. And Scott was just like Dana, just on a path of absolute self-destruction. If he could have got Lane Staley in from Alice in Chains, he would have had him in all the time.
They had them on they went to the Private Parts premiere, Alice in Chains.
Oh, really?
Yeah. It was weird. I have it somewhere. That's a good one for us to like watch along with. It's such a weird. We talk about Conan O'Brien getting terrorized by Marilyn Manson. I played that clip a few times, and there's a lot going on at that. There's a lot of people that have never done the show that are at it and stuff. It's really interesting. Good reference, Tata Toothy. That's exactly right. Sonny Black Napolitano from Donnie Brasco, 6 Degrees. That was Monique's neighbor in Greenpoint, Brooklyn.
You're in a cup.
No, is there a urine?
No, it's a hair test.
What do you do?
You pull out a hair.
Right.
And it tests for drugs. I remember reading about this, and it's an over-the-counter test.
No kidding.
Yeah,
like the
Good.
Now listen to Gary, how he's pushing this on her, and they love how sensitive she's, and on the precipice of a breakdown, and how vulnerable, and he's pushes. And watch Gary try to back away from this. This is when I play the clips to the subsequent clips after.
Yeah.
I have no problem doing that, and I said, I'll talk to you. I have no problem doing that whatsoever. I just don't think that I should have to do it to prove myself again and again and again and again.
Well, why not do it, though, and shut all these naysayers?
Listen to him.
Why
not do it?
It's her responsibility. It's not, like, again, putting the onus on her as opposed to these callers are assholes, and you don't have to prove anything to anyone, because who are they to you?
What's in it for her? What
exactly?
She's not getting. There's no job at stake. There's nothing on. What's in it for her?
By the way, don't you get the sense that, like, Gary in his brain is thinking, like, oh my god, this is going to be like a classic bit. This is going to be good as
Yeah.
he's shitting in this family cup or something.
It's where their mentality is like 15-year-olds.
Yep.
Gary really thought this was going to be featured on Best of like 3 months from now.
No, that's exactly what his motivation is in all this. Sweet Beth, Marta, and a Sweet Lou. Yes, exactly how he treats. But yes, very similar. Tone. Exactly right. Passive aggressive.
Well, why not do it, though, and shut all these naysayers up? Shut them up.
They're not worth it.
They're not?
No,
So
you are.
I
They're
am.
not.
Thank you. So you'll take the test for me?
Yes.
Oh, you will? Oh, I love that.
Well played.
So what are we going to do? Pull out her hair?
Good cop, bad cop. Success. Well played. You got her.
Really, a weird show.
This is a very weird show. This is taking on a weird vibe.
Your hair. Pull out her hair and make her pee.
That's just ridiculous.
Let her pee in a cup and pull out her hair.
You know, I'm sorry. It's just absurd. This is absurd.
Hey, give Baba Boo your hair right now. Can you pull one out of your beautiful head? Go ahead. Let me see you do it. Let me see. No, the hair in your head. Could you use that hair in her lap? I'm sure it all works. Use the hair on your head. Give him a hair. And we'll test.
Pay attention to this. This comes back later on. It's a major sticking point posthumously.
Right here.
And we'll find out if you're on drugs once and for all. I believe it.
Pull out a hair? Oh, I would.
I can pull out hair.
Yeah.
Oh, I do it. Oh, there it is. There's the hair. You got it, Baba Booey? Now press that hair. And let's have the hair. How long does that take?
You probably have to send it away
It'll
to
take
a lab.
Benji 5 minutes to get back up with it, and then we have to read it and see how long it takes.
All right, fine. I'll wait.
I can't believe I'm having to.
So Gary has it all laid out. He knows the timeline of Benji getting back upstairs on 6th Avenue, I think it is, and knows exactly what it takes. Like this isn't just completely planned. He knows exactly the timeline.
It would have been, if you were working on the show back then, you could have set this up. Like, it's the kind of idea I would have come up with.
You can't trust that, right? He knows exactly.
If you were working on it, you'd be like, oh, I got this for Dana tomorrow, and give it to Gary. And Gary'd be like, oh, you could test her hair. Oh, brilliant.
You're going to run downstairs. We're going to have just enough time to end the interview with her. So
and she's freaking out right now because they pulled out the hair. I think, doesn't she call back the next day or that day and say she wants them to throw it out or something, the hair?
We're going to get to so this is on a Friday.
Aftermath. Okay.
And they're going to come back on Monday, and she dies over the weekend. So quick to judge others, but too scared to live life. That piece of shit. See, that's right, Powell.
Say that on the radio.
I just did.
It's bull. You can say it's bull.
It's bull poop.
Melvin's right. Like, where's her people during this? I think her manager's just going along with anything. He thinks some gold is going to be mined after this interview. Like,
she doesn't have anyone though. She would have come in on her own.
I'm surprised. Yeah, she doesn't have someone with her in the studio.
Then,
no,
I don't think. No.
Nope. This is why you never get to see the video of this, right?
Right.
Bull pope.
Hey now.
Adam, go ahead. Jason or Dana, whoever, I don't know, Tony.
Who's on the phone?
Who's on the phone? I'm all shook up. Yeah.
Hey, what do you know?
What do you say, bro?
Hey, Dana.
Yes.
Do you remember doing the Sally Jesse Raphael show?
Yes, sir, I do.
Like 1988, 89?
Yes, I do.
What was that? It was you and Adam Rich and a couple other people, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I used to work up there when you did it.
Well, what is your point?
Oh, well, they stayed at the Trumbull Marriott.
Who did?
And both of them. And then the next day, Adam Rich told one of the producers for the Sally Jesse Raphael show that they had sex all night.
Did you have sex with Adam Rich of the 8 is Enough show?
Hell no.
The little kid on there? You did not? Well, not that anything's wrong with that.
No, hey, it's a compliment. Is it? It's a compliment towards me. But no, sir, I did not.
You did not have sex with him. Wow. Wow, this is some show.
Everybody. He had this little tiny grin on his face.
A tiny grin.
And it is enough to fill our lives with love. So now we have one positive caller, a fake female caller who's completely like Pollyanna and almost sounds over the top with it. And everyone else is completely negative and just terrorizing her. Terrorizing. Right. This is like 11-1 so far.
So happy about it.
Well, he's a very tiny guy.
Easily.
All right, so you didn't Jason, go ahead.
Easily.
All right.
Dana, I was just wondering if you ever had the opportunity of seeing Janet Jackson changing during the tapings of Different Strokes.
Yes, as a matter of fact, I have.
You shared a dressing room with Janet Jackson?
Gorgeous woman.
Gorgeous. You saw her nude? You did?
I don't want to put her down because I have great respect for her, but she's a beautiful woman.
And you saw her nude?
She's a beautiful woman.
I'm asking if you saw her naked, though.
I don't want to say anything bad about
you
her.
don't? Why is that bad to say that?
Disrespectful.
Did you say you saw her naked? You two women alone?
It's disrespectful.
If anyone, Janet Jackson played Willis's girlfriend on Different Strokes. She'd seen a lot of sitcom success. She was on Good Times.
Well, she's a beautiful lady.
That's it. That's all you'll say.
I have a lot of respect for her.
But you shared a dressing room?
Yes. No, we didn't share a dressing room, but we had. She's a beautiful.
Were you physically attracted to her?
No.
No. All right. Well, there you go.
Can I get pair of Woodstock tickets?
I don't have any more.
See, Janet Jackson should have stepped up. She's a massive star at this point. This is like 1999. Yeah. Janet Jackson should have stepped up and helped her out right in this moment, right here. She could have changed her whole thing just easily. Just take her under her wing and help someone. Easily could have helped her. I remember we were trying to get Scott to do this. Scott Salem. Didn't want to, very uncomfortable with it. Sweet Lou says, hit that like button. Thank you, Sweet Lou. Everybody hit like and subscribe, everyone. Thanks, Sweet Lou. Get it up to 30, and he's going to put his undies back on. Thank you, Sweet Lou. That's put yourself out there. That's tremendous. Rip Adam Rich. That's right. Adam Rich has passed away. It really is so depressing thinking about all these names. And Sarah says, remember, 8 months, super chats, Venmo, everyone. Everyone, help us hit our goal. Sarah's right. If anyone can donate, please help us hit our goal.
In fact, we're trying to find some of the ones we gave away.
Yeah, we need some back. To tell you the truth. Thank you.
Robin?
Good.
All right, one last phone call because you never know what you're going to get here. Yes, John, go ahead. You're on with Dana Plato.
You never know what you're going to get here unless you have a full 48-inch monitor in front of you with the entire conversation written out and their fucking names. You never know what you're going to get.
You never know. Yeah. You never know what you're gonna get when you start planting fake calls about Dana Plato a month in advance.
A month. It really was since February they've been working on this. That's exactly right. This is May.
Who's appearing May 21st and 22nd in Chicago at the Expo of the Extreme, and I think if you go see her, you'll see she looks very good. The mega concert includes Motorhead and Fang.
And that's special.
Right, and we call 314.
That's about a few things I would,
answered. She said she's not doing drugs. She said that she is working.
The wisdom teeth count.
She said she's not a lesbian.
The wisdom teeth count.
Let me just say, I'm a big fan, actually. Okay. I enjoyed watching you in Different Strokes and all that. I just want to say, but, it doesn't sound like she's being totally honest about a few things I would.
Well, like what? Like what isn't she being honest about? I mean, how would you know that?
Well, the lesbian thing, she kind of really evaded that.
She said she's not a lesbian.
Not with her.
She said she's tried, not with her.
Not with her.
You've done it a few times.
Everyone's been. I think any woman who denies her sexuality, it denies that is denying her
That's what I tell Robin. She still won't do it.
Hey, Howard.
Right.
Hey, Howard.
Yes.
No,
I just wanted to say, all these people are still attacking you on this Colorado thing. They got it all wrong, man.
Wow. See, I'm being
guys. Right? How bad is that? Go ahead, Bon. Go ahead.
He's killing a few things with stones in that one.
So what Bon's talking about is the Columbine shootings just happened here in the United States. This is 1999. That was Colorado. Everyone knows that was one of the first really, really big school shootings. So the caller calls it and said, Jesus, Howard, we can't blame you for this, and we can't blame you. This is like trying to get in front of it. We can't blame you for Columbine.
Yeah. Howard on the air saying that if he was part of the Trenchcoat Mafia, he would have been like trying to fuck girls or whatever he said.
It was that and a bunch. It's horrible. We probably should do a show on that, but this is total damage control.
Under attack like Dana. It's unbelievable. We have a lot in common. Lori, what is it?
Pell, thank you, Pell. So I guess April 20th, 1999 was the Columbine shooting.
That call's great, though, because he called in. Imagine this. He called in and Stuttering John said, what do you want to say? And he said, I want to talk about the Columbine or defend Howard. And he said, do that, but also give Dana a bit of shit.
Yes, right. That's exactly that's his job, Bon.
It's great.
Believe me, I've spoken to him in those years. That's exactly how it goes. You're guided into that. Yeah. If you're not fake, if you're not outright fake.
Right. Also,
I wanted to ask Dana.
Go ahead.
The previous caller, I mean, there's just so many time capsule things in this. The previous caller asking for Woodstock tickets.
Yes.
I know.
That's what he called for. That's perfect.
Right.
Yeah, that's
I love when it really feels like the year too. Like with the you're absolutely right.
What happened to her kid?
Yeah, what happened to your kid? Now, you were fired from Different Strokes for getting pregnant. Is that right? Yes. And you decided to have the kid.
Did she lose custody or something?
Did you lose custody of the kid?
No, I did not. He's home with me. I have him.
You do have him?
Yes,
how old a kid is he?
He's 14.
He is. And
wonderful. I love you, Tyler.
Doing drugs.
What?
Doing drugs.
Wait, Dana, ask Howard about his custody. Ashley, Emily, and Deborah, and how that works out. How he has to go on Wednesday and pick him up in a limo at his drive. Ask him about that, and then takes him to the concert and they OD at the Jingle Ball. Ask Howard about his custody.
Yeah.
Because it's way more interesting than yours. Way more. But he can throw money at the problem. Thank you, Chubby Pickle. Thank you, Chubby Pickle. Great show. Thank you, Chubby. You've been getting a lot of praise for your yeoman's work. He says, on my Chubby wagon back to my second run to LA, California's burned to toast. And everyone's forgotten about it too. No one's bringing it up anymore, but Chubby's still going.
Yeah. And the guy was like, hey man, you want to BJ? You want to F her? What do you want to do? You know what I mean?
God damn it, Bon. You make Fred Norris look impotent on that. You're so good on those.
Hey, how you doing?
They must test her, don't they?
Yes.
Interesting.
See?
Thank you.
Go Bobby, go Vipers. All right, Howard, we love you.
Thank you.
Whatever.
Well, there you go. So you got your kid. You lost custody for a while and then you had it? Who had custody of the kid?
His father.
Oh, he did. How'd you get him back?
Oh, we're not like that. Him and I don't go to court and do all that stuff. Whatever's good for Tyler. You know?
Oh, I see.
I didn't realize, Tata Tooth, that John Elway, the Denver quarterback John Elway, had to delay his retirement because of the I didn't realize that. That's crazy. So he retired in '99. He was born, and so I guess he was 38 when he retired.
So you get to live with him. Well, that's good. Well, there you go. Jim, go ahead.
Hey.
Yeah.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Howard, I've been trying since 1989 to get through to you. It's nice to
Well, you're on. Go. What do you want to say?
I want to tell Dana, I'm also recovering. And
Yes, Sky Spectre. Bless you, Chubby, and safe travels.
Yes.
And then some. This man, I would say Howard and everyone, every caller involved here and its entire staff is going to hell. Chubby's going to heaven in the same way.
Yes.
Complete opposite direction.
I've been trying since 1989 to get through to you. It's nice to
Well, you're on. Go. What do you want to say?
I want to tell Dana, I'm also recovering, and I believe in you. I believe everything you said.
Thank you, man. Thank you very much.
That's not a problem at all. And Howard, if she starts to cry, I'm sure you can console her.
Well, I like that. She did start to cry again.
Thank you.
No onions in the studio. Huh?
And you're really hurting, huh? I mean, did you break out into tears so quickly?
It hurts, Howard.
I'm tired,
recovering.
man.
You're tired.
I'm just tired.
You're tired of the whole thing.
I'm tired of defending my character everywhere I go.
Did you ever consider suicide at one point?
Oh, hell no.
You never did. Never got that bad.
Got a beautiful boy.
You hear Bon moan there? Let's hear that again.
Was me. Yeah.
Oh, that was Davyd.
Yeah.
That was Davyd.
Defending my character everywhere I go.
Did you ever consider suicide at one point?
Oh, hell no.
You never did. Never got that bad.
Got a beautiful boy, no.
Right, you would never do that.
I'm okay in my skin, you know?
Right.
I'm okay with who I am.
You feel good. Yes, Dave. Go ahead quickly because I'm running out of time.
Yo, Howard.
Yeah.
Yo, what up?
Come on, quickly.
Listen, I need a date with Dana.
Dana?
Listen, I used to come home from school every day and watch you and just touch myself with different strokes. I love you.
All right, there you go.
Thank you for that.
Wow.
I'll be down there in an hour, Howard.
All right, very good.
And Dana will be out of here shortly.
Is that cool?
All right. And you have and you have a nice sized genitalia?
7.5 inches.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. It doesn't
Really
matter.
doesn't matter.
No, I'm...
Why is that important, Howard? Why? What a strange line of questioning. How do you go to that?
Howard came to life there.
Yeah, whoa, that's the passion.
Can I also say just on that, it's what adds even more insult to injury is how bored Howard and Robin seem running interference between the callers and Dana.
Yeah, they do. They do seem bored. You're right.
I love the man that I love.
You do?
Yes.
You're in love with him?
Very much so.
And he has big genitalia?
Yes, sir.
He does. All right. What is it, Baba Boohai?
So Benji just called me from the drugstore, and I guess there was a little confusion. They do have this task,
yes,
but it's not immediate. You have to send it. You have to send it out.
All
But
right.
you know, if you want to give me the urine too, I can send both of them out.
Send everything out. Whatever.
So we're going to take her hair sample and urine, and we're going to send it out,
right,
to have it for them
to
pounce on it. And there's
You're
nothing
right,
in it.
though. He's just running around, banging his head against the walls.
Yep.
Gary's in the hallways. Wow, gotta do something.
You could just visualize it, right?
Oh,
And
yeah.
just fucking trundling and waddling through the hall and blowing off poor Louis the board op who tries to say hi to him, pushing him out of the way, checking him into the fucking picture of Sam
Classic
Kinison.
reference.
Whatever you want. Send the hair out.
You know, it's really not necessary. Hair is fine. That's great.
Okay.
Wait, wisdom teeth count. They do count because I had them out.
You did have.
That's so true, Tata Toothy. Every time there's when in doubt, when there's not, go to cock dog. How big is your penis? Penis. My penis.
Yes, it wrecked my life for a while.
And what'd you take for that?
I had to take stuff for that.
Percodan?
I had to. I had to. I couldn't move. I couldn't breathe.
When did you get your wisdom teeth out?
Did you hear Gary? Like, really try to emphasize that somehow she's addicted to Dr. Bob Ostrowski's oral hygienist drugs.
Pain meds for
Gary. Yeah.
for
She goes,
oral
oh
surgery.
my God, Percodan? You addicted to that? You're going to hell, Gary. You're going to hell.
Move. I couldn't breathe.
When did you get your wisdom teeth out?
18 weeks ago.
18 weeks ago. Well, we'll probably find something
The hair
there.
holds
The
up
hair
for
holds
a
the
long
secret.
time.
No, I think it said it's 90 days worth of stuff is what it holds.
Oh, okay, good. Ron, you're on the air. Okay, Ron is gone. Well, this has certainly been a lively appearance.
Wow. I mean, just look at me. You can look at me and say I'm okay.
Gary, yes.
You look fantastic.
But then again, what do I know? I don't want to seem naive. Gary, you're on the air.
Good morning, Howard.
Yes.
Do you really?
Dana.
Yeah, love it. Oh, yeah, sorry.
Dana, do you remember the last year of the show? You weren't on it, but I was Todd's roommate in college on the show.
Yes.
and I've met you many times.
Yes.
And let me ask you a question.
Yes.
What happened with? Did Todd break your arm on the set?
One day, yes.
That's what I heard. What happened?
I don't like to speak bad about it. It was an accident. It truly was an
Todd
accident.
Bridges you're referring to?
No, it was an accident. We were just brawling, playing my wildest piggy flying down the hall thing,
You broke your arm?
No, I went WWF on him, and then we were...
You had a fight with Todd Bridges, a physical fight?
No, we were playing. We were just wrestling around. We were just wrestling.
And you...
and he landed on me and I rolled down wrong. That's it, truly.
So it wasn't...
It wasn't a violent thing at all.
All right.
Okay, Dan, you coming back to L.A.?
No.
Okay.
Not for her.
I'm done with that place.
Good for you.
Right on.
Thank you.
Good luck, Dana.
Thank you, man.
Well,
Tatatuthi, Bob Ostrowski's house arrest comes 2 years after this, in 2001. Thank you, Brendan. Thank you, Brendan. I take pride in my trundles.
there it is. What can I tell you, Dana? You're controversial, evidently.
Are you sorry that you were a child actress?
No, see, that term really bothers me. I think a child actress is someone who only has it when they're little and cute.
Right.
I'm better now than I ever have been. And I get better. Yeah.
Yes.
I get better all the time. The fire's still in there.
It is.
Yes.
So you enjoy it?
I'm an actress. I consider myself an actor, not a child star.
Right.
That really bothers me a lot.
Right.
Because I never was young and cute. I got cute as I got older, maybe. But no, really, I think it's something that it burns within.
And what about that white guy who was your father on the show, Mr. Drummond?
He is the most fabulous.
You still see him?
I speak to him occasionally.
You do?
Yes, I do.
You give him a call and say, how you doing, Mr. Drummond?
Yeah, at least once a year we speak.
Dana Plato will be appearing May 21st and 22nd in Chicago at the Expo of the Extreme. This mega concert.
Conrad Bain, you've done it again. So over the weekend, a horrific thing. She takes her own life over the weekend. We call it drug overdose, but it is a suicide. I mean, it just is via sleep. And so this is the Monday to the Stern Show after this happens. And this is how laissez-faire. This is not exactly, listen to this. This is, okay. Yes, this is the Monday after. We come back from here we go.
Everybody, good morning. What's happening? It is Monday. Welcome. Well, I see that Dana Plato died. She was on our show Friday.
Died on Saturday.
Yeah, that was weird.
Okay, how do you think this goes down, right? He gets the news over the weekend, right? Talks to Buchwald, talks to his lawyers, and the mandate is let's come on and let's act very cavalier about it, nonchalant. Yeah. I have no idea. So much so that I'm not going to remember that she was on Friday. I'm going to pretend I don't remember she was on Friday. Oh, it could have been Thursday. It could have been Wednesday. I have no idea. And don't act broken up. Just act like you have no idea. They must have had some crazy fucking powwow with Buchwald, and this is as soon as they came on, man. He's going to address it.
Imagine Gary calling Howard.
Oh yeah,
Howard
Gary
calling Gary.
Oh my God, we're gonna get blamed for it. They're gonna say, "You pushy."
We've got to get a conference call going right now.
Exactly.
It would have been awful.
Died on Saturday.
Yeah, that was weird.
Todd Bridges is still alive, Zersky. Yes, he is, and he does like a streaming kind of thing on Twitter where he plays video games, I think, and people watch him or something. I see he's constantly coming up in my what do they call it? The Twitter, the field when you not the mentions, the God, what is the term for that when you're feed.
Yeah. This wants to do an interview. In fact, the New York Post wrote up the whole interview.
Yeah.
Which is weird. See how bad I am at telling the people are drug addicts?
God, is this so eerie to Artie?
God.
See how bad I am to tell people are drug addicts.
Right.
As he was laid it out. This is so horrible.
I know. I was like,
totally duped.
Jackie said her eyes were like saucers, but
let's burp during the eulogy of the sweet girl who just did our show on Friday in the middle of
also they probably replayed when they found out it's like, let's quickly go through the interview so we can find any place where we could tell that she was already on track to, unalive herself. So bringing up, like, Jackie said that she had eyes the size of saucers,
Jackie wrote it. Yeah, Jackie wrote it.
Right.
Absolutely. They must have gone over it so much so that this can't possibly be played on the E show.
Right.
And they're
And that it
gonna.
had nothing to do with the callers too.
They'll never replay
Or
it
the
again,
staff.
thinking that no one's gonna get this again.
I was like, gee, she seems pretty straight to me.
I was saying how good she looked.
What the fuck are you laughing about? What is that sociopath laugh? It was almost arrogant, like almost sociopathic, arrogant, you know, unaccountable, unempathetic, unsympathetic. What was that? How do you laugh during this?
I know.
Look at this, Davyd. You've got something great here.
Yes, I texted a link. So I looked
up. Here it comes.
Okay. If you scroll down, the Expo of the Extremes that she was supposed to appear at, scroll down the T-shirt. It lists all the bands, and then at the very bottom, Rip Dana Plato.
Holy shit!
Yeah,
that's crazy. Well done, Davyd. Look at that.
Good catch. Where'd you get this, Davyd?
I just Googled Expo of the Extremes 1999 and went to images, and there was a T-shirt that had this, and they must have had to like redesign it very quickly if she died on May 8th and it was May 21st to add Rip Dana Plato 1984 or 1964.
Damn. God damn it, that's so morbid. It's so I wonder how they handle it during the show. They just had, if that news traveled to them while it was, she just
there's some
make it.
I'll at the end of when we're not doing the show, there's some videos from the concert, so I wonder if they mention her before a song or something.
Look at that. I mean, Davyd, you're ferreting around.
Yes, good work.
Look. You're doing a bit of that. Look, that's That's John when the mouse isn't working. And he's trying to eat the scroll wheel. You guys know the deal now.
I've seen it. Yes.
Well said, Tata. Dana is in heaven while Don Buchwald is in hell.
Yes.
How weird was that?
So he's eating.
Yeah,
right.
Classic Howard there.
He's got chiclets full of egg whites in his stupid fucking pelican gullet right now while he's trying to eulogize it, laughing and eating.
Oh,
He's
well,
got a hell just for that.
He's got a script, and he knows he's got about 500,000 extra listeners for this show, wanting to hear what he's going to say. Because that must have been all over the news. She was just on Howard Stern. He's going, oh my god!
And he's arrogantly reading the script too. He sounds like way too cocky reading the script.
It's like George Costanza.
You just never know.
You know, that happens to us a lot. We interview people and they die.
I know. We get a lot.
And even playing a stupid fucking Rob Zombie song is disrespectful. Like, that's just horrible. Like, that so doesn't go with this.
Well, but because he's trying to bury it,
you
know, rather than give it its proper due spotlight and respect, it's like let's just kind of banter about this in the intro. So I've got the Rob Zombie song. I'm going to be eating. I'm going to kind of chuckle about it, and then we'll move on, and we'll never speak of it again.
Damage control, G Canada, exactly right.
We do.
Because usually people are coming in here to vindicate themselves.
Howard sounds all broken up. What a huge sack of trash.
Yeah.
Turns out her friend was right.
I think Gary told me a whole bunch of people called and said, well, you guys killed her. I said, oh, really? How do we do that?
I sort of feel that way every time it happens, like, uh-oh.
We're jinxed.
Robin.
Okay,
she's so helpful in these things.
Yeah. Well, and also, it's not that the show is... I love how they say it's like, oh, the show is a jinx. It's like, no, it's the things you do on the show that have direct consequences.
Yeah.
No, that was the point. It was to push her to the edge, and hopefully that's their goal, is to get her to... It's not even they want her to commit suicide, but they want it to be close, and they want her to be rattled, and they want to be provocateurs, and they want to... It's the Schadenfreude show. They want to punch down, and they planned it. Yeah. Pellel says, did he think he showed sorrow? People may take it as him... He's somewhat responsible if he shows sorrow. I know that's exactly the plan, Pellel, that they planned out. If you got to come on and act really cavalier about it, you're over it. Oh, I don't know. This is just every interview is just like this. I don't know. I had no idea what she was up to.
It also gives the impression that this happened to her on another show. Like he's not even talking about it as if it was his own show.
He wants to blame something in between it. Right. Something else. She did the same interview 4 times. It's Mancow's fault.
Or he wants to blame something that happened before she came in. So hence the idea that, like, referencing Jackie saying like, oh, Jackie said she had eyes the size of saucers. So she was clearly high before she came to us. So that's when the trajectory started, not our show.
True Hollywood Story said Dana was humiliated on the Stern Show before her death. I don't remember that. I know the True Hollywood Story was like all over this. I don't remember that for some reason.
If E was all over it and they carried the Howard Stern Show, they clearly did not have any loyalty to Howard if they're going to implicate him.
Great point. They went on their own way. Right. They went. His relationship with E was so bizarre I don't know when that first came out. The True Hollywood Story. If it came out after 2005, then they weren't doing them anymore.
Yeah.
But I feel like it was before that. That's a great point, Davyd.
Let me look it up.
We talked to her. We actually talked to her.
There were, I'm sure, a lot of people who talked to her.
Look at Melvin's fixated on the food. I made that food comment, egg whites, and Melvin's going right to the fucking. Melvin's such a foodie. Even Howard's anorexic food.
I'm not gonna play your sandwich again, John. I'm putting a moratorium on your whole.
Oh, explaining the egg
ingredients. I think it went too far. Yeah.
Okay. So the Dana Plato True Hollywood Story premiered on November 21st, 1999.
Okay, so it's right. So wow, it's funny because the Gary Coleman interview we're gonna play is like right that same week.
Didn't Howard admit the divorce in that month as well?
Yes.
Was that, okay.
Yes, he did. It's exactly when it was.
Oh,
it's like late. It was right by Halloween. I think it was August. I'm sorry, October. It was either Halloween Day or the 30th or something of 99. That's when he said it. But I believe they were separated 2-3 years before that. David's people, says G Canada, always have time on their hands to find things like that. They're not encumbered by foreplay.
Foreplay is the equivalent of do-over needles from a candy striper, so I don't need foreplay. Thank you, G Canada.
I was sure you were going to say testicular providence right there.
No, I missed my.
Yeah, no.
But it'll be our fault.
I always worry about that.
I was thinking to myself, couldn't you space this out a little better? Just for us.
I know.
They did a narcissist with Howard and Rob and everybody knows about.
Yeah.
They should do a sociopath. Dr. Drew should have done a sociopath contest.
I agree.
Right? You couldn't score any higher.
Because Robin wants people to suffer so she can only focus on her. Howard wants people to suffer so he can focus on the people suffering.
Yes.
That's the difference.
Like I said, his goal is everybody's dead except him. He's very, very happy about this. Benjamin, welcome, sir. Welcome, Tam Fran, Tamara Francois, everybody. Speaking of Robin Quivers. CP time, you're late, but we'll always take any Tam Fran we can get.
So weird.
Yes, Tata Toothy. Doth do protest too much, Pelican. Exactly.
And Benjamin made a comment much later, John, but he said, Howard also killed Jack Ruby.
That's so Benjamin, right? What a brilliant joke.
That's a Davyd joke.
Yeah.
A state-of-the-art joke writer.
We were hugging her goodbye.
I was thinking that, God, she hugged me and now she's dead.
I know.
She was so alive and now she's dead.
Oh, Robin.
This is the damagiest of damage control I've ever heard. Now that we know this, looking back,
right.
This is quintessential damage control. All of this.
Yeah.
And the zombie song's still playing. We're so laissez-faire about it. We're gonna play the entire ending, the extended version, the 7-minute and 40-second version.
We're gonna play the Iron Butterfly version of this song.
Great reference.
So weird.
So weird. So weird.
We were hugging her goodbye.
I was thinking that, God, she hugged me and now she's dead.
I know.
She was so alive and now she's dead.
I'm really sad about it, Robin.
Howard and Robin sound like Joe Scarborough and Mika Brzezinski.
Yeah.
Apologizing, going to Mar-a-Lago is what this sounds like.
It sounds like Joe and Mika talking about getting their Jamba Juice before the show. Like they sound so giddy and just
way too giddy.
What'd they say she did? Valium?
Valium and some painkiller.
Did she tell us she was on some painkiller?
She kept saying that wisdom teeth count when we kept saying something about a drug test because she was on a painkiller for wisdom teeth. But how long ago were the wisdom teeth taken out? 5 years.
Yeah, I've had wisdom teeth taken out. Man.
And they're saying that it seemed like an accident. Like she wasn't trying
to kill herself, yeah.
But how the hell much Valium and painkiller do you take?
A lot if you're in a lot of pain. Actually, the last person to speak to her was Marianne, our intern.
What?
Yeah.
Oh, Marianne Garvey.
Who's Marianne? Good catch,
Last
man.
show.
Isn't that crazy? What
Johnny, that's crazy.
Damn.
Last show. Wow. Good
Let's get Chauncey to get Marianne Garvey's take on what Dana was like.
She was the last one to speak to her. Well, not the last. Well, the last one.
Marianne Garvey, for all that you don't know, she is now. Well, she became a New York Post writer, and she was Howard's personal intern, who's obsessed with him. And now she writes fucking puff pieces and softball pieces on the Stern Show and kisses his ass.
Also, I love I just imagine Howard saying after Marianne really did tell her to kill herself. So Marianne's fault.
He would blame her. He would throw her under the bus. He would throw her under the bus more than fucking Ralph Cramden.
Right.
A double shift.
But did Marianne call her after the show or just see her out the door and she was the last person who talked to Dana?
Yeah.
Are we going to find that out?
We'll assume that that's what happened.
Yeah. She was the last one to speak to her. Well, not the last. Well, the last one from our show.
Here.
What'd she say to you, Marianne?
Hi, Howard.
Hey.
Well, I don't know if I was the last.
Okay, so we have Marianne Garvey on the phone. I haven't. I made this clip and I walked out of the room. I didn't listen to it yet, so this is kind of the first time, or maybe in a while. Thank you, Chris Delopoulos. Yes, Mar-a-Lago, not a pod. Thank you, Chris. I'm glad you got that.
Marianne.
Hi, Howard.
Hey.
Well, I don't know if I was the last one to talk to her, but right after she left, she called on the phone because I was there Friday morning.
Yeah.
And she was saying that the expo number was wrong, and I was like, yeah, I fixed it. I gave it to Casey, and she was about to hang up. And I swear to God, she was like in the verge of tears. She's like, I just want to thank everyone and say that I had the most wonderful time, and it was great, and everybody was so nice.
Yeah.
So.
Well, maybe we gave her a last good time. She thanked me.
Go ahead, Bon. I'm sorry.
She's helping Howard.
Yeah.
She's such a suck up, such a gold digger.
That's exactly what she is. Yep.
Tamara Francois is exactly right.
Tamara Francois says, I hate how they're piling the evidence up of negative things Dana did before they had a part. Yes, this is utter damage control. They're still playing the zombie music. They know exactly what their talking points are coming into this. He has his biggest fucking suck up, obsequious ass kisser calling Marianne Garvey to help out. And the crying is now misconstrued. Oh, it's tears of joy. It's tears of joy. It's not. Go ahead.
There's also something about not so much. Howard's being super aloof, but Robin discussing this with her morning zoo voice.
Yep.
As like the death of a celebrity a day ago. It kind of again, it's the vocal intonation that manipulates the audience into thinking well, no, normal people who feel like they were guilty of something would sound different. They don't sound guilty, so therefore I don't think they're guilty.
100%.
Vocal intonation. I love that one, Davyd.
The condition of craving and chewing ice is called pagophagia. So Pagophagia.
Maze and an emphatic stroke of Byzantine whimsy.
You thought Dana Plato got abused. Nothing like throwing Byzantine whimsy in someone.
Look at Bond turning the screws on me with my vocabulary.
I love it, and I'm going to make some shorties that cover David's vocabulary soon. It'll be collage.
I texted Davyd, Bon, that he should make a classical music concerto called Byzantine Whimsy, and it'll be this huge hit, and just nobody knows what it means, and this is the backstory behind it. And he's
Just
That's a great name for a song.
It is, right?
Yeah,
Like a classical music song.
A song or an album as well, a tour. The
Yep.
Byzantine,
The Byzantine Whimsy.
Oh, we've got everything going.
Yes, Benjamin. She had a kid, and he passed away too. That's just as tragic as this, in a way. Is that a Lamar Cottrell avatar you have, Benjamin, from Revenge of the Nerds? Lambda, Lambda, and Omega Mu.
Jesus.
That happened to who else? Oh God, she had Anna Nicole Smith. Her son also died tragically.
That's a great comparison. There's a lot of similarities to that here. That's another. Honestly, Howard's got blood on his hands in that one too.
Yeah, that's true.
100%. We got to do that. We got to do that.
Let's do a series, the unalived series or something.
Yeah.
I thought what we did on Gunk with her was way too half baked and goldfish brained and ADHD. Yeah, we didn't get into it enough.
I can't even remember you guys doing it.
Yeah, if we did, it was very fast and it didn't get enough. We should
you had to be done by
real.
You had to be done by 11 p.m. Mountain time, as you called it.
Yes.
She said like it was kind of fun for her to get out and front of the public. So
You guys didn't kill her. She had a good time. I mean, she was all excited. And
well said, Melvin. All hands on deck right now.
happy.
Or those could have been last goodbyes.
I don't know. It sounded weird, though. I mean, I thought she was really nice. I hung up the phone. I'm like, okay. She's like, oh, okay, just make sure I tell everyone it was wonderful and thank you.
Yes, everyone named Marianne's got to do damage. Like Marianne from Brooklyn and Marianne Garvey. You have to kiss it. Yeah, isn't that crazy?
If this happened today, like if in 2025, if the Stern Show could be implicated for a celebrity death, we'd hear from all 70 of those fucking employees. Like,
yep.
She was kind of nice.
Yeah, I was like, okay. Nice.
Yeah.
We're walking.
But why do I always get fooled? I always think I was like, hey, the woman says she's been straight for 10 years. Why is everyone beating up on her? But
Want to talk about what else that happened?
What happened?
Oh no, we were just walking in the hall.
The boys and the moos are clapping along.
She was saying hi to everyone, like hi. I was like, hi. Like
she was friendly.
Yeah.
No. I meant about the hair.
Oh, her hair analysis, yeah.
Oh.
We still have her hair.
Oh.
She gave us her hair for a drug test, but obviously we don't need to.
Marianne, you sound more manic and sped up than Dana does.
Yeah.
She's on drugs. You're on drugs.
Well, she's trying to desperate to get on the air. This woman.
That's
what a
right.
hack.
By the way, that's quite a collection of things the Stern Show has between like Dana Plato's hair and Debbie Tay's bones and like
Debbie Tay's bones, Richard Jenny, Anna Nicole Smith. I mean the list. I mean,
tested now. She was,
I'm not very religious and the heaven and hell thing, and it's all over. But if there is such a thing, you couldn't possibly meet all the criteria. Everybody on this godforsaken show. This is the clear formula for going to hell.
Yeah, agreed.
Yeah,
and Chubby Pickle is the clear for going to heaven.
Yes.
Hey, didn't you have sex dreams about Gary or something?
Yeah.
How's that possible?
Trying to get off topic.
That's the.
Okay. I think Marianne Garvey does this thing though, where she comes in and she pretends she had. Anyone can make up a dream, right? You could just make it up.
Yeah,
I had a sex dream about Gary. That'll get me on the air. I had a sex dream about Fred. That'll get me on the air. Fake laugh.
More impossible.
I know.
That doesn't kill you?
I had like 3 of them.
Oh no.
You want him?
One of them? No, not at all.
And Ozerski's right. Like as far as Howard didn't say, this is the way Data would have wanted it. That's so true.
Being hounded by asshole men in Long Island.
I hate men.
Wow. Oh, a buoy, quite the sex symbol this morning.
Wow. Stalked in dreams.
Mop off.
And after she gave us the hair?
No. I don't know.
No, the other part of don't you remember what happened after she gave us the hair?
No.
You don't remember Gary came in and said...
This was on Friday. This wasn't 4 months ago. This was on Friday. This is 2 days ago. Howard's trying to make it as if so much went on in the last 3 days. I don't remember. He knows exactly what she did.
He doesn't want Robin to even go. Robin hasn't got the script.
Yeah, Robin's
she should be keeping her mouth shut about the hair.
He's trying to steer away from this. Yep.
Yeah.
Tamara Francois says there's a condition called pica. PICCA, where people crave different unusual things like ice.
She asked for it back?
Yeah, right. Yeah, well, that's when I knew she must have been on drugs. See, when we were on the air, she goes, I'm not a drug addict. And she says, as a matter of fact, I'll take a urine test. So Gary goes, okay, give us some urine. And she goes, well, forget it. I'm not doing that.
Whitney
Give me some hair. There's a test, evidently, you can take through the hair.
Right, but you have to send away.
Yeah. So she gave us the hair, and Gary was like, I'll go get this tested. And she was like, well, I want it back. And Gary wouldn't give it back.
Became a whole big mess.
That's hilarious.
Okay, so the fact that she wanted her hair back proves that she was on drugs, not that she's a person who is aware of her own dignity and says, you know what, the show's over. I don't want you to actually go through with this, and I have my dignity. Can I have my hair back?
Yeah, I don't want you beating this bit to death for the next 3 months and doing a Debbie Tay on me. Give me I could care less what you uncover. Give me my hair back. I'm not yeah, exactly right, David.
Yeah. And you're exactly right, where it's like they're going to run this bit into the ground when she's not there. And
100%.
I don't want to set myself up to be talked about on the radio when you have like my DNA at your disposal.
Who would walk out of there and just go, yeah, have at it. Yep, go nuts.
Yeah, sure, great.
You'd have buyer's remorse immediately.
Right.
They know she'd want to do it in the first place. She's just trying to be a good sport.
Yeah.
And it's just like immediately just like, no, I don't think this. I'm just kind of creeped out by that. Just
Cooler
give me it
head
back.
Prevailed when she gets out of the studio, and yeah, exactly.
As Bill Maher said, this nest of vipers.
Yeah.
Would anybody give them any part of your DNA?
Honestly.
Oh, big mess. But I think the hair glows in the dark.
That's hilarious, guys. Let's joke through this. This is a great time for Jackie to write you one-liners.
You don't even need to test. I don't think you need to test it at this point.
Did Gary tell her she couldn't have her hair back?
Well, yeah, but I don't know. Then she took it back. It was a whole thing with the hair. I said, forget it.
YNW Vinny goes, Anna chose death before making out with Benji in his meatball eyes. I would too. I would too.
Also,
go ahead.
Sorry, the fact that she had addiction issues, or that she, that she had mental health issues, makes her less than human. Therefore, we can laugh at her. She's not a human. She doesn't deserve our dignity.
It's right.
Her dignity.
That's right.
Yeah.
Or as Rob Zombie would say, more human than human.
Yeah.
I know that I have an ice addiction, says Tamara, because I have iron issues. Oh yeah, I heard that's connected to it.
Oh, interesting.
Mine goes much deeper than that.
That was weird. Well, anyway, I feel bad for her. She was really very sweet and very.
He didn't know.
pleasant.
Yeah, she has a 14-year-old son.
Yeah.
Howard didn't know he was on heroin.
Weird thing. Well, yeah. Yeah, I didn't even think of that.
Adopt her, Robin.
Yeah.
You have no responsibilities. You have no kids. You have nothing. Adopt her.
Yeah.
Adopt her. You wouldn't even know she was there. You throw money at the problem. You got 5. Adopt her.
You know what? That's such a funny thing. Like, okay, they go through this whole charade on the show of distancing themselves from any kind of accountability. But then it's like, I wonder if even privately, did they look into, hey, does the son need a little bit of cash? Like maybe
No, of course not.
Like right.
He's not even doing it. She wouldn't even take care of his own kids.
Right.
This is they could do like a reverse different strokes, right? The black woman adopts the white boy.
Right.
Right? That's Mr. Drummond. That's a reverse different strokes. There's a perfect opportunity to do it.
Right. But even just like a private check-in, a private like sort of, hey, can we get a hold of her people to get a hold of her son or her ex-husband? And, like.
Any empathetic, good human being would do that. Anybody would. You would feel such guilt. You would be doing that. And not just because assuming like, oh, well, I feel so bad. We got to do something. We got to set up a charity or a GoFundMe. Remember Howard's fucking gay cousin, Stacy?
Yeah, that's
Left him in the street. That's the real guy.
Yeah.
Or I was gonna say the 9/11 thing that Sarah donated to.
Oh yeah. She couldn't track it. There was no paper trail of where the money went. Yeah. I know he kept it.
That was strange.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we got to take a break anyway. We got a lot going on today. Actually.
Really deep comment. Oh, that was strange.
I guess. Tons of stuff to talk
People are
about.
going to stay away from the show for fear that they'll die.
That moment of silence isn't in respect for Dana Plato. It's just idiots who can't think of the next spin.
Yeah, it's Howard's screen froze for a second, so he didn't get the script.
Listen to Robin say something even worse. Listen to us.
I guess. Tons of stuff to talk
People are
about.
going to stay away from the show for fear that they'll die.
It'd be hard to get guests after something like this.
Hilarious.
Hey, is that show jinxed? But they're saying that Different Strokes is jinxed.
It's the jinxed show.
Yeah, because Gary Coleman's had problems, and Todd Bridges, and now Dana Plato's dead. That's weird. Curse of Different Strokes. New York Post. The Curse of Different Strokes.
It's so easy to get cursed by the Post.
And then even the Daily News. Sitcom curse. Mr. Drummond's still alive, isn't he?
He's doing fine.
Mm.
And Charlotte Ray, I don't think she's had...
Lisa Marie Presley to her son Benjamin, saying that died of suicide, and Lisa never got over it. No, that's really sad. The Lisa Marie Presley stuff is really sad.
Yeah, I think, and even like Dana Carvey's son.
Dex. Yeah, that was horrible.
Horrible story.
That was crystal meth or
was it fentanyl or
fentanyl? Fentanyl, yeah, it's fentanyl.
It was fentanyl, yeah.
No problem.
Yeah, the housekeeper. Yeah, I think she's fine. The 3 kids, though, man.
It would sicken me too, Benjamin. That
Weird.
Benji is the same.
But when you look at, like the last 2 movies she did.
Yeah, porno.
But if you were his joke writer, the show would be way different and way better.
Yeah.
If in a perfect world, you would be the joke writer. But Howard's too stupid to get how great you are.
Yeah, sort of. Different Strokes, the story of Jack, Jill, and Jill.
Tendrils goes, the irony of this topic of hair when Howard's DNA test would fail because there's no actual real follicles on his fucking head, on his plug head.
What was the story? The story of Jack, Jill, and Jill she did? And what was the other one?
They called it Different Strokes, the story of Jack, Jill, and Jill, and then one of those bikini beach parties things or something.
Jack, Jill, and Jill. Jackie, didn't you finance that movie? Sure. I think Jackie was behind that. I don't know.
That's interesting.
That's Ron DeShear, Benjamin of USA Up All Night. That's a great clip. It doesn't really feel. It feels like it's plastic hair or something.
It would be funny. It would be funny if Howard did like a 23andMe and they came back. It's like, you came from the country of Rubbermaid. We're not sure.
Rubbermaid. Howard said, "Oh, you didn't know that story, Crystal?" Yeah, Howard had a gay cousin, Stacy, and he did a GoFundMe because he couldn't afford his medical bills, and Howard did nothing.
He was
and he died.
The cousin was had a really bad cancer, I think,
and he lived in Manhattan as well, to make matters worse. A scant, I'd say, 2.5 miles away from Howard's penthouse on in the Millennium Towers.
Enough to put you over.
All right. Well, we'll read this whole article, and
Had people, but you never know if a person on the phone is telling you a real story.
I know.
And it said, "I saw you all whacked out." And
I know.
Somebody else called in and they said, "Why are you speaking so fast?" And
yeah,
who knows what's going on?
Yeah. And then Gary said Paul Peterson called here. You know that guy from the Donna Reed show?
Yeah, the guy who takes care of Dennis the Menace.
And he was like trying to check in and see whether or not we had something to do with killing her or something. I was just like, hey, man, give me a break.
We went home after.
Yeah. We didn't party with her.
Never saw her again.
Yeah, and then that guy Brandon Cruz called, too, from Courtship of Eddie's Father. All the kid stars are calling.
What did Brandon want?
I don't know.
You don't know. I don't know. Yeah. Howard doesn't know when people are on drugs who get let go from shows, but he knows exactly who had a gay experience and how much full of staff is cum ways.
I don't know what anybody wants.
Call us today, not on the weekend.
Yeah, why are you calling on the weekend? But I feel bad for her. She was very sweet, actually. Very nice. She was,
It looked like she was headed for, some happier times.
Yeah, she said she was living, where's she living?
She used to claim to be living in Oklahoma, but then they say in the paper she was living in Florida.
Oh.
Oh,
yeah,
no.
I think we had a lot of...
And then she said...
I want to read this.
Oh, the Entertainment Weekly?
Yeah. Oh, I feel so greasy. I have a lot of molding mud in my hair. And
Howard.
Yeah.
Hi. I tried to get through to you last Friday because I really needed to talk to Dana because I hadn't spoken to her since December. I just wanted to let you know, yes, it's true that she did. She was a user.
Well, yeah, now you say it.
But
why couldn't you get through on Friday? I mean, what could you have done if you had?
Well, I just wanted to talk to her because I knew she was a little out of control, and I just wanted to try to see if I could reach her because we went out for 5 months last year.
Yeah.
And I just spoke to a reporter from National Enquirer last night, and I found out that during the period of time that we were going out, and she said I was the only one, and that she'd never felt this way before, and all of these other things. I just found out that she was actually seeing a guy who's now in Arizona.
Well, evidently she was lying about a lot of things in her life.
She was a good
Well, that's the biggest thing. She is a pathological liar.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
So he gets in, the guy to call in, and you think that you'd think this guy's gonna call in and say how sad it is and all this stuff, and then again, it's just a piling on.
Yep. And it's putting it on her. She's a liar. She's cheating on me. It's not your fault. And yeah, it's just even worse. I mean, it doesn't get more disrespectful to her memory. This is all right. So we're going on the next one. Okay, this is the actual. So they do cut to 2000. Okay, and no, let's go to. You want to go to Gary Coleman? Shit,
oh yeah,
Coleman.
That's right.
Because that's after this. Gary Coleman comes on, and I just have to place where okay, Gary Coleman.
And that's crazy that they've got the balls to have Gary on it, knowing that he could just go crazy and tell Howard, say you screwed up, man. They've got the balls to still have someone else on.
Yeah, I know. It is pure evil, and we probably bought it back then. Whoever, like, the way they laid this out, but knowing what we know now, how they set it up, this is it's utter damage control. This is Gary Coleman, who played Arnold in Different Strokes, comes on a scant 4 months after this, hates the show, and he's got his own, really sharp, and he's harboring what happened here, and he lets it out kind of like towards the end of the interview. I'm just going to play just the beginning of it. He doesn't like the CERN show at all. He's never been on it, doesn't listen.
And he is here. He is discussing his release, and also, I don't know.
Okay, I just caught this too. So Gary Coleman comes in, really smart guys. He's got a big problem with the release they have. Why do you think he has a problem with the release they have? Because Dana Plato had to sign this fucking release, right? They don't read it. It's this huge thing, and lawyers write it up, and you can't, which exonerates them from killing her.
Yes,
being an accessory to murder, whatever you want to call it, right? So Gary Coleman's wondering about this release that exonerates Howard. So Gary Coleman's pushing back about this fucking release they're going to have him sign, and they really push it on you.
And Gary said that his publicist wanted to know if there was a lock on our door so he'd be able to leave if he didn't like the interview. And there is no lock on the door.
Keep him here.
There's no sex in the champagne room and no lock on the door. So you don't have to worry about that. We don't lock any of our guests in. Anybody who wants to leave can leave. It's a two-way street.
Even we can leave if we want to.
If I don't like how the interview is going, I might get up and leave.
Why don't you tell me what you knew down here today?
I'm coming.
So he's got the release. Look at this. You never see it.
Oh, wow.
He's got it in his hand and he's studying it. He's
I wish
actually
you'd showed
reading
it to the Ganges
I know.
camera.
How great would that be? I wonder if anybody has a copy of that. It's the whole release is this. We get to use your shit and you can't sue us, and Howard benefits in every way, shape, and form, and you can't do shit with us. You can't sue us and you can't use it. It's all so Howard wins in every way.
I wonder if Chauncey has signed the release and maybe he remembers kind of what's on it.
That's a great question. I don't know if he's not considered a guest.
Right.
He's never really considered a guest in a way.
Okay. And he is here. He is discussing his release, and also...
does he have problems with the release?
I don't know. And Gary...
That's a yes.
He said that his publicist is a two-way street.
How'd you get involved in that?
It's really interesting. I have discovered that there actually is 100 people on the earth that will do something out of the goodness of their heart. I didn't ask for it. I didn't beg for it. I was still kind of skeptical of it.
Makes me really sad looking at him right here.
I know.
He's such a smart kid,
And,
too. Guy.
When it comes right down to it, I'm really proud to be participating.
Now these, what are they doing? What do you mean the goodness of their heart? What are they doing?
Well, they're.
Ganji's such a dope. He's such a Long Island trash dope. What are they doing to you?
I set up a
what are they doing?
How's it going? Webathon event. It's like going to be like the event of all events on the internet, where there's going to be an auction. There's going to be online chat. Cool, but I just that's always a possibility with any radio program.
You were a little upset before, but are you ready to do the show now?
You know what? I am unconcerned. Yeah, I know who Howard is. The whole world knows who Howard is. I got my notes. I know what I'm doing.
And, well, Howard was saying before that there's a possibility you said if you didn't like what he was asking, you'd walk out. Is that true?
That's always a possibility with any radio program, especially if a shock jock is involved.
Really? You think Howard might go over the line with you, or?
When is he not going on a real line? He's been on the air how many years now?
All right, so we'll see. I guess you're going on in a couple minutes. We'll see you in a couple.
This is 99. I'm going to jump to 29 minutes, and they circle back to. He said that he cares. Oh, you don't like the show, huh?
At this point, it's too early in the morning. But anyway,
you would like to do another series or something like that, though, right?
Oh, well, you know what? I wouldn't turn it down at all.
Right.
As long as the writing was good and it was genuinely funny and it didn't demean anyone.
All right. Well, you're never going to find a show like that.
Yeah. Well, especially with people our age, yours and my age, running the business now.
John, you're on the air.
Howard's like, no, we're the same age. Yeah, that's it. We're the same age. Yep, I was born in 1968.
I'm Howard Stern, the millennial. What are you talking about?
That's a comp because Gary complimented him. Like he think Gary's born in 1968 and Howard's born in 1954. So he's like, Howard's like, yeah, we're the same age. That's right. Jimmy Kimmel and I are the same age. Yep.
Yeah, I wanted to see if he wanted a job as my private lawn jockey.
Oh, come on. That's ridiculous. That is ridiculous.
Your fans.
You don't want that job, I don't think. No, I don't think so.
No, because it wouldn't work, because you'd have to paint my face white.
Right. Paul, you're on the air.
Yes. Gary, you ever bang Dana Plato?
So he brings up Dana Plato. This is really respectful, right? These callers he knows exactly what's coming on. It's written in front of his big fat face.
A job, I don't think. No, I don't think so.
No, because it wouldn't work, because you'd have to paint my face white.
Right. Paul, you're on the air.
Yes. Gary, you ever bang Dana Plato?
No, sorry.
Never had her. Of course, she had an unfortunate...
she was an absolutely gorgeous woman, and I would have loved to have been a friend.
So that photo of her was probably because in Howard TV they usually would use photos taken in the studio or in the hallway. So that's probably
this was remastered, Davyd, 7 years after it. So when Howard TV got to it, they went back and they put this up. So it's 7 years after the actual interview.
So that's probably the only visual proof of her being on the show that exists is that
That's
photo.
A great point by you. Right. If they had it, if they filmed it, they would show her in the studio.
Right.
They did film it. They destroyed it.
Because that's clearly a photo in the hallway. If you go back a little bit.
That's great effing point by you. Right. Any other situation, they would play footage of her on the show.
Yes.
They had the footage. They destroyed it because if they saw it, they would want it.
Oh, that's because they would cut to it. It's like the slow motion footage of them on the show.
Walking in or on the couch. They had the footage, and you nailed. They they show a picture of her instead of her on the show. They had it. They destroyed it.
Right.
Let me ask you this: you ever smoke weed with her?
Nope, I don't do drugs. Never have.
Says he never had a hit of a joint or anything.
No.
You never hit a joint. Let me tell you something, Gary. I smoke weed all the time. I work in a labor pool, and I make minimum wage, and I love it. I make enough money to buy enough weed.
Was Gary Coleman ever on Son of the Beach?
I don't know.
Did they kind of do like a parody of himself? I swear, I think he might have been. Todd Bridges mentioned. I swear, I thought he might have. Could be. Thank you, Davyd.
Yep.
What you talk about, Willis? What you talk about, Wiggy?
And I am so content with life.
Maybe weed is
yourself out.
Gary, there's plenty of hope.
Okay, I'm going to jump to 32 minutes, and he brings up Howard killing Dana Plato. All right.
Unaliving.
I don't rub elbows. I don't kiss ass. I don't do none of that stuff.
All right. Okay. All right. Well, listen, I wish you luck. It's ugo.com, ugo.com.
That's right. November 15th.
I feel bad about what happened.
I'm with Benjamin. He goes, doesn't even say the name right. I hate these loser callers so bad. I know, I hate them too. There's very few good cerebral callers. They all sound this. He's so right. Nothing bad enough could ever happen.
He was on 2 episodes of Son of the Beach, one in season 3 and one in season 1.
Jeez, I knew it. It's a very interesting list of. Now, the whole point of Son of the Beach is, right, their entire litany of roster is washed up actors, right, and they're kind of goofing on them being washed up. Mark Hamill was on it, right? I mean, he has just on and on and on. It's, if you look at who guested on that show, it's all like washed up actors.
All right. Well, listen, I wish you luck. It's ugo.com, ugo.com.
That's right. November 15th.
I feel bad about what happened to you with your parents. I truly.
Melvin goes, the Howard Stern Show burns tapes and evidence like the CIA. No face, no case.
Yeah. Why do you think Beth was, why was Beth rushing over to Ralph's apartment the morning that he died, you know?
Yeah, Tatatoothy was joking, and it just hit me. It just Tatatoothy. You just jogged my memory that I don't know, something just hit me that Gary Coleman was on Son of the Beach. Yeah, you just jogged my memory. It wasn't that I knew you were kidding. I just knew.
You do.
Well, I appreciate that, Gary, but don't waste the emotion because I don't.
It's a tough thing to go through.
It's a horrible thing.
Right.
I agree with that. But I think that I have become a better person because of that. Because of all the trials and tribulations that have happened. And
you seem like a real good guy. You seem like a very positive kind of guy.
Now,
I am my own rock. You know, I depend on people when I have to.
Right.
But I just wanted to ask him, did this go differently or better? Or how are you feeling now? About us?
About you guys? You know, I've heard the horror stories.
What are the horror stories? I don't even know what they are.
People, you know, they misconstrue whatever we say.
What do people tell you about me? I can't imagine.
That you're ornery and you're self-serving and.
Well, I'm an entertainer. I certainly try to.
So
that's an interesting adjective. Self-serving.
So they went easy on Gary because they knew he could be explosive if they knew he was annoyed, so they didn't give him a hard time.
Yes, he's really smart. I mean, he knew to look at that goddamn release form, and he was prepped on the Dana stuff, like because she signed away any kind of exoneration. You know, that you could implicate Howard into it. There's no doubt about it.
Entertain people, and I certainly I'm self-serving in that I talk about myself.
Right,
I mean,
and you're demeaning, and you have absolutely no respect.
Well, aside from that, I'm a great guy.
Yeah. How are you feeling?
Now, how are you feeling now that you've done the interview?
Actual experience.
I can certainly say that I am happy I've done this.
Right. Well, that was a diplomatic answer. What is it, Baba Buhai?
I mean, I don't know if you want to get into this, but I know one of the things that Gary really doesn't like you about.
What's that?
I hear through the grapevine that he thinks that you are responsible for Dana Plato's death.
Well, that would be crazy. I mean,
how would we be responsible?
We actually enjoyed Dana.
Maybe not.
How would I be responsible?
Maybe not responsible, but maybe the catalyst.
Now,
maybe that downward.
I've never seen this part of it.
Isn't this great?
This is fantastic. He's a little pocket rocket. He's giving Howard. Look at Howard's
really
eyes
sharp.
there.
He's really sharp.
His eyeballs are probably pushing against his glasses.
Yeah,
right now.
darting like a hummingbird.
That's why he wears the sunglasses. And Gary Coleman's like, he does it with a smile on his face too. He's like, maybe not, but you are the catalyst. In a way, catalyst is even stronger.
Yeah, it is.
Slide started here.
I hear through the grapevine that he thinks that you are responsible for Dana Plato's death.
Well, that would be crazy. I mean,
how would we be responsible?
We actually enjoyed Dana.
Maybe not.
How would I be responsible?
Maybe not responsible, but maybe the catalyst.
Now,
maybe that downward slide started here.
No. Did you hear the interview I did with her?
No, I didn't. Remember, I have never heard your show.
In fact,
that's music to Howard's ears that he didn't hear. Now he gets to lie his ass off. Music to his ears.
That's a Hoover Dam of lying that just came down when Gary said he didn't hear the interview.
With her said, she came in because she had some really bad stuff written about her in the tabloids.
We all have.
And she said to me, I want to go on and dispute everything that was said in the tabloids.
All right.
I said, here's the place to do it. I love that kind of discussion. Came on and did it. She left here and said to me, this was the best day I've had in years.
All right.
She walked out of here, and the guy, I guess, who was her boyfriend manager, said, you've made her really happy. She's really, really happy.
All right.
And I think...
Show us the footage, right? You got e-cameras ever. Show us the footage. Where's her post-game interview? Show us. Show us.
Can I say a couple things? Okay, first of all, I love that Howard remembers this with utter clarity when 4 days after her death, after the interview, he couldn't remember what she did after she gave them the hair.
Didn't know what day of the week it was.
Right, exactly. And also, this notion that she came in to dispel every accusation that was put up against her, when was that established? I don't remember that from the interview. She just came in
just to promote that fucking whatchamacallit show. The
thing, right, exactly. Yep. So this idea that there was some sort of premeditated like conference call that Howard had with Dana Plato and her people that like, you should come on, and the entire point of the interview is for us to dispel all of the sort of inaccurate sort of things about your addiction or your mental health or your whatever. That's not true, and it was never established at the top of the interview when she came in. So,
but not only that, they've destroyed the evidence, so there's no tape to play, right? So you would say, "Oh no, Gary, look at this. This is her post game interview with Mike Ganji. So much that's destroyed. You can't show it."
Yeah, right.
Sternocchio lies again.
She had a lot of problems, and she had a lot of stuff going wrong in her life. But
you would think someone would have said that by now, right? Sternocchio. You got to copyright that, Tata Tufi.
Yeah, that's good.
You go Tata.
As far as the interview here,
we said Wigabod Crane. We've said everything. Not that though, for some reason. Vigorous,
and
right?
we interviewed her a bunch of times before that.
Right, that I'm aware of.
Each time she came on, just had a great time and felt really, really good.
Thank you, Sky Spectre. Thank you. It's a great compliment.
Is that true that they'd interviewed her before?
If they did, I didn't. I'm sure they did. I didn't hear it. She might have called in a few times. It's not showing up. It was probably a nothing burger.
I just wonder if it's like a Robin Williams situation where it's like, we interviewed.
Oh, that could be, Davyd. That could be. She could be lying because I can't recall her on the show. Besides that, so that could very well be doing Robin Williams with a fake. She's been on many times.
So
this is another misconstrued thing where I was told about a drug test.
No. In fact, she came in. One of the callers called up and said, "Hey."
No.
He's lying. Look at that.
We interviewed her a bunch of times before that.
Right, that I'm aware of.
Each time she came on, just had a great time and felt really, really good. So
so this is another misconstrued thing where I was told about a drug test.
No. In fact, she came in. One of the callers called up and said, "Hey, you're on drugs. We read about it in the Inquirer." And she said,
"I heard."
And she said, "I will take it."
He's lying utterly and completely about the urine and the hair test, because he knows he didn't listen to the show, so you could say anything.
She didn't prompt Gary or Benji to go down to Dwayne Reed to get a drug test. They did that all themselves.
I can't take
a drug test right now.
This is really infuriating.
And prove to you guys. Even gave us a sample of her hair, which I still have. Gave it to us, and I said.
That's a lie too. The Marianne Garvey called and said like, no, we ended up giving it back to her.
Yeah, I still have it.
It's not necessary. I'm not going to go sit and drug test her. That's not my job. But the fact of the matter is, because of the coincidence of her dying that weekend,
right?
People like you who don't hear the show and stuff, they would say, "Well, she died."
He read about it in Dan's papers, Ben. Stern sent a nice note about Coleman's issue with Plato's death. He was also sent a note about Stern's rebuttal, and the staff wrote it.
Yeah. Howard did a painting of that hair follicle.
Because she did the show.
What you read in the tabloids and elsewhere.
I mean, my luck is you'll leave here, and if you die, people say I killed you. I mean, it's absurd.
The same thing happened to her here that has happened to you this morning. People called in and said whatever they wanted to say.
Right.
We're not responsible for that.
Right. I mean, those are.
Because Robin, everybody's got the same threshold for being thick skin, right? Like rhino skin. Like Gary Coleman can joust and they're expected to be exactly the same. threshold for getting harassed and teased
Yeah.
and shit on.
Those are people.
Your
They're not
ever-loving
our
fans out
anything.
Those are
there.
people, yeah. Go
You
ahead.
know what, Gary? You know one thing I want to point out? Like, Dana left here, and around noon, after she did her interview, about the same time you did yours, after she had time to think about it, she called us to thank us and tell us what a good time she had. So if it was so bad, even after she had time to think about it, she enjoyed her time.
Well,
No,
see,
I
this
think
is
we
an
got-
opportunity.
Look at Gary's gonna cry. Look at Gary. He's so nervous.
Yeah.
I've never seen someone look so nervous. I am not a body language reader. Have you ever seen a human being look more nervous than what he just heard? Look at that.
Yes, said Torian. He's deceptive.
That's such a great drop.
But by the way, Gary, the reason she called back is because they had the wrong phone number for the concert. That she called Marianne because they had the wrong number for the plug for the concert. She maybe incidentally said she had a good time, or told Marianne but then also told Marianne it was a business related thing. It was that they had the wrong phone number for the plug, not that she just felt so good about being on the Stern Show that she had to express it to someone in the office.
Spot on. It's Crystalopoulos says, remember Ed Bradley, the 60 Minutes interview, had Howard take off his sunglasses and his eyes darted around the old neighborhood that he lied about. Yes. We got to do that. We got to do that 60 Minutes thing. That's such a good point.
Yeah.
You know what? I don't remember anything about this. It was a house of horrors. I don't remember. Yeah, that one of the goes is they rented a house in Mineola to pretend that he was in his old neighborhood, and he doesn't remember his house.
For you guys to dispute all that crap, because that's all I heard was crap, and I just thought of you as completely evil.
Because
Gary's getting his digs in a little bit too.
He has no idea how right he is.
Yeah, right.
Must apologize
Thank
to you.
Because it was a coincidence that that she died that day, and I just said, "Wow."
Yeah, we were shocked. There could have been no one more shocked than we were to hear the news.
In fact, she said to me afterwards, "I'm going to be with my."
They're all just horrible, sociopathic serial liars. All of them. Oh, my God. God, good for you, Gary. This is poor Gary Coleman's body was in the Utah morgue for a year of his death due to a legal battle with his ex-wife and parents. What a horrible way to go.
Oh,
The kid, he's got such a bright guy. Mr. Marble doesn't sell his air on eBay. All right. So here we are. We come to, this is the fall of 99. Now, Fox decides to air a Different Strokes movie. And I have the movie right here. I'm going to play a little in the beginning, and I'm going to jump to where Howard comes in, because he's such a part of this that they portray Howard in this fucking movie, and they basically say he's responsible for her death. This
is like a movie about the show, like the Brady Bunch sort of thing,
but it's done in a much more it's done like in almost like a reenactment that you would see on like a biography at the same time.
They did a lot of these type of movies. I remember in the same year they did 2 about Roseanne and Tom Arnold. So it's like a dramatization of like the behind the scenes skirmishes of Roseanne and Tom. So this is something similar.
Have you guys seen that Saturday Night Live movie yet?
No, I haven't seen it yet.
Came out.
I haven't seen it yet.
It's sort of fascinating.
Directed by Jason Reitman.
That's right. I've been writing this on.
The guy who plays Andy Kaufman does a great Andy. It's really cool.
Oh, Jim Carrey is brilliant in Man on the Moon. I mean, I thought he deserved it. I thought he deserved the Oscar for that.
Strokes when the laughter stopped on Fox.
The following program is based on events in the lives of the cast of Different Strokes.
I'm just going to play a little in the beginning, and then I'm going to jump to where Howard comes in.
I love these intros. It's so 80s, 90s. Isn't it great?
It's only 40-something minutes long, the entire movie.
Chronological order of some events has been changed, and certain locations and individuals portrayed have been fictionalized for dramatic purposes.
In 1978, Different Strokes began a remarkable 7-year run as one of America's favorite sitcoms. Overnight, its 3 young stars, Todd Bridges, Gary Coleman, and Dana Plato, became the most popular kids on television, and by the time the show was canceled in 1986, they were all millionaires. 13 tumultuous years later, their dreams shattered. They would reunite one last time for the funeral of Dana Plato.
Okay, you notice the timeline?
Yeah.
May 13th.
Oh my
the
God,
Howard
they're not
interview was
pulling their
right 3 days
punches.
before. Okay, I'm going to jump to the Howard part. Ready?
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
I can't
skimming
wait
through here. We
to
got
see
chords.
who's going to play Howard. This is going to be crazy. Have you
It was-
seen this, Davyd?
I've never seen this.
This I can't wait.
I waited to
Oh.
watch it too. Like I didn't really watch. I kind of skimmed through it. I didn't see, but it immediately it's funny. Like so they're plotting, gonna right about here.
Who would you cast for Howard?
This is the woman who called in. That was the lesbian lover.
Oh
we
yeah,
had,
yeah, yeah. Right.
Being played by. Okay, ready?
Watching this, I'd like for you to get in touch with me. I'm clean now, and I can help you.
Oh, go Todd. I'm so glad for him. Good.
Though I secretly love the attention, I really hadn't meant to create such a stir. I just needed to get out of L.A. So I spent the last of my acting trust fund on an RV and drove to Tulsa, Oklahoma.
That's funny. Benjamin goes, she looks like Beth in the morning.
Oh, getting the
yeah. The super big gulp of wine in the bathtub at 11:45.
Yeah.
The sippy cup, right.
The sippy cup,
to be
right?
near my son. And that's where I met Mr. Robert Menchaca.
You live with her?
Just for a little bit. It's so funny. We parked my Winnebago in the driveway of his parents' house, and in a month we were engaged.
What are you doing?
Wait.
Well said, Tendril. She's so traumatized, she actually cried on the show. She was probably in coping mechanism. That's exactly the phrase.
Right.
During that call with Marianne Garvey.
So, I thought I'd use the tabloids one last time and make a few bucks. I think if anyone's gonna make money off me, it should be me. No, I'm not on drugs. I'm not on drugs. I'm not on alcohol. I'm just a very happy person. Very happy.
What are your plans now?
I'm going to fly to Chicago to go on the Expo
Expo of the Extreme.
Expo of the Extreme. And, and I'm going to be going on Howard Stern. Fame and drugs have one thing in common. You think you can control them, but they always end up controlling you. In my heart, I knew going on Howard Stern would put me back on top. I had no idea what really was about to happen.
Listen to Howard Stern, and we've got Dana Plato, the star of the very popular Different Strokes, which was...
Is that a fake nose?
David, can you pull up, if they list who played Howard here? Because I can't tell by the...
Listen to Howard Stern, and we've got Dana Plato, the star of the very popular Different Strokes, which was canceled a few years back. And there she is. Whoa, you look great.
Oh, thank you, Howard.
I wasn't expecting you to look so great.
About the irony of that, we get the video here, but we don't get it from the Stern show, which has a nightly e-show that they destroy the evidence. This is all we're going to get.
Oh, that's a fake nose. Look at
Look at that.
Well, they've done a good job on the hair, I guess.
It's not
I
bad.
don't mind that. Yeah.
And there she is.
What, David?
They didn't put on the Darth Kermit, unfortunately.
Oh, the Mudget.
No.
Yeah, that's right.
Whoa, you look great.
Oh, thank you, Howard.
I wasn't expecting you to look so great. So what, you become a full-blown lesbian?
Oh, no. Heck no.
Robin's like in a dirigible above him, the way they have this set up. That I saw.
Did you
That's the
just
one thing
say
that's...
dirigible?
Yeah. I think it's like a comic book reference. I think it's like the Shield helicarrier was called that at one point, or...
Oh, you haven't?
Oh, no. That was just a good friend of mine. It was a complete misunderstanding.
Oh, really? So when she was screaming, "Where is Dana? I want to find her. I need Dana Plato."
Oh, yeah, probably so she could kick my butt again. I mean, that's why I left her.
Well, wait. When you say you left her, you mean you sound almost like you guys were lovers.
No. I mean, I left the situation
situation.
You have beautiful breasts, by the way. I just wanted to add that. I mean,
He did say that verbatim in the interview, so they probably listened to it, and they cherry picked some stuff out. He said exactly that.
There's perfect in the back.
Look at Robin in the dirigible. Look at
the dirigible.
She's in a Green Goblin dirigible.
I know you're great with
Dirigible.
accents. What do you rate this guy's impersonation
It's
of
not
Howard's
bad.
accent?
It's not bad. The best one I had seen up until that point was Elon Gold, who was on the Dana Carvey show. He was he was the Howard impersonator for a long time. I think he's the best, in my opinion.
Stop, you're embarrassing her.
You on drugs? I mean, you look a little bit wired there.
No.
Well, they listen to it. They got stuff right.
You know, I have been sober for the longest time. Gosh, for almost a decade now. I'll do a UA right now.
Well, what's the UA?
A urine test.
A urine analysis. I'll do it. I'll do it right now.
Well, how about you just pee in a cup? Forget about the drug test. That will make me very happy. You ready to take some calls?
Sure. Yeah.
John, you're on the air.
I just wanted to say to Dana, I can tell by your voice that you're full of it.
Well, why would you say a thing like that?
This isn't a bad portrayal. It's like we just listened to this.
Yeah,
That's not bad.
I thought this was going to be ghastly. I was expecting Howard to look like just hopelessly not Howard, but yeah.
This isn't bad. They got the whole tone right.
This is epic arm ferreting. Like,
isn't it?
This has taken the old version you did with Radio Gunk and just put a whole new level with this movie.
Yeah, I wasn't going to do a carbon copy of the Shane Bugbee thing we did. That was 6 years ago.
Can we get a standing ovation from everyone in the live chat, please, for Johnny Boy? You know he loves it. Give him a thumbs up, whatever. Donate $500, whatever.
Yes, donate to the pirate shit to make our goal, please. What the hell was I going to say?
Because it's so obvious. Listen to her. She sounds...
What? I'm sorry, Davy.
I'm sorry. In the chat, I put the IMDb to the guy who played Howard. There's no picture of him, but also the woman who played Robin, and there is a picture of her on her IMDb. So
okay.
I don't know if Vaughn wants... Whenever you want, they're there.
Okay.
Speedy.
Oh, I said I'll take a drug test. I'll take it right now. Just someone give me a cup.
You need to take a hair sample.
A hair sample? Would you be willing to give us a hair sample?
No. Well, sure, yeah. I mean... Sure, yeah.
Howard. You got it. And here's Frank from Nyack. You on the air?
Frank,
Dana, I think you're a junkie.
They don't usually announce the towns. Howard's too cool to announce that. Well, right. It's fake because he wouldn't say the town, but that's Frank from Nyack.
That's the Larry King influence on the Howard Stern show.
Well, I bet you one of the writers on the show is from Nyack, and his name's Frank.
Yeah, that's probably true. Yeah.
Desperate House. I'm just looking at this guy's. The actor's name is Simon Brooke.
Yeah.
I'm just going through his stuff to see if we could spot something that I would know him from. It's just a lot of, he's 25 roles. You really wouldn't. The most he'd done, he did 2 episodes of Charmed. Played Grimlock on Charmed. I'm like, Grimlock, for Christ's sake? Melrose Place once. You wouldn't really know this guy, but a couple of voiceovers.
I'll bring up the Robin one so we can see her. She's done some more significant things. There you go. She's from Babe. Oh,
she's good too. She's in Justice League.
Of the Planet Apes. There you go. Oh, Justice League. Okay.
What did she do in Zack Snyder's extended cut? What did she play?
She has Robin's current hairstyle too.
Amanda Waller. Damn, I know she's good too. I think.
Yeah.
Belong in a mental hospital.
Well, I'm really sorry you feel that way, sir.
But why is everyone being so mean to Dana?
Yeah, what's that about?
Howard, I called the lab downtown and they said they can.
Look at Gary. Look at this guy playing Gary.
Oh my God. What were they thinking?
Somebody brought up Michael McKean. Remember Adam Sandler played Gary in this SNL sketches they did? That's when Michael McKean. Somebody brought up Michael McKean. Yeah, he played Howard. He's good. He was good. He had a lot of the rhythms. He looked good. If you liked him the best, that's good. I thought Elon Gold is the best.
I mean, sure, yeah.
Howard. You got it. And here's Frank from Nyack. You on the air?
Dana, I think you're a junkie les has-been and you belong in a mental hospital.
Well, I'm really sorry you feel that way, sir.
But why is everyone being so mean to Dana?
Yeah, what's that about?
Howard, I called the lab downtown and they said they can run a drug test, but it's going to take about a week.
You sure you want to do this, Dana?
Yeah. Yes, Howard. Yes, for you. I will.
How long you maintain you've been clean?
Oh, gosh. 10 years?
It's so crazy we never saw footage from the E! show. It
That is
really is crazy.
I mean, I had my wisdom teeth taken out, though. I mean, does that count? I mean, took a few painkillers.
Okay. Julie, you're on the air.
First of all, Dana, I think you sound wonderful, and I don't understand.
They're really mimicking the fucking caller montage. Yeah. Almost frame for frame.
Understand why these people are attacking you. You've been through so much, and I think you sound fantastic.
Thank you. Oh, God, thank you so much. You know, thank you. That's really the nicest thing. Thank you.
You have touched her. She's crying. You really have taken a lot of crap, haven't you?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, she's wiping her tears.
We have very few moments like this on the show.
They got the sociopath Robin perfect.
They got
that's. They're making them look really bad. And John, I just pulled up.
This woman deserves so much more credit. We got to praise her on Twitter later.
Look at
if
this.
She's on there.
I sent Gary's IMDb as well. Yeah.
Oh, the guy playing Gary.
Gold.
Okay.
Oh, sorry.
What's that from?
Robin, whoever's. It's from Saturday Night Live. I think it said.
Apparently, the Chappelle Show did something, or not. Oh, fuck up. Just can you play it, or is it?
No, I'm not going to.
Picture. Okay, there's tons of. I got.
Picture.
You know what I'll do? I'll play the Elon Gold sketch from the Dana Carvey show. I'll put it on our Patreon. Patreon.
Yes. Bon, can you put up the last IMDb I put up? It's the guy playing Gary, and he's not even credited as Gary Delabate on IMDb.
What does it say, producer?
No, it says
Oh
nothing.
my
It's like
God,
there's no name for it.
David, you've out-ferreted
He really
John.
is.
Look
Howard,
at this guy.
when you're in
Hold on.
recovery.
Does it hurt?
Oh, no, I'm tired.
You tired?
Just tired.
Dana Plato here, and she will be at Expo of the Extreme in Chicago next weekend.
Oh, can I say goodbye?
No, please.
Goodbye, everyone. And I really want to thank you for calling and for blessing me, and you know, and oh God, I'm really sorry, guys. I'm really sorry if I offended anyone. Just really sorry. I really am.
Why would you offend anyone?
Yeah, don't even worry about those wackos in our audience.
Listen, Howard, I changed my mind. Do you think I could have my hair back, please?
You gave it to us, remember?
Well, I mean, please? Please, I just want my hair.
No.
We'll give her hair back.
Fine.
Wow.
Thank you, Howard. Thanks.
It's nice music too. David, you like that, don't you?
And 7 and
We laid down to take him out.
9
She's not breathing.
10 and
It's Dana
11
Plato.
and 12 and
Sit
13
down, please.
and 14
It's
and
Dana
15.
Okay, let's look at the timestamp on her death.
Thank you, Howard. Thanks.
Now that's obviously not on the air. I think that's exactly what happened. Gary goes in the audience, they play good cop, bad cop, and she just goes, I want it back. I think that's exactly what happened. And I think she relayed that to someone, and they were able to.
Yeah, who's playing Marianne Garvey in this Made for TV?
We laid down to take.
May 8th, 1999. 8:35.
Okay.
Take him out.
9
She's not
and
breathing.
10 and
It's Dana
11
Plato.
and 12 and
Sit
13
down, please.
and 14
It's
and
Dana
15.
Plato.
We are doing CPR.
She's not breathing.
Thank you, Judy Wright. Thank you. Good to see you at all.
1 and 2. Come on, baby. Come on,
missed you,
Dana.
yeah.
She's not breathing.
PC23 is a great point. Someone has this footage like Richie Wilson or Ganji or DePace or someone, definitely has this footage.
How did this happen?
I could handle the booze, the drugs, losing my career. But that day, the callers on the radio made me realize I was just a joke. 24 hours later, I was dead.
The callers that Howard put through, that knew what they were going to say, that they manipulated, that they set up, 100%.
Whoever produced this episode hates Howard.
Oh, I know.
Because that's brutal.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I the one thing that the guy playing Howard, they play him. He plays Howard in a way where it's like Howard saw a shred of humanity in her at the very end and was like, give her hair back. Like he's a good guy, as if it wasn't Howard like, hey, maybe she'll get litigious, so maybe we should let her have her hair back. Like he's just in self-protection mode. It's not because he saw any humanity in her.
Yeah. No, it is. It's everything is lawsuits. And even though she signed that fucking release form.
Right.
There's this guy who played Gary. He's not even trying. He's from Queens. He's like way too much of a New York accent. Tom Fawn.
He's born in Queens.
His parents.
How do you say that in America? F-A-H-N. I say Fawn.
Yeah, but Jessica Hahn.
I'd say Hahn. I would say
that's
Fawn.
how her name is spelled with an H, so it would be Fawn.
Fawn.
Her parents from Brooklyn, Bay Ridge. He's the second of 4 children.
Sounded like you said fawn.
I mean, it could be. He could pronounce it fawn, but Jessica Hahn
Looks
is
like
how that.
We're agreeing. I'm fascinated by different accents. Oh, look, Sarah wants more. Sarah just can't get enough.
Hit the like, everyone. She's right. Hit the like, everyone. That's bad CPO. Okay, ready?
John, you did a wonderful job getting that. We are proud of you, and
that's so great. Yeah,
I'm with Davyd on that. Gary just was hilarious. Who cast that guy?
Shocked I could get it. So after this airs on the Stern Show the next day, we have more damage control, and he has set up who I think Marianne from Brooklyn calls in.
Oh, here we go. God.
Another Marianne.
So they all Wigvisionist history. Here we go.
50 sound bites on the CD.
Yeah. Let's go to Phil.
Hi, Howard.
Hey, Phil.
I love you. Last night, your friends at Fox had a biopic of Dana Plato's life, and they blamed Gary for her suicide.
Yeah, someone told me that.
I heard. I didn't see where actually Gary did the deed.
I didn't see where you killed her. Yeah, that was.
Could you imagine how terrified Gary is watching this at home?
Oh yeah.
You know we watched it.
A rap that was going around because our show was the last show she did, and she killed herself the next day. So everyone just assumed that
something here.
Still funny. We're still laughing at it.
He's great at doubling down, man. Yep. Like when they brought up blackface a few years ago, he did the same thing. And he was saying, "Oh, I was crazy, I was out of my mind." And then halfway through, Robin says, "This doesn't sound much like an apology," and he said, "It's not."
I have that.
You've got to have big balls. I'll give him that, I guess.
Yeah, and that was a convenient ending for the Fox people because they needed a dramatic ending. Listen, I know I've written movies. Let me tell you something.
You got to do something.
I know I've written movies.
Okay.
Writer PR. Okay.
Right.
You gotta do something at the end to make it good.
How come they didn't put in the part where she called me?
He didn't even write his own book.
I know.
Vinny Favali wrote that. Judith Regan wrote it. Ratso
Sloman. Yeah, right.
Said what a good time she had and thanked me.
They don't know anything about that.
Really, we talked about it. All they know is what they hear on the show.
Yeah.
No, they make it sound like he was real mean and belligerent and pushing her around, driving her over the edge.
I would sue over that.
Well, I'm going to take a look at it.
Take a look at it. I really would sue them.
Oh, sue him, Gary. Show him the video footage. Pull out the video footage. Sue him. Let's see what happens. Take him to court. Let's see. Let's that you're lying about everything. We'll just know that you're like they say. They would sue him if he knew he could. He would, and he can't because they destroyed the footage. Sue him, Gary. That's a huge law. You could sue Fox for Christ's sake. That's the mothership. They settle with Bill O'Reilly and they got all those Fox News lawsuits. God damn it, that's huge defamation. You got a major suit. Sue him. Why didn't you sue him?
Yeah, the movie didn't portray Robin as being in a glass case. Therefore, you owe us $100 million.
If somebody portrayed you as being accessory to murder on a major network, would you not sue them immediately?
Yeah. Oh,
you
yeah.
would, with all the Dominic Barber at his fucking fingertips, all the lawyers they have access to. Why didn't you sue him? Because you are guilty, and he doesn't want to bring attention to. Could you imagine that trial?
Are you not?
How great that would be.
Yeah.
Yes or not? It's very simple. Yes or not?
That portrayal of
Yeah, you too, Robin.
Mr. Barbera.
What did I look like?
Well, you look at the edge.
I would sue over that. Well, I'm going to take a look at it. Take a look at it. I really would sue them.
I would sue over that portrayal of you.
Yeah, you too, Robin. What did I look like?
Well, it wasn't very flattering.
Every guy that ever plays you, it looks like a guy with a bad wig. Right.
Yeah.
You know, it looks like you 10 years ago, like they won't do you currently.
But they actually, it looks like they put a fake nose on the
Yeah. Oh, really? Oh, to make me, oh, man.
It looks more like Dee Snider.
Really?
It's odd looking, but not because you're odd looking. It's odd looking because they just didn't know what to do.
Yeah.
And then they got this woman to play Robin. She looked like Wheezy, but not like...
It was a fantastic portrayal. Gary's was horrible. It was fantastic, and they can't admit that it's done well. You know, they got to do that thing where they just get reductive about it, but they don't know quite how to criticize because it was really done well. And it's like Howard would be suing him before Gary would, and that's why Howard brought up Mr. Litigious brought it up immediately because that's what he's thinking. He threw it by Buchwald, and he knows they're sunk because they can't release the footage.
The other criticism, the other criticism of the movie I would offer is they portray Dana as going on to the Stern Show for some, like, you know, advantageous reason. Like, she's trying to get one more hit of like tabloid attention. I don't know, maybe that is true, but they make it seem like they make Dana seem less sympathetic in the movie, I think.
Yeah, it's good. It's tough. I mean, they were trying to almost go verbatim as to what happened. The interesting part is when the mics get shut off. I believe that is exactly what happened. Gary was browbeating her, and then Howard was afraid of getting sued, and they backed off.
Yeah, I believe. Yeah,
it's so similar to Anna Nicole Smith. It's ridiculously similar. There's so many similarities to the Anna Nicole Smith stuff.
Do you remember
Howard K. Stern?
Right, I was about to say, I the one thing I remember is like Gary like just tapping out with Howard K. Stern and shaking his hand in the limo, like, okay, we're done. I can't get her up to the studio. Yeah,
I hate when Gary goes, "Where's my buddy Howard K? Where's my buddy Howard K?" And I love that Howard K. Stern went, "What is this? Some Buchwald bullshit? Why can't?" All he wanted to do was use the footage for their show. It was not a big deal at all. And that stupid release.
They're on the same network.
75 Wheezy was Old Navy Wheezy.
What kills me is that I'm actually working for Fox with Son of the Beach, but if I see it and I think it's unfair, I'll resign from Son of the Beach today.
And you know what?
And then I'll just sue their ass. I heard it was.
Oh, what a blow that'll be. You can't fly out there every 3 weeks and just look at a script and then fly back to New York and then have an affair with Angie Everhart. What a blow that would be to the Fox network. You write
Gina
nothing,
Gershon.
you do nothing. Gina Gershon, right? I think it was Angie Everhart on the West Coast.
Okay.
Funny though, I heard that.
I was laughing at
Well, first of all, it looked like it didn't look like a radio studio. It looked like an interrogation.
Yeah, like a sweat area.
dark, and you know the angles were like, you know, you were the bad cop.
Right.
And then Robin was like way up higher than everyone else,
Yeah,
yelling stuff
flying
at her.
in the air somehow.
Yeah.
It kind of looked like the studio that you showed in your movie from Washington.
Right.
Robin sitting behind you.
Oh, I see. Well, the truth of the matter is,
Well, they can't. They have nothing to look at because you destroyed the footage.
Right.
What are they supposed to do? They're not fans of the show. All they know is the audio. So they're trying to portray what they don't want. They don't watch the show because you destroyed the footage.
Listen to him now going into the truth of the matter is.
Yeah,
that's what he's
truth
just
of the
about
matter.
to say there.
Yeah,
Give
variation
me
on
a
the
break,
theme.
man.
Judy Wright, I cannot believe there's not a 21 Jump Street true Hollywood story by now. If they don't do it, I'm gonna do it. Like the closest you're gonna get is our Jump Street 21 Arm Street show. That's the closest you're ever gonna get to a 21 Jump Street true Hollywood. I cannot believe they haven't done that. I mean, that
John,
warrants a documentary, for Christ's sake.
Listen, John, if you want to make like an audio book where you play Depp and you're talking about your life and I'll put in. We can make sound effects. Like I can make it sound like you go in to meet someone who gives you your first gig, and I'll have you walking in, and the door opens, and you go, "Hi, I'm Johnny Depp," and then you shake the guy's hand, and I can make it sound like you sit down, and the guy goes, "So what kind of work do you want to get?" You know what I mean? But we could do a whole scene.
What kind of work do you want to get?
They I've been saying this for years. He supposedly has been working on a book. We talk about it all the time, that the writer in Rolling Stone said he stumbled into the room and he had the fucking pages laid out, and he had a baseball bat and he was wailing on a palm tree out of anger and frustration, and that he wrote that. So he wrote that. Those are his words on his pages, and I've been waiting for this book to come out for like 6 years.
Whether anybody cares about the truth, I doubt it, is that she came in here and was very upset about tabloids. She had contacted us ahead of time and said that she was really upset because the tabloids have raked her over the coals over the years. Sure. And she wanted a chance to come in here and sort of answer everything that they've said about her. And it was actually kind of a good visit. She came in, she answered all the questions.
So Howard's show now is a great avenue and a great vehicle for people to defend themselves against the media that he's not a part of. Right. That was his goal, is to get her justice. Yeah, that sounded like we just listened to, right? Wasn't that? That really is how it went down. That's a great take. Do we listen?
Again, there's nothing established in the actual interview where Dana comes in and says, they don't set any kind of preface for the interview where it's like Dana wants to refute all the stuff that's written about her.
She came in to promote the concert.
Right. Exactly.
And he's got it where he's interested in getting her justice. That is the last guy. This Schadenfreude shitbag. Yeah. The last thing he cares about is getting her some kind of hit back at the media that she gets to refute shit. That is the last thing he cares about.
It's like OJ wants to find the real killers, and then it's like just Trump. I mean,
the real killer's right in front of us, Bond. The real killer's totally, right here.
Yeah,
it is.
Questions. She was very emotional at times, crying, thanking people for being nice to her over the years. There's no big controversy there. And then she came in, and then afterwards, her boyfriend at the time, our manager, I'm not sure if he's a boyfriend, or maybe he was a boyfriend.
He wasn't here.
No, he wasn't here. He called us, and and she called us and said, "Gee, I feel really good about the interview because I think I mean, the truth is that it was a very good interview, and actually she had a very, very good time and had a history of drug problems."
It sounds like him defending his Emily Stern story that the Post printed.
She's a good kid.
Yeah, she's a great kid. She's a great kid.
And stuff, and I guess OD'd.
I guess so.
I don't even think she was trying to. It's just an accident.
No, and it's just like, it's...
Because they paint it like she's saying goodbye to everybody.
Yeah.
Using the show to say goodbye.
Right. It's pretty irresponsible of Fox to...
They kind of make it sound like she committed suicide because they said, I had enough pills to kill a horse or whatever.
Yeah. Well, maybe she did commit suicide, but, I think they try to, make it dramatic and say that something pushed her over the edge. I think her whole life is pretty tragic.
It was a mess, yeah.
Well, I thought...
If Eddie Lee Wilkins doesn't kill himself about backing up Patrick Eddy, I don't know, why should she, right? If Eddie Lee Wilkins would do the same goddamn thing if he ever came in.
What's funny was they made Gary look really nice. I thought the guy that was going to be evil, would be over.
Davyd is a better vertical leap than Eddie Lee Wilkins, by the way.
Overweight and
I'm not overweight anymore.
Dragging the floor.
But wait a minute,
distorted face.
I think you're overweight a little.
Pretty good.
When was the last time you saw me, sir?
I think you're overweight a little.
I could stand to lose like 7 or 8 pounds.
Yeah.
But I'm not like
Deflect. Talk about weight. Get out of there. Get out. Woo, woo, woo.
I mean, I'm not like fat.
Well, I've seen you in the Saturday night.
He pegged it.
Yeah, they were trying to make it like it wasn't fun, and like I was in there. I mean, it's so silly.
Well, you're the best interviewer.
Oh yeah, so King of All Blacks calls in. Okay, here we go. More damage control.
King of All Blacks, go ahead.
Hey, what's up, Chief?
What's up?
King.
Yeah, I know.
Hey, what's happening? Yo, that portrayal of you last night.
Oh, it is.
It was funny. It was really
I gotta watch it.
Yo, but you know what I didn't like about it? I didn't like the way they had you staring at her. Like, it was like so sinister.
Yeah, that's what Gary said.
Right, it was like an interrogation, and he pegged it.
Yeah, they were trying to make it like it wasn't fun, and like I was in there. I mean, it's so silly.
Well, you're the best interviewer ever. And they had him like, yeah.
Yeah, well, yeah, it's...
That's exactly what he does. What he does. You talk about getting stared at. Try getting stared at Louis Orr when you're in the paint, right? During a jump ball circle, and you got to cover Louis Orr for 31 minutes in 1984. Can you imagine that?
It's like a convenient sort of plot thing to
make you the evil.
Make somebody evil, It's just
who's got better definition, Louis Orr or Howard? Who's skinnier?
Guy.
I didn't like it. I mean, I liked it, but I didn't like it. But I'm flipping around the channels on the radio. Do you realize how many people try to be like you?
Yeah. Who's gonna not either, dude? But and I've said to the company.
Okay, that's it. They after that, the next thing is for Chauncey. It was it was an Opie and Anthony thing where they go into them. Howard goes off on all his imitators. And it was a really good. That could easily constitute its own show too.
Yeah.
So the Opie and Anthony is a massive thing that you could tackle. And I have to
that's
figure it
its
out.
own
I got to figure it out.
I find myself disappointed by King of All Blacks sometimes because I sometimes feel like sometimes he goes against the grain with Howard, but other times he's a kiss ass, and I don't know.
Always no, he never fails to disappoint. You're absolutely right. I feel he could do so much. That Big Black. Our buddy Boff said that Big Black and King of All Blacks are getting Black and Black back together again in some capacity. And I tweeted, you saw that, right, Bon? That I tweeted Big Black, and he's such a flake. He's flakier than Kellogg's. He'll never get back to me. I want to get him on.
Can we ask everyone listening to do what Howard does and tweet him?
Yes,
and say
everyone.
That he should come on the day.
Yes, it's a great idea.
Come on Lotus Notes, man. Come on Lotus Notes.
This is our Pelican brief. Tweet at celebrities.
Great idea.
Yeah.
Okay, I think we got two more to go, and then we're done. This is Todd Bridges. This is a year ago. Todd Bridges comes on a podcast and goes into Dana Plato. And I have this right here. This is another damning opinion, and I love how he lays this out.
Plato, after the show was canceled, very day. Yeah. Well, she, like I said earlier, she struggled to find work.
But she got fired because she was pregnant.
Oh,
that's why she got fired. That's the real reason why she got fired.
Wow.
Because they couldn't have back in those days.
Wait a minute. Thank you. Pellel says. Big Black is active as a Dabbleverse fan. Is there any way we can get him through that, Pell? Is there any way we can? I love Big Black too, Benjamin. I say this all the time. I really want to talk to him about that. He was doing. I say this all the time. Him and Melrose Larry Green were doing JD's job over the phone. They were, VHS recording like fucking Regis and Kathy Lee, and playing it over the phone. He was great at it, and he was great on that. I loved him on the air, and so. As he asked Howard for JD's job, and Howard says, "Oh no, we're not hiring anybody. We can't." And why? Because they don't hire black people on the show.
Yeah.
And then JD gets that job, and we could have had Big Black instead of JD in that job.
They got the whitest man in Christendom to take that job. The palest.
I know. Does it get any more polar opposite than that?
Right.
King admitted that he gets told what to say. I know, fine, Chuck. Marianne from Brooklyn, you'll hear at the end of this. She basically blows up her own spot. She goes, "Howard, did I do it right? Did I do it right? Did I do it right?" And he's humming his eyes.
An unwed woman pregnant. They couldn't have it. Like today, it'd be like, no big deal. We just shoot around you. We just add in the show. Not back then.
Yeah. Because how old was she supposed to be on the show? Like 17 or something?
No, she was like 18. She got pregnant, but it's because.
But on the show, she had age, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, well, when she first started the show, she was supposed to be a year older than me, 13.
Oh, okay, got it.
I was going to be.
So they did another show. Fine Chuck says they did a show about a month ago. I got to listen. Where can I get it? I think Boff gave me a link to it. I gotta.
Well, but she was 13.
Got it.
But, when I became 18, she would be 19 or 20. She could be pregnant, but that's not what the show was like. No. Because you had so much restrictions on TV.
Well, I mean, she tried to work.
King of All Blacks is great when he asks Howard about his wealth, and he obsesses over his houses, and he brings up. So that stuff makes Howard very uncomfortable. And he brought up a Gary Puppet picture. That's when I love King of All Blacks.
I love. My favorite is when one of Beth's stories about getting harassed by a group of teenagers or something, and King yeah. Why do you mention that they're black? Like the first thing you say is
Right. That was great. You're right. I have, again, that's a show. That's a huge thing we got to do. Saga, the histrionic personality disorder. And we just go through all that stuff.
That's a
before
great
making up stories
idea.
I love that.
about getting attacked.
That's great.
I have, you remember Johnny Depp's psychologist, Shannon Curry?
Yeah, the blonde woman.
She looked like Heather Locklear.
Yeah.
She diagnosed Amber Heard with histrionic personality disorder. And if you took out Amber Heard, she's talking about Beth. It's crazy how similar it is.
Yeah.
Oh, it's so good. It's so good.
She did a bunch of B movies,
but she was getting loaded the whole time.
Yeah, well, she did a porn movie at one point called
Different Strokes.
Yeah,
that was.
I actually watched it for research. Well, Dana, like you said, had drug problems.
Yeah.
And then in 1999, and this is where the fuzzy part is. Some people are saying that she died of suicide. Other people are saying there was a drug overdose.
Accidental. Yeah.
It was accidental drug overdose.
What I heard is, okay, this is what I heard. But see, I told her, see, if you ever listen to my Howard Stern interviews, I'm fired at Howard Stern. I'm firing. If he fires at me, I fire back. I used to learn, I don't care about it anymore, but I used to learn everything about you. If you're interviewing me, I learned everything about me. So if you try to attack me, I come right after you.
That's the way to go. I totally
That's
agree.
great.
If you were doing an interview, get the biographical sketch on everybody there so you were armed to the teeth. That's exactly what I would do.
The guy who oh, sorry, go ahead, Bon.
No, I was just asking, have you guys heard him?
No, I found a few. They're not really germane to this.
Good.
He was promoting a celebrity boxing thing with Barry Williams. So Howard loves to, shit on ex-child. He loves to shit on the ex-child star. The Fox had a celebrity boxing thing, and they just weren't germane to this.
That's cool. No, I know you would have put it in if it was.
I would have easily put it in.
He's saying here that he gives it back.
Well, he has to, because why does he have to do that? Because he knows he's going to get shit on, right? If you're Johnny Depp, if you're Keanu Reeves, if you're not going to get shit on. You know that they're going to kiss your ass. When you're Todd Bridges, they're coming at you in that Schadenfreude way, and you're coming in there defensive because you know you're going to get shit on.
Because he had a criminal issue in the 90s, right?
Yep.
So that anytime he called in, they were going to go on about that, I guess.
So he's going to come in armed to the teeth to hit back. And that's, most huge celebrities don't have to do that.
And that Gary Coleman clip, was that before his criminal activity?
No, it was after. That? It's kind of after, in and around. He circles back to it, and he's always,
I also think,
go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I also think Howard is really hard on former child stars, because Howard delusionally thinks he was not an adored child, and he's jealous that they had this adoration as children.
Yeah, he thinks he should have had the best parts of their childhood.
Right, exactly.
And he deserves and then what happens to them as adults doesn't count. It's their fault.
Right.
So, I would go on Howard, and when you're a comedian, you're blasting away, you're having fun, everyone's laughing. So Dana, I told her, I said, Dana, you can't go on there lying. I said, if you're going to go on that show, if they ask you a question, just admit it.
Yeah.
They asked me, did you do drugs? Yeah, I did drugs. And it was a stupid idea. I should have never done that. Dana goes, I have never done cocaine in my life. And they were like,
yeah, okay.
And when callers called in, they beat her up.
Yeah.
And she couldn't take it. She went home, and what happened was, the things I tell people about sleeping pills, never take sleeping pills. She took some sleeping pills. She woke up kind of drowsy, took some more. That's what did it.
After the Howard Stern show.
Yeah. She was so depressed and emotionally depressed over that, she wanted to go to sleep. So she took something to go to sleep and woke up and took some more. She probably took, see, the thing about, I would tell people, if you can't go to sleep, just don't go to sleep. Don't take nothing to go to sleep unless it's natural.
Well, in 93, Gary Coleman did an interview. He said he actually tried to commit suicide twice by overdosing on pills.
Yeah, that's what Gary did.
So here we go. One more time.
Yeah, okay.
And when callers called in, they beat her up.
Yeah.
And she couldn't take it. She went home, and what happened was, the things I tell people about sleeping pills, never take sleeping pills. She took some sleeping pills. She woke up kind of drowsy, took some more. That's what did it.
After the Howard Stern show.
Yeah. She was so depressed and emotionally depressed over that, she wanted to go to sleep. So she took something to go to sleep and woke up and took some more. She probably took, see, the thing about, I would tell people.
I mean, do you need any more evidence?
No.
This is the most recent version of it. This is a year ago. That's from.
Wow.
And that's kind of what they all assessed, what it all came down. I mean, that's just no doubt. No question. He is an accessory to it. There's no, you don't even have to be sharp to figure this out. What we just laid out. Is there any doubt? Right? I mean, it's so depressing.
Yeah.
And Howard probably doesn't even remember anymore at all about what happened. He couldn't remember it.
Just like Todd once called in and asked Howard if he was in jail. Todd once called in and Howard asked if he was in jail. Todd quickly said, "No, I was at your mom's house," and completely disarmed. Oh, I gotta find that. I gotta find that PC-23.
But whether it's the made-for-TV movie or Todd Bridges, they blame the callers, which is correct, but they don't go a step further and say who is the, gatekeeper of those callers having access to Dana Plato's ear. They don't look to Howard.
Yeah, Gary was the one who said that's the catalyst. I think he meant Howard, not the callers.
Yes.
Right.
You're right.
That's what Gary's job is, to be a human shield between him and take all culpability. But this culpability is too much for even him. He needs to wiggle out of this. This is his, no matter what happens. And she signed away that release thing that probably exonerates him from any culpability of killing her.
Yeah.
And that's
when you
why
hear Gary running in and saying they've run down the shops to get a urine test.
all there.
That's damning.
It's
take
all
that
there.
to court, and they're going to go, well.
And he comes back several times to push it on her. And who knows what he said behind the scenes.
You can tell that when Marianne Garvey called in, they hadn't really quite worked. Like, it was a very straightforward script, but they hadn't quite worked out the banter of like Dana asking for her hair back, because Howard starts like, well, yeah, there was something weird with the hair. Like, I don't know what happened. Like, then there's no script, so they panic. Right.
Exactly. Yes, Louis Horse, 6'8", 175. That's pretty much Howard's the height and weight, right? This is kind of what he is right now. I'd go with that. 6'8", 175.
Yeah,
that's good. Vlad TV. That was yes, Josh. Yes, that was Vlad TV. Todd. I gotta hear that Todd Bridges interview. Anyway, I'm gonna end with this. This is Donald Trump Jr. has just outed Howard as doing blackface over and over again, and he puts him on blast. This is 2020. It gets so much traction, as everything Trump does get traction, that Howard has to address it. It's always they're never on the air, and he has to come back from a long break, and it's still going, and he tries to address it through Marianne from Brooklyn, who has to bring it up, and she's reading a script, and she kind of blows up her own spot. And this is from 2000. What I'm doing is I'm drawing a comparison of what he does to do damage control about I'm out of my mind back then. So this is Howard, what he said this is him defending kind of the behavior in a Dana Plato situation, and him defending his blackface weekly, making up a horrible excuse, is how he would defend the Dana Plato thing.
Marianne is anxious to get on. Marianne from Brooklyn.
Howard, I adore you, and there was a lot about you in the paper this weekend, and I hope
tell me about it
the correct way. Okay, can I say it, Howard? Can I say that it was so...
Can I say this, Howard? Can I say that? Can I say that? She's
Oh, I got addicted to Channel 9. I was pregnant with my daughter, Nicole, who's 28 now. That's what got me really hooked on you. It's so over the top, Howard, that it opens our eyes. I wrote this down a la Bobo for us to think... That's how we perceive people. It's so over the top, and I know it was done with humor, and yes, we make mistakes in life. We all do, and it was a bit that was a spoof that was a spoof, you know what I mean? So, and like Howard, you don't remember what you had for breakfast, so I have faith in...
So they wrote Marianne from Brooklyn out a full script to read for him to do damage control about blackface. Because the blackface could be ignored if, like, I do it on Twitter, we do it. But if Donald Trump Jr. does it in the midst of, crazy, Trump news all the time and everyone, and there's no way to ignore it. It just grew and grew and grew.
By the way, I don't even remember doing it defense is so, like, how is that a defense? I robbed that bank, but I don't remember it. So I can't be prosecuted for it.
I do too, Josh. I remember some really stupid thing. I recall Louis Orr backing down Junior Bridgman on Channel 9. Channel 9 used to show Nick and Net games on that's really funny. Fucking Carvelis and Butch Beard, right? They were the announcers back then. That I know. I think because your adult mind gets cluttered with so much stuff that your kid brain hangs on to the weirdest shit.
At the end of all of our lives, we'll remember Louis Orr. You know?
He's like a Nick hybrid forward. He's really mediocre at best. And it's just, you have to live in New York to even care about who he is.
Howard, I love you. We all make mistakes, and I hope.
I know you people. Phil Hubbard from the Cleveland Cavaliers. He's the Phil Hubbard of New York, Davyd, to put it in Cleveland speak.
Why didn't you say that before?
Did I say it correctly?
You hear this? Did I say it correctly?
What you had for breakfast. So I have faith in you, Howard. I love you. We all make mistakes, and I hope I got my. Did I say it correctly?
Well, I mean.
Let's hear it again. Did I say it correctly? And what I mean.
So I have faith in you, Howard. I love you. We all make mistakes, and I hope I got my. Did I say it correctly?
Well, I mean.
Well, that's
anyone tuning in. That's your opinion, but anyone.
Oh my God!
Wow,
that's your opinion.
That's
Robin had to jump in.
God, is she that stupid? That's something Wendy, the slow adult, would say. You'd expect, from someone.
They put a lot of pressure on her. I
slow.
bet. I bet you Will Murray and Kaplan got a hold of her. Like, you got to read this. You got to do damage control. You just read it and act like it's coming off the top of your head and you wrote it out for yourself. And
tuning in would think you were rambling, but no, that's very sweet of you, Marianne. I'll explain.
Remember what you had for breakfast. So I have faith in you, Howard. I love you. We all make mistakes, and I hope I got my. Did I say it correctly?
Well,
I hope I got my script.
My line's right. I hope I got my lines right. Yeah.
Yep. This is the show, guys. This is the show. Do I need more proof?
Well, I mean,
well, that's
anyone tuning in, that's your opinion, but anyone tuning in would think you were rambling. But no, that's very sweet of you, Marianne. I'll explain what Marianne is talking about. Marianne is my
Pal. What she's really saying is, should I ask? Did I read everything that you wrote for me? Is really what she should have said.
Press secretary, but she's trying to. She's sweet and she's trying to get a lot of thoughts out. But so
I'm trying, Howard, to get the.
You did it. So
they cut her out. They dropped it.
I don't really go on social media over the weekend, so I didn't know any of this. But Ronnie, I called Ronnie.
Now Howard doesn't know. I guess Donald Trump Jr. tweeted. He doesn't say the blackface either.
To see how he was doing. Right. Ronnie, the limo driver. I was checking in on him. And
we're supposed to believe that Howard's checking in on Ronnie over the weekend.
Yeah, I don't believe it.
Didn't even go to Gary's dad's funeral. He's checking in on Ronnie.
Somebody has more disdain for.
He was totally thrown then.
It rattled the shit out of him.
You hear him go. He's trying to get back into what he's saying, but he can't.
Bad.
He's going, "You stupid woman."
Yep.
Right. They also picked her because she's the least deviant whack packer. So it's like. Marianne will soften the blow for the audience.
She's not going to go rogue or off script. Right.
Conversation. He goes, "How are you doing?" I go, "What do you mean? How am I doing? I'm doing fine." He goes, No. With all this Twitter shit, saying you are a racist. I said, "Oh, really?" I said, "Well, that wouldn't be the first time, but okay, what?"
Saying he was a racist or saying you did blackface? And tell us exactly
what's up. And then he told me that.
That fucking laugh.
Yeah. Can you believe that? Yeah, it's totally.
I said, "Oh, really?" Yeah. I said, "Well, that wouldn't be the first time, but okay, what's up?" And then he told me that there was a story in the New York Post about how I'm a racist and that it seems that
Howard reads the Post cover to cover all the time, except when he's the focal point of this. Somehow he missed this one day of the New York Post. He missed this one.
It's always
Trump Jr. and some other guy who I never heard of, but he's a conservative guy. I guess they got together in a war room and they uncovered something really big. They uncovered that I did a fucking crazy show 30 years.
Okay, so I want you to think, this is why I'm tying this in. I want you to think of Dana Plato, and this is his excuse for this right here. This is his
big. They uncovered that I did a fucking crazy show 30 years ago on radio.
What?
And TV, yes. They actually, stuff that aired on TV, they exposed me.
Wow.
Yes, shit that was on national television and radio. Well, not quite national, but pretty national. But they, yeah.
So he won't. It's so crazy. He cannot tell a story. Everything is so verboten. Everything is on the red flag list. He can't say the Channel 9 show. He can't say the blackface. Yeah, he can't say everything. He cannot tell a story anymore because all the stuff is banned.
He probably can't even say Howard TV anymore because he fired them on the air.
No way. No way will he say Howard TV.
Here's the headline. First of all, yes, Don Jr. and other guy, I did the craziest motherfucking show ever in the history of radio. So crazy about sex, about race, about, I mean, I can't think of a topic I didn't fucking take on.
Except your kids and Marcy Turk.
That's how you know my name.
The Pelican breed.
I was insane on the radio. If you brought up a topic, I would talk about it. And when we had the Channel 9 TV show, whatever was in the news, I would talk about. There's your headline. And yes, if Whoopi Goldberg and Ted Danson went to the Friars Club and did blackface and used the N-word.
So you're teaching Whoopi Goldberg a lesson.
Right.
Is that what you're doing? Oh, I lesson learned. I think Ted Danson and Whoopi Goldberg really got, I mean, that's, they need to be taught how. Go ahead, Debbie.
What he's trying to do is he's trying to rope in a beloved celebrity like Ted Danson and trying to like, hey, if I'm going down for this blackface, then so should Ted Danson. Like he's trying to rope. He's trying to take a drowning man is taking down people with him.
Yep.
Would talk about.
Oh, he will throw anyone under the bus. And he will.
There's your headline. And yes, if Whoopi Goldberg and Ted Danson went to the Friars Club and did blackface and used the N-word, I went on the air that week and did a sketch about it and put it on television. And shockingly, this wasn't even done in a back room somewhere. I did it on TV and radio. So there is probably thousands of hours of tape of me doing such. I have tape. I've uncovered tape of my friend in a Nazi uniform screaming about the Jews and calling them.
His friend is Fred Norris as what's the name of the character he did again?
Voldheim.
Yeah, right. Kurt Voldheim Jr. Right. So he's forgotten Fred's name. My friend.
Kikes. The guy's name was Kurt Voldheim Jr. Kurt Voldheim was the president of Austria or something like that. And so, yeah, you know, I remember in Cleveland, I got a call. The guy wanted to cancel our show because I was an anti-Semite. I said, oh, okay. I said, I thought I was doing something funny, but I thought I was doing something that really made sense, but, you know, whatever. So, yes, they have uncovered thousands of hours of tapes of me, completely insane, doing whatever the fuck. Whatever you think could be insane, I was it. I think there was one time on David Letterman, I want to bring a dead horse on. When horse
you wanted to drag a horse onto the stage.
Yes.
And not the
and
same
I used
thing
every racial slur to make a point, and I used every bad thing you can think of.
Isn't your wife head of the North Shore Animal League? You bringing dead horses on? What? That's not the same guy?
What's really interesting is this is such a great example because you've got it from start to finish. Is the cautiousness in this whole beginning and up to now? There's a cautiousness in his voice, and he's got this narcissist, sociopathic personality that, as he continues, he believes the lie and he gets aggressive. You can feel him getting more stronger as this goes along. I find it so fascinating.
That's what, they eventually learn to believe your own bullshit. That's exactly right.
And Robin will say something to him near the end, and you hear him double down. He's got that powerful in his head through this speech. I find it so fascinating. Please continue.
He's also lost the ability to be real, right? So how bad this show has been for so many years, really almost since Artie's left, he can't tackle stuff anymore. He can't address this anymore. This is really heavy lifting for him at this point, but he has to address it because Donald Trump Jr. forced his hand. He doesn't know how to do this anymore. Arguing with tapes is a lost art. This is not easy. He can't do this. This is really, really difficult for him to be actually real.
To make a point, at least my point. And some people liked it, and some people loved it, and some people hated it. But, I mean, listen, what can I tell you? All of this stuff is believe it or not, has been secretly videotaped on television and radio.
What, were you doing it in your basement still? You were marching around.
Yeah, I mean, I said, so the shocking news to me, quite frankly, was that Trump Jr., and I assume Donald is putting him up to this, but doesn't want to talk directly to me. I've been very critical of Donald, particularly about COVID-19 and this not wearing a mask and talking about the lie.
Trump Jr. actually goes rogue so much of the time. I would be too. If I gave you, you arguably love or hate Trump, he was one of the top 3 guests he ever had of all time. Gave it you, couldn't have been more generous to you, couldn't have been nicer to you, couldn't have done more favors for you. And whether politically you're only doing this because you have no shred of you're a Learjet liberal, and your only motivation is not for the good of the country, not for that phrase that any good lefty would be like, right? A rising tide lifts all boats.
Yeah,
he's the opposite of that. He's the opposite of that. His entire motivation is to be close to celebrities and hold up the narrative of the Learjet left. And nothing about this is altruistic or noble. And Trump is just calling out, getting shit. Whether you hate Trump or not, if I had this ammunition, I'd come right at him too. And we do all the time. We just can't get the traction he got. And that's why this is great. This is just like, a friend of my friend, my enemy. That's what this is.
Yeah. And I always, my clip that I always look back at is that Olsen twins, lusting after them when they were 13 clip, because it's not done for parody. It's not done for satire. It's not done as like a joke. It's a sincere series of statements that he and Fred and even Robin are sort of signing off on.
It's incessant and it's relentless and it's constant.
That's right.
You keep circling back to it.
The voice he put on when he's the agent. That's the one. Yeah.
It's not a fly-by-night thing.
But even the agent is sort of a puppet he hides behind to lust after Millie Bobby Brown. With the Olsen twins clip, he was him. He was like,
oh really? I thought you meant he was being agent for that.
There's nothing ironic about it. Yeah, there's nothing.
Bon, have you not heard that clip?
No, I don't think I have. Can we get something on that, John, in the future? I'll look it up if you want.
The Olsen
twins.
He stole that character too from Steve Dahl, by the way.
Right.
That horrible agent character.
No, we mean just him talking normally.
The Olsen
No, I know. I had that too. I'm just saying. I just wanted to remind you that he stole that.
Yeah.
Oh, he did. Character. I didn't know that either, though. That's fascinating as
just
well.
Like
I thought that was one thing he's come up with recently.
No.
Fart Man was stolen from National Lampoon as well.
Lies that have been told. And I don't understand why you have to lie about the size of the crowd. And I think it's, so according to
he's turning it on Trump. Oh, you have to lie about the size of the crowd, and that makes up for black.
They have sicked their dogs on me, in doing so,
uncovering something you did on TV.
They actually uncovered things that aired on TV 30 years ago.
How much money did that cost?
It was a fortune in research.
No, because you're sitting there on an ivory preaching to people about right and wrong, and it's bullshit, and anybody else would call you on it. You're the last person that should be casting any kind of altruistic behavior, and he's calling you on it. Who wouldn't? There's so much to hit back at you with, and
look, Howard has to take his castor oil just like Sarah Silverman and Jimmy Kimmel did. It's like you can either rise to the occasion and sort of like come clean about the fact that you did it in a way that isn't pissy like it isn't here, or you can take this approach like you're Ashton Kutcher and Mila Kunis making that like video about everyone shitting on them for defending Danny Masterson.
And the excuses too, like I'm trying to be famous and rich And so anything I do is is good for. It doesn't matter who I make fun. It doesn't matter who gets killed in the wake, like a
Right.
Dana Plato. It doesn't matter what I do. I'm trying to be rich and famous, and that's my excuse, and that makes it okay. That's what he's saying.
It's the Gary Coleman interview where it's like Gary's like, I heard that you were evil and horrible and this, and Howard's like, well, I'm an entertainer.
Yeah. Oh, that's yeah. Well, I'm trying to be rich and famous. Yeah. That doesn't count. I'm not evil. Oh, look.
By the way, and you can do, you know, anyone who wants to do research can do research. So yeah, I mean, look, here's the bigger point that I will make. You know, about 20 years ago, I went into psychotherapy. I've said this before, but I'll say it again.
Which was court ordered, by the way, because Allison made it.
The reason I went into psychotherapy, a big reason, was my marriage was falling apart. I was having a hard time with my personal life because I was insane. I was crazy. I had to go into psychotherapy 5 days a week. Every day after the show, I'd go into psychotherapy because I was unhappy. And I actually didn't like the way I was communicating. And I didn't think that I could live with, the sex all the time and I came to discover in psychotherapy that what I was really doing is demanding your full attention. I would go to any lengths to pull my pants down, including going on MTV with my asshole sticking out.
I was going to say, you did put your pants down, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it was something in me that it was a drive like you wouldn't believe. As a young man, I wanted.
So he's turned this into a humble brag. I have such a work ethic. I have such a drive to be successful and rich that I'll do anything. You see, that's my excuse. I can do blackface. I can be an accessory to murder to Dana Plato, and because I want to be successful, that's my excuse.
But he's also using psychotherapy as in the same way that people are like, I discovered Jesus, and now I'm not.
It's the ultimate excuse, Davyd. I say that all the time. It's the greatest out of everything. Right. I'm in therapy. I'm working on myself. It gives you a pass for everything.
Yeah, and I don't know. I don't think he's smart enough to know this, but he stumbled on the current culture's obsession with like mental health and like we admire you for tending to your mental health, and so he thinks that's enough of a distraction from the horrible things the horrible things he had done, which at the time he had no excuse. He's not, there's no excuse for it.
No,
yeah.
It didn't enhance anything. It didn't grab fans. It's because you are bankrupt and you are clearly right. And that's your first impulse is to do blackface or dress in drag or say the N-word. As you can see, there's nothing about it that is facilitating his career to a better place.
Yeah. Sexualized minors.
Even that's stupid. Yeah. So you're a glorified pornographer. What are you? What are you doing? Why don't you just go into porn? What's the difference?
Yeah, I mean, it's like if I know Howard always compares himself to late night talk show hosts, but like if Jimmy Kimmel, in the year 2000 was lusting after the Olsen twins and they were underage, how would he get out of that? Like, would the public accept the same line of reasoning from Jimmy Kimmel as Howard is giving us here? No, they would jump down his throat.
He'd be the first one to bring attention to it 4 hours a day, 5 days a week.
Exactly. Yeah.
To succeed on the radio, and I wanted to go fucking crazy. And let me tell you, emotionally, it was costing me a lot. The FCC was after me. The right wing was after me.
Now he's playing the victim.
Poor baby.
Now he's playing the victim. One of the things I hate about the political side of this is he uses the political fight as a hero. He thinks he's a champion of the right, that it's the right wing's war on him that he's defending, and he can cast himself as a professional victim and martyr in this situation.
Yeah.
And when he gets political, he has it. Oh, it's these right wing trolls that are coming after me. It's not. You're completely innocent in the whole scenario. Because I'm a victim.
After me, I had the Ku Klux Klan after me.
He's the Klan after me. Daniel Carver's on.
Isn't that a good thing?
A voice to Daniel. No, Daniel Carver. The Klan's on his side. Daniel Carver has a green light on this show to be represented and express himself.
I would take that as a win if
Klan
the
is not
Klan didn't
after
like
him.
me.
Now he's Malcolm X. The
Right.
Klan's after him.
My life, I had all kinds
He's
of
Rosa Parks now.
crazy stories. I could do 17 more movies on my life. How crazy it was. Was fined millions of dollars by the federal government for sex, not for race. Because if you talk about race, they didn't care. They never cared.
Yeah.
But look,
Oh,
that,
the FCC's
that was the show.
fault.
I went into therapy and I said, what is this? Do I always have to be the guy pulling my pants down? Can I find a way to do the show where I could be a lot happier?
He says, "Pull my pants down one more fucking time." No, because you're a billionaire. Because you make $100 million a year at Sirius, the game's over. You don't have to do it. It's all about money.
This is masterful, turning what would be an expected apology into a history of Howard Stern monologue.
Yeah,
it's crazy.
But the thing is, that ship sailed. Nobody believes him anymore. We're at a point now when that came out. That's 2020. That everybody knew he was full of shit. Everybody knows he's a serial liar. So it's just on deaf ears. Like, you might as well just avoid it, because trying to address it, you sound more ridiculous. And he's so out of practice arguing with tapes or addressing stuff or taking on something real that it was actually counterproductive to address it, because he doesn't know how to do it anymore.
Yeah. And I don't know. Yeah, I think there is sort of like, again, it's sort of like if he sounded animated during the Dana Plato interview, it's because there were ratings to get. He's barely addressing this in a cogent way because, he's, as it's not illegal what he did, as he said, like the FCC allowed that stuff to go on the air, but it's like to not own it in a way that is slightly remorseful or anything, given just
no, because he has the unbelievable ability to turn himself into a victim in every situation and play the martyr and the first amendment. He, no matter what it is, he could spin it and that he's the victim in the situation.
Right. He's the victim of the backlash he got about Columbine, not the kids who got shot.
That's exactly right. All right, guys. Thank you very much. This is a fantastic show. We got a lot in this mere hour and a half that we did this. Tamara Francois went to work, came back, showered 3 times in the time this show was on. Rest in peace, Dana Plato. You truly went to heaven with Chubby Pickle, because the entire Stern show and anyone that is going to hell. I have no doubt. Yes. If I had a moral compass of what heaven and hell was, it's that.
Yeah.
Guys, you have anything to plug? We're going to do Jason and Will Part 1 Sunday, 6 p.m. Eastern time.
Okay. I'll be there for that.
Well, for you, good. I have that kind of set up. Our Patreon, we just released hashtag Justice for Scott Scanlon, the season finale of season 1. Love you too, Tamara. Ms. Francois. A lot of LeBron James talk. I think they're just breaking each other's balls. Davyd, anything to plug for you or anything you want to say on the way out?
No. I had a lot of fun. I had a lot of fun doing this. I definitely want to. I'd love to do a Julia Roberts interview deep dive.
Definitely.
I think that'd be a lot of fun.
Definitely. So, Anna Nicole Smith.
Yeah.
Crystalopolis said, I went to the gym and back, made dinner, walked the dog, and you assholes are still on. Bon, you have anything you'd like to say?
Bon left.
Oh, did he leave?
Yeah.
He's just too cool for school. Like, he can never say goodbye. I don't think he's ever said goodbye in the history of the show.
Yeah, he boomeranged out of here. So
all right, guys. I love you all. Play